Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm, and you are watching What If Kid Naruto Was Saved by Fem-Kyuubi. If you enjoy this video, please like, share, and subscribe to this channel. Now, wasting no more time, let's start the story.
In actuality, it was early morning, but it was night out. The time was 2:13 a.m. on October 10th. A child sat in the corner of the one bedroom of a tiny, run-down apartment in the village, tucked away in the leaves. Sitting cautiously in the corner, 11-year-old Naruto Uzumaki waited for anything. For the last 3 days, things had been this way. At the academy, Naruto would sleep in his classes and remain up all night. Why do you ask? His birthday was today, and it had been getting closer over the previous 3 days. On his birthdays, why would he stay up all night? Survival, in a nutshell. He had always been despised by the villagers. He had no idea why, but they always shunned him as if he were a mass murderer, a leper, or someone who had the plague. Some even went so far as to kick him or attack him in some other manner. He could typically avoid them, though, since he enrolled in the academy and began honing his abilities as a result of having to outrun Anbu and other ninja due to his antics. But a Chunin had once attacked him on his birthday. He could not imagine what might have happened if Naruto hadn't run into him while he was trying to flee and the Hokage hadn't been so close. He shuddered. He has been staying up late the 2 days before, the day of, and the 2 days after his birthday ever since that night 2 years ago. In addition to being in the company of all the children and the 2 Chunin instructors, Iruka and Mizuki, he could rest and sleep in the academy because he was still the dead last. He said, 7:30. I guess I'd better go ahead to the academy, I'll get there a little earlier than usual. He got up, went to his door, opened it, got out, turned around, and locked the door after having a look at the time. The words, Die Demon Spawn, were painted on the door. That was Naruto Uzumaki's life. For reasons he didn't even know, he was despised and shunned. He believed that the only reason they despised him was because he was an orphan. What initially motivated him to become a ninja, then? Well, recognition and self-defense. He didn't have any parents. No father, no mother. He was never able to return home to a mother's tender embrace. A home-cooked meal he shared with a family he didn't have, or the affectionate adulation of a proud father. Yes, he was generally depressed. He never received praise or encouragement. Only mistreated. Only mistreated. He acted as though he was always content. He wore it as a mask to hide his suffering. He reasoned that rather than beating him, the villagers might simply laugh at him if he pretended to be foolish. He only yelled it to make people think he was dumb. He didn't really believe he could become Hokage. Since he was the dead last, he didn't really believe he had the requisite abilities. But since he had no parents, he might have been the last to die. Not a family. Like the majority of the other students, he had no support from his absent family and no guidance from parents who could teach him the ninja way. He kept asking himself, would I still be the dead last if I had parents? As he turned from his door and headed down to the street below, he was lost in his thoughts. In order to avoid having to go through the village's main district, where he would probably be attacked by a few ninjas or villagers, he had to take the long route to the academy today. Why? Why do they despise me? Why do they try to harm me every time? Why do they always beat me? He asked himself. Then he became enraged and said, I've never done anything to them. They've hated me since I was a child. A fucking child. How dare they? I'll be Hokage, so they'll have to acknowledge me, acknowledge my existence. He arrived at the academy, took his seat, and fell asleep. Iruka simply sighed. He knew why Naruto always dozed off in class at this time of year. He had confronted Naruto once, and he would never forget the expression in his eyes. Not that of a child, but that of someone who had already gone through too much in his brief childhood, which was brief because Naruto was compelled to mature earlier than the average child, with the exception of Sasuke Uchiha, who had had his entire family taken from him by his brother. The blonde woke up later that day, and he went home the long way around once more. It's settled. Once I was just saying that I wanted to be Hokage so that all the ninja and villagers would laugh at me and maybe leave me alone. Now I really want to be Hokage. No, I need to be Hokage. I will grow, from this point on, to become the greatest Hokage ever. I will master all areas of a ninja's life. I will surpass all those who came before me. I will guide Konoha into an era of lasting peace, and in the process, I will acquire the one thing I've always needed but never had. A family. After arriving at his apartment, Naruto unlocked his door and entered, went into his small kitchen, and opened the cabinet door. Damn, I should go to the store, he said, turning into a normal-looking, brown-haired civilian. Little did he know that this one moment would forever alter his life. Naruto entered the store, picked up a shopping cart, and proceeded to the aisle with the cupped ramen, putting his arm in the shelf and knocking all the ramen into his shopping cart as he passed. He then went to get some fresh milk, went to the register, waited for the woman to ring up his groceries, paid for them, and was leaving the store with his groceries when a ninja entered, followed by a group of civilians, and Naruto became immediately alert. The ninja, who was most likely Chunin, saw something as he passed by and said, "Oh, that feels like someone is in a henge nearby." He turned to face Naruto and made the hand sign and said, "Release," which caused Naruto's henge to vanish to his horror. He mentally chastised himself, saying, "Damn it. I knew it was a bad idea to go shopping today. Stupid stomach, always getting me in trouble. All right, what have we got here?" The crowd and all of the cashiers turned to watch him as the ninja uttered, "The demon. Brat." The store manager yelled, "Demon, you know you're not supposed to be in here, we forbade you from coming in." The crowd applauded as the ninja drew a kunai and asked, "Is that so? I guess there are certain disciplinary measures to be taken," he said. Naruto gulped, dropped all his groceries, and headed for the door, ducking just as the kunai whizzed over his head as he did so. He ran down a narrow alley beside the store, which ordinarily would have allowed him to avoid ordinary civilians because he was quick enough to enter the alley before they noticed him, but today he was not so lucky because the Chunin he was fleeing from was a tracking specialist. The ninja who was hiding behind the garbage can on the other side said, "Hey brat." Avoiding a downward slash from the ninja's second kunai, Naruto leapt back. He swung around and dashed across the alley. It was growing dark when he came out of the alley. He headed toward the only location that could assist him. He was attempting to reach the Hokage, so he was unable to return home. The only location that is currently safe enough for him to visit. This night, Naruto did not have good fortune. The Chunin appeared in front of Naruto and gave him a powerful punch that broke his jaw, demonstrating why he had earned the rank. Naruto had been flung backwards, all the way to the alleyway's entrance. He looked up as he lay there, his head and jaw pounding, and thought, "Man, the moon is beautiful tonight." He turned his head to his right and heard footsteps clicking. He was horrified by what he saw. The alleyway was filled with at least 30 villagers. Some had broken beer bottles or knives, but they all smelled of alcohol. From a distance of 20 feet, he could smell it. Beside him, the Chunin materialized and stepped on Naruto's chest. Naruto raised his head to see the man clearly. He had shoulder-length brown hair, was about 6 feet tall, and had a good amount of muscle. He had a sword strapped to his back, which he was now drawing, and his headband was on his upper arm. "Tonight is the night you die for what you did 11 years ago, demon," the ninja replied. He stabbed Naruto in the shoulder with the sword. Naruto didn't let out a cry. He refused to allow the ninja the luxury of listening to his agony. As they approached and began beating him as well, the audience applauded. After 20 excruciating minutes, Naruto was a bloody, broken mess. The Chunin approached Naruto and exclaimed, "Stop, that's enough." "Now what?" the blonde asked herself. The ninja swung his sword into Naruto's right lung, yelling, "It's time to end this bastard's life." The audience had yelled their approval, but they immediately left the scene after remembering the Hokage's law and noticing the child's condition. With a chuckle, the Chunin threw Naruto into the center of the dark alleyway. "I'm not just a tracking specialist, I'm also very adept at keeping from being tracked." The Chunin then applied a cover seal to the alleyway, essentially covering it with several layers of genjutsu that even Kurenai would be proud of, preventing even the most seasoned ninja from seeing Naruto. The Chunin said, "You will die, demon," and turned to leave. Naruto was only familiar with the sensation of excruciating pain. All he could think as the darkness narrowed his field of vision was, "Why? Then nothing. Why? Why am I living this way? What makes me tolerate this? Do I still have life? It doesn't matter, should I just stop? Yeah, that sounds good," he mentally told himself. He woke up abruptly in a pitch-black room. He was unable to see, but then he turned to face the source of a menacing orange or dark red light. The light showed him that he was in what looked like a sewer. Something pulled at him. A tug. As though he had to approach the light. As he approached the light, he remarked, "I suppose this is what they mean by seeing a light at the end of the tunnel, but man, this tunnel sucks balls." He could feel the air becoming denser as he approached. Breathing was difficult due to the heat and humidity. It had an evil feeling. It was quite a sight to behold when he entered the doorway at the end of the lengthy hallway. There were 2 enormous doors in this enormous room. Similar to a cage's doors. There was a piece of paper on these doors that just saw Idzil, close to the point where they locked together. Naruto became aware of what was inside the cage at that point. From inside the cage, Naruto could see two eyes that were larger than his body and as red as the darkest blood. The cage was then illuminated further, and he gazed in wonder at the creature in front of him. It was at least 25 stories high. It was enormous. A fox with 9 tails, that is. Holy fucking shit, the 9 tails. I thought you were defeated by the 4th Hokage, said the brunette. When the 4th was mentioned, the fox sprang at the bars and pushed his enormous claws through them in the direction of the blonde. I will shred you to pieces if you mention that name again. The blonde questioned, where am I and what the hell are you doing here? We are inside a combination of your mind and the seal on your stomach, Naruto, the fox replied. Naruto's expression changed to one of horror. Wait, did you say the seal on my stomach? So that means that? Correct. The 9-tailed demon fox, Kyuubi, was not killed by that 4th Hokage of yours. No, he sealed me inside an infant that night. The night of October 10th, 11 years ago. I am sealed inside of you, Naruto, replied Kyuubi. Really, the blonde said. So that's why most of the villagers hate me and try to kill me. Yes. They do not realize that you are the only thing standing in the way of me killing them all. They see you as me, and not my jailer. But that is the reason that I pulled you here. For one, you almost died, taking me with you. So right now my chakra is healing you. Second, I am not going to go on like this. The Kyuubi replied. What do you mean? Wait, if I kill myself I can take you out of this world, replied Naruto. No, I would simply disappear for 100 years, I would return. But I don't want to wait 100 years because I was sealed inside some weak fool. It's time that I take you on as my personal apprentice. What say you? Replied the fox. The blonde said, what do you want? Kyuubi said, could you make the cage a little bit bigger? As Naruto concentrated, the Kyuubi's cage grew 100 times larger and the interior changed into a forest. Sure, he said. All right, brat, here's what we're going to do. You're going to go home and go to sleep. While in your sleep I'm going to plant some of my knowledge into you. This will, at first, help you with history and some of the basic skills necessary to become a genin or chunin. It will also serve to get your brain used to taking in the information at a faster pace, the fox replied. All right, Naruto said. The fox said, go now. Naruto took a deep breath to wake up. When he removed his shirt, he discovered a scar over the stabbing wound on his chest. He realized that he was still in the alleyway by the supermarket. He rose and ran to the house of the Hokage. Outside the gate, he was frantically pressing the button to draw the guard's attention. What is it? Came on the radio. The blonde declared, it is urgent that I speak with the Hokage. The guard asked, what is the purpose? The blonde said, never mind that, I can't tell you. Silence fell. The Hokage then said, yes, who is this? On the speaker. The blonde said, I have an emergency, and it's Naruto Uzumaki. The gate buzzed and Naruto entered the now unlocked gate. An Anbu then materialized, placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder, and they body flitted into the Hokage's home. Naruto. After entering, the blonde informed the Hokage about the beating he had received, but he kept the story of how he had met the fox a secret. All right, I'm going to place a seal on your apartment. It will be of top-notch ability and it will only be opened by your blood. So it will be more safe. Let's go, the Hokage replied. Unaware of the amount of information the fox would impart, the blonde dozed off 30 minutes after crawling into bed while still wearing his clothes. When he leapt out of bed, he thought, well, I guess I'll go ahead and take a shower. His head began to feel as though someone had struck him with an axe the moment his feet touched the ground. Ow, what the fuck is this shit? Kyuubi, what the hell? He cried as he fell to the ground, his hands automatically reaching up to cup his head. Blood began to pour from his mouth and nose, and his eyes remained vacant as his mind processed all of the new memories he had gained. 5 minutes later, he woke up exhausted and on the verge of fainting. After dragging himself into the bathroom, he turned to face the mirror. His face was covered in blood, and he appeared pale. What the hell, I'll go take a shower, that should make me feel better, he replied. After taking a relaxing shower, he felt better, as he had assumed. After brushing his teeth, eating some toast, and getting dressed, he headed to the academy. Today I'll renew my efforts to become the Hokage. I will now actually apply myself in class. I have a year left, I can make the best of it, I know I can, he stated. After 10 minutes, our hero entered the academy. He was the center of attention because he had never, ever been late. Hey Baka, you're early for once, did you finally learn how to read a map to get here? Asked Sakura, who was the first to recover. I'm done with this bitch, Naruto thought, having had enough. There were only 2 reasons I wanted her. 1. She was well liked, and I might be able to make more friends if I got her. 2. She acts aggressively toward me, which I was too naive to recognize was a negative trait until recently. He continued. No, I just got over the stench that you give off forehead. Being so lonely, I took it as affection. Everyone in the class laughed a little, and even the emo dipshit Uchiha smiled a little. But, why would you say that? Don't you like me or something, Baka? I only like you for simple petty reasons. I had some more time to think, and actually did, and realized how much I don't like you like that. Now, we could possibly become friends in the future, but I will never look at you like that again, he declared. She shot back, sheesh, like I care about what you think, idiot. With a I could care less attitude, Naruto sat down at the only available seat. This was the seat adjacent to Hinata Hyuga. Well, Hinata is quiet, kind, and has never been rude to me. She's even adorable. Wait, he thought, did I just say that? He held out his hand and said, hey there, I know we've met before, but I think I should introduce myself again. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha. N. Nice to meet you, she said, holding out her hand, and I'm Hinata. H. Hyuga. H. Heiress to the high. Yuga clan. The pleasure is all mine, he said as he took her, and then he leaned down to kiss her hand, causing her already dark red face to drop, indicating that she had just passed out. As he moved her to a more comfortable spot on her desk, he thought, oh well, I guess I'll let her sleep. Naruto closed his eyes and took a moment to reflect. He felt a pull at the back of his head before Kyuubi pulled him into his mind. Alright, now that I am really going to get more serious, I will have to outline a plan for how I'm going to go about getting stronger. What the hell, Kyuubi? I was thinking, he replied. From inside the cage, the great fox gazed at him and said, oh, that's new. The blonde said, oh shut it, what do you need? Just to tell you to be weary of some of your comrades, the fox replied. The blonde said, I have a question for you, but whatever. What is it? The fox inquired. We need to come up with a plan for us to get stronger. I, the great demon fox, am strong enough without you. Oh really? How about I kill myself and make you wait 100 years before you can return? Also you will be weak Ned BQA's Biju or weaker without a container. Also, you're stuck inside me, so my strength directly reflects on you. I am like the limiting reaction in a chain of reactions. The whole cannot be faster than me. As together cannot really be stronger than I am. Oh really, how so? Even though I could probably use your powers, I would, from the memories you gave me, leave me in a weekend state where someone could possibly kill me. That is just one example. Whatever brat, just wake up, your teacher is about to be here. Naruto said, okay, and went back to the world of the living. He saw that Hinata was awake and that her eyes were worriedly fixed on him. What's wrong, Hinata-chan? Sorry, but you looked a little out of it. I've been trying to talk to you for 10 minutes and you didn't respond. Are you okay? Said the Hyuga. He grinned at her and said, yeah, I'm fine, just meditating, you know. Got lost in my own little happy place. She gave a nod. Iruka entered the room at that point, turned to face his pupils, and said, okay, you kids, get ready for our test today. Oh shit, was Naruto's response. Naruto examined it after Iruka passed the test. Whoa, these are simple. Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, was followed by his younger brother Tobirama, Jiji Sarutobi Hiruzen, and finally, the Yellow Flash, Manao Namikaze. Well, Hashirama, of course, was the victor of the battle in the Valley of the End. The test proceeded similarly. Who was Madara Uchiha, company founder of the village hidden in the leaves and founder of the Uchiha clan? Even the math and science questions were easily answered by Naruto. X to the fourth derivative of the fourth, 24 of course. After completing the test, Naruto woke up Iruka and turned it in. Done already, Naruto, what is this? According to Naruto, your answer key, made a 100. Iruka gave the smirking blonde a doubtful glance. Whatever you say, are you sure you don't want more time to work on your test? Nah, I'm pretty sure I got it in the bag, so what's next? He replied. We will go outside to have an accuracy in throwing competition, Iruka replied. Naruto said, all right, later. The class went outside once the test was finished. Naruto remarked, good luck, Hinata. Chun, she uttered, why? Why? Why.U2NN? Naruto.kun. Man, she stutters a lot, Naruto thought. As everyone fired their weapons, he said, all right, let's get this over with. There are human-shaped targets in front of you with the right points. Get your projectiles ready and let him go. Everyone was shocked by what happened next. Naruto landed in the dead center after using all but one of his projectiles. Hey Iruka-sensei, I don't think there is enough room left for my lost kunai to fit inside the bullseye. Everyone's jaws dropped as they looked. The bullseye contained all of Naruto's kunais, with the exception of the one he was holding. Not even Sasuke could match this level of precision. Well Naruto, if that was a real opponent what would you do? Asked him. Naruto said, this, as he threw the kunai sideways while speaking to Iruka and was 90 degrees away from the human-shaped target with the bullseye above the heart. It shot through the air at high speed and landed point first into a small red dot in the middle of the dummy's forehead. Well Naruto, there have only been a few people to hit that one dot in a million shot. Most recently was Uchiha Itachi, the one before that was the 4th Hokage. Congratulations, if you continue to perform this was you might catch up and tie Sasuke for Rookie of the Year. Iruka replied. All eyes turned to Sasuke at the mention of Itachi, including Naruto's. Everyone was aware of what had occurred. Naruto noticed something in a person that he didn't anticipate seeing. The eyes were the same. Those eyes, lost, lonely, desperate. I was so preoccupied with feeling envious of the guy that I failed to recognize how much we have in common. Like me, he returns home to an empty house. But he's worse off than me in some respects. His brother had slaughtered his family, and he had to watch. They're gone now, but he had them. The blonde thought, I don't even know how that would feel. Alright, that is enough for today, let's go back in and have lunch, lecture, then I'll pass back the test grades, Iruka replied. How did you grade them while you were out here with us, replied Sakura. For such a book. Smart person you really are dumb, although most of you don't know it. There is a jutsu that allows you to. Never mind, it's just a variant of the clone jutsu, said Naruto. Sakura, whatever, said. Hey man, nice aim, Naruto said as he approached Sasuke. Since I live alone and have no family, I have a lot of free time. I noticed that we are both at the top of the aiming. Would you like to train with me after class sometime? This guy might actually be able to relate to me a little, and he can help me get stronger, Sasuke said, looking at Naruto. Sure, the Uchiha replied. Naruto remarked, I'm excited about it. The class returned inside and took their seats. Naruto, as promised, received a perfect score on the test. I'm disappointed in you, class. You all messed up on this test, which was meant to be simpler. With a few exceptions. Only Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Shino performed exceptionally well. As he stated, Naruto had 100. Sakura got up and said, he obviously cheated off of Hinata, he's sitting right next to her. And you're sitting right next to Sasuke, did you cheat off of him? Asked Naruto as he got to his feet. Who are the Sannin, Naruto? You mean the toad perv, the medic sucker, and the snake traitor, I mean, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. Yeah, what was the first Hokage's unique element? I didn't actually possess one. He was able to control both of his natures simultaneously because he possessed both of them. He said, he used water and earth. Alright, I think we can all agree that Naruto received a perfect score. Alright, everyone, take a seat, quiet down, and allow me to continue my history lecture. The lecture was engaging, and Naruto even corrected the lecture and asked questions, which irritated Iruka in a way that an older brother would. Naruto approached Hinata as they were leaving and said, hey, would you like to train with me tomorrow after class? I have some things to do at home today. Hinata didn't trust her voice, so she just nodded when she said, Naruto-kun wants to train with me. Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint. He said, great, and left for his apartment. I wonder what Ball has planned for me today, he said. Upon entering his apartment, he proceeded to his bed, sat in the lotus position, and entered his thoughts. How are you doing? The blonde inquired. I'm a being of infinite power and I'm stuck inside a little kid. How do you think I feel? Asked him. You should feel better after I made the cage 100 times larger and turned the inside into a forest, said the man. Touché, the fox said. In any case, what are your plans for today, fox? Inquired the blonde. Basically the same as yesterday, except tonight I'm going to focus on Jutsu rather than history and throwing kunai, the fox replied. Alright, but it's past due, the blonde said, we don't want to turn my brain into jelly now do we? The fox replied, not at all, go to sleep now. Following his, all right, response, Naruto exited his mindscape and fell asleep. When Naruto heard a rumbling sound, he turned around and looked at Hinata, asking, Hinata, what was that? Naruto had been dragging Hinata by the hand to a training field. The blonde said, wow, Hinata, I didn't know you had such a large appetite, as if on cue there was another rumble heard, this time much, much louder, and Naruto knew where it came from. Hinata blushed and said, I don't know what why. You're talking about NN. Naruto. K.Kun. With a flush, she said, yeah, M.My lunch didn't really fill me you up, D. Don't W. Worry about me. Let's keep going T.To train. Nonsense, I know just the place, he said, grabbing her hand once more before turning around and heading in the opposite direction. That is, toward Naruto's favorite ramen stand. Hinata thought, oh, what a letdown, as they entered the store, and Tucci and Ayame said, Naruto, how are you today, together? The brunette replied, oh I'm fine, my friend here is really hungry, so we're stopping by, I'll have the usual, 2 bowls of miso pork ramen please. They looked at Hinata after following Naruto's instructions. I guess I'll have what H. He's H. Having, she replied. N. Naruto. K. K.Kun. Is this ramen as good as you always S. Say it is? She asks Naruto, thinking to herself, oh, this is going to suck, the ramen the cooks at the Hyuga compound make just sucks. It is, of course. What do you think gave me the mental capacity to score a perfect score on that test? He said, and why are you stuttering so much? Do you have a problem with me or something? I thought we were pretty good friends, Hinata. Chan. Pretty good friends. Haha, don't faint. She apologized, saying, I can't help it, N. Naruto. K.Kun. Well, I'll help you with your stutter, he replied. Thank you, Naruto.Kun. She said, you've already helped me a lot. When their orders were presented to them a moment later, they took the chopsticks, broke them apart, and said, thank you, I'm not sure what the Japanese word is, but you get the idea. As Hinata took her first bite of the ramen, Naruto glanced down at his bowl and stared back at her, only to be shocked to see that her bowl was empty. His mouth fell open. Hinata. At the Hyuga house, are you even fed? He cried out. Then she thought, wow, didn't stutter once, this is going to be good. Yeah, but the ramen our cooks make is awful. This ramen is simply amazing, she said. The Hyuga girl asked, could I please have another bowl? As Tucci put it, sure, coming right up. Well Hinata. Chan, try to eat it a little slower this time. You probably almost inhaled the bowl last time, and one thought I ate fast. When the next bowl was set in front of the girl, she blushed and said, well, it is some really good stuff. They finished their meal and chatted as if they had been introduced as friends for years. They both enjoyed each other's company, and when they were done, Naruto paid with 2 coupons. One for free and one for half off. Tucci usually wouldn't accept 2 coupons from the same customer, but he went out of his way for his favorite and most devoted customer, especially since it appears he just gained another devoted client. Well Hinata, Naruto began, turning to face him, are you prepared to go and train our butts off? She nodded and said to Tucci and Ayame, thanks for the ramen. They both nodded and added, enjoy your training. Tucci laughed and said, maybe, yes, our little Naruto is growing up isn't he? Ayame said, hey dad, and he said, yes, Ayame. Do you think they'll wind up, she held up a pinky, going out in the future? Ayame nodded. Naruto and Hinata were strolling alongside each other to a training ground in the streets of Konoha. Sei and Naruto, what are we going to do today? Hinata said. Well, how does that sound, Hinata? Chan, I was maybe thinking of some taijutsu sparring and then some chakra control exercises after that, he said. I'm just glad to be spending time with you, she said, thinking, that sounds great. Little Miss Hinata was unaware of this, but Naruto was thinking something along these lines. I'm just glad I won't be spending the entire rest of the day by myself, like I usually do. This way maybe I won't be singled out and beaten again. They were warming up at the training ground when 2 other children, who appeared to be a year older than Naruto and Hinata and were just regular-looking academy students who were most likely going to be genin, suddenly emerged from the trees. One of them said, hey, one said, leave now or we'll make you. This is our training ground. The other person replied, yeah, this is where we come to train. Don't you mean this is where you come to kiss? Naruto retorted. The other two became easily agitated and said, all right, that's it, you're gonna get it now. They ran at Naruto and Hinata, and Naruto told her to take the one on the right, and I'll take the one on the left. He jumped to the side to avoid some kunai, and then he made 2 shadow clones. He thanked the Kyuubi in his head for allowing this to be one of his justice, and he was surrounded by the smoke they left behind when they dispersed, and he soon realized his foolishness. The boy was suddenly being kicked and punched from all sides, and he was left in a mess on the floor. This, along with the fact that Hinata was still developing her gentle fist, made for one unlucky opponent. The boy didn't know what hit him, and he stepped in her range, and she said, gentle fist, 32 palms. They looked up at Naruto, who was smiling broadly, and Hinata, who was giggling a little, before Naruto said, I think you should leave now. The child was struck by a series of light fist blows, and he was also left on the ground. Suddenly, someone yelled, ah, we just beat the living daylights out of you. Get out of here or I'll make what we just did look like a flea bite. Everyone, but especially Naruto, was taken aback by Hinata's unexpected outburst. The 2 boys lay there looking shocked, but as soon as Hinata cracked her knuckles, they leapt to their feet and fled, yelling, sorry. Wow, Hinata, that was incredible, exclaimed Naruto. She said, well, they were just getting annoying. Then she realized, they were interfering with my time with you, Naruto.kun. That was a extended, warm up, I suppose, Hinata-chan. Are you prepared to begin? Naruto said. Yes, Naruto.kun, Hinata said, let's get started. First off, Hinata-chan, I want to make this session a little more productive, stated Naruto. So I'm gonna teach you a technique that will allow our training time to be dramatically reduced. I found out their usefulness when training with them one day, replied Naruto. Is that Naruto.kun? Hinata inquired. He referred to it as the shadow clone jutsu. I don't know Naruto.kun. I don't think I'll be able t.t.d.d.d.doi.i.it, she replied. No, Hinata, keep that confidence you had a moment ago, I'm positive you'll be able to learn it. Naruto replied, besides, it can't hurt to try, she smiled. After demonstrating the infamous hand sign, he explained all the principles involved in performing the shadow clone. She practiced and, to Naruto's surprise, mastered it on her 10th attempt. Before he could utter the fox's name, his head ached, and he thought, oh, I guess Kyuubi doesn't want to be revealed to anyone yet. Wow, Hinata-chan, you mastered it in 10 tries, which took 5 minutes. It took me hundreds of tries, and many hours to get it, even training with the OWWWW. Are you alright, Naruto.kun? Hinata asked. She made 5. Wow, Hinata, considering this is an upper-level jutsu, that's impressive. She grinned broadly and laughed before saying, thank you, Naruto.kun. Well, I just had a slight headache, but this is great that you can do shadow clones. So now, make as many as you can. Don't mention it, but you need to know the drawbacks of your shadow clones as compared to mine, said the man. She inquired, what drawbacks? Well, you have much less chakra than I do, but you have such excellent chakra control that you were able to create 10 shadow clones using the least amount of chakra. For all intents and purposes, your clones are just that, clones. They are not as strong as mine, are more vulnerable to attacks, are unable to endure as long, and are unable to perform as many tasks. But they will still be helpful for things like exercises to learn the techniques and chakra control, which you don't need much of anyway, he said. Oh, she replied, I get it. Well, we only need 3 clones, so just let 2 go, okay, Naruto said, and she complied. Now have 3 of them meditate, Naruto said, and you and I will engage in some taijutsu sparring. He picked up 6 leaves and gave 1 to each of her 3 clones and his 3 newly created clones, saying, put these on your foreheads, and focus some chakra there to make it stick, while meditating. This will help with your calm of mind, and your chakra control. They all nodded. Let me do something first. To avoid disturbing the clones who were meditating, Naruto and Hinata walked a good distance apart. This should be far enough, Naruto said, and she nodded. Well, Hinata, let's spar now, and use that gentle fist stuff please. Are you sure, Naruto? K.kun? She inquired. Yeah, he said, laughing. I wish I could do that stuff so I could give you the same incentive, but let's just say it will give me more motivation to avoid getting hit. She nodded, activated her Byakugan, and lowered herself into her stance. Naruto then switched to a stance he remembered from Kyuubi. They started off with Naruto throwing a couple of punches at Hinata, who easily sidestepped them and delivered a light blow to both of his shoulders. He then kicked her in the thigh, causing her to jump sideways and perform a one-handed cartwheel to shift the force of the kick, but it still hurt. Naruto remarked, "You're pretty good, Hinata-chan." Hinata remarked, "You're not so bad yourself, Naruto-kun." Naruto said, "Wait, it's getting dark out, we need to head home now," after they had been sparring for about 2.5 hours and had noticed that the light was rapidly going out. "Okay Naruto-kun, by the way, how are the clones going to help us now?" she replied. "Well, just dispel them," said Naruto. "Wow Naruto-kun, that is amazing," she said, recalling the experiences and memories of her clones as she nodded and made the hand sign. He replied, "I know it is, so Hinata-chan, could I walk you home?" "Yes, I would like that Naruto-kun," she thought to herself, "Oh Kami, he's asking me if he can walk me home. Don't faint, don't faint, don't faint." "Excellent," the blonde cried out. They talked about their training experience as they walked to her house, saying things like, "Oh and then you did this, and I did that," and similar things. When they arrived at her house, they fell into an awkward silence. Naruto said, "Well, Hinata-chan, I guess I'll see you tomorrow." Yeah, see you Naruto-kun. They waved goodbye, and then Hinata realized that she had spent the entire day with Naruto-kun. "Wow, I lasted a lot of the day and didn't stutter so much as I usually do. Wait, I have spent this entire day with Naruto-kun. We sat next to each other in class, in recess, went to Ichiraku Ramen, and trained together for like 3 hours." Her face flushed deeply, and she hurried to her room and bed just before she passed out, grinning broadly, and muttering, "Naruto-kun." However, Naruto was unsure of what training the Kyuubi would be giving him, so when he arrived at his apartment, he thought, "Hey Kyuubi, how are you?" "I'm okay, although I wish I had more room in here," the fox said. Suddenly, the Kyuubi's cage grew 10 times louder, which startled the Kyuubi, who said, "Wow brat, that was the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. This is hard for me to say, but thanks." Naruto said, "Here, let me fix that." "Whatever Kyuubi, anyways, what kind of training are we doing tonight?" asked the child. The Kyuubi said, "None." Naruto continued, but was cut off when he said, "But before you begin, what I meant was that you were going to create a shadow clone using some of my chakra in the clone's seal. So I am in there with it, and then you're going to sleep. I'll have the clone dispel and send you its memories first thing in the morning. All right." Naruto said, "Oh, I get it," and went on, "Shadow clone jutsu." After glancing at the clone, he said, "You know what to do." Naruto then went to his bed and fell asleep. For the sake of simplicity, we will refer to the clone as being Naruto from now on. "So what are we doing tonight Kyuubi?" the other Naruto asked after settling into a meditative position and returning to his mindscape. "Well, brat, I saw through your eyes your test today, good job, and good job showing up that Uchiha brat." "Yeah, well, I kind of didn't to show him up, it just happened," the blonde said, adding that it still felt good. "Sasuke has my eyes, and I want to get to know him. The lonely person's eyes. His eyes resembled mine when I looked in the mirror, but I didn't even realize it until I looked at him one day as he was leaving class. I simply believe that we might become friends." The fox replied, "Whatever brat, I don't like any Uchiha, for personal reasons, whether you befriend him or not is not my concern unless it somehow comes to where it endangers me." The blonde said, "Whatever, so what are we doing tonight?" "First, let me explain. In your mindscape, we can slow down time and perform tasks as though they were dreams. You may notice that you occasionally dream about a month in a single night. Thus, we will train for a week in a single night. What, don't you think that will be a little extreme, especially for the memories going back to me when I wake up? You don't think it will make me pass out, will you?" replied the brunette. "Well, you make a valid point. I suppose we could practice for a day. I didn't consider your ability to process a week's worth of memories at once. Is this guy really that strong?" Naruto asked. "Your brain might have exploded. Hey, that would have been bad for the two of us kid ha. "Okay Kyuubi, let's get started," Naruto said. Naruto was stunned when the fox stopped laughing and said, okay, but first I need to do something." The fox closed its eyes and became silent, letting some of its chakra seep through the cage. A miniature fox emerged from the sewer. "Whoa, that's cool," Naruto exclaimed. When a dazzling light surrounded its body and it took on the shape of a human, the fox retorted, "Oh, then you'll think this is amazing." "Wow Kyuubi, I didn't know you could do that," cried Naruto. "Not too many people do. Now we're gonna do some hands-on hand taijutsu training," the fox, who was now 6 feet 5 inches tall and had brown hair that reached his shoulders, said, displaying his chiseled chest and 8-pack abs without a shirt. Sweating, Naruto said, isn't that going to dispel my clone? The Kyuubi chuckled, no kid, this is your mindscape, you'll feel pain and get the experience, but your clone won't dispel. That is analogous to saying if I die in my dream I die in real life. Well, there is a jutsu for that, but that's besides the point. Small pause. Just shut up and fight me. This is similar to Hinata's gentle fist stance, Naruto thought as they went into a stance, with Kyuubi standing with his left leg forward and his right leg back, his front hand held palms out, and his right hand lying horizontally. This is similar to modern day stances for stuff like boxing and all that good stuff, he said, charging at Kyuubi, you're mine. Kyuubi grinned and said, I don't think so. The blonde was knocked to the ground and screamed in agony as Kyuubi blocked Naruto's punch with his front hand, knocking him to his left. Kyuubi then turned and slammed his hand into the side of Naruto's head. What style is that? The boy asked. The Kyuubi responded, because the fox style naturally makes Naruto give me a, you're kidding me, look, don't give me that look. I created the style, and it's really strong. The Hyuga actually took inspiration for their gentle fist from this style. Surprised, Naruto said, really? The Kyuubi nodded, yes, but the distinction is that this style isn't particularly gentle, as you can sense from your head. Additionally, I'll be teaching you how to do it. Nonetheless, there is a primary reason why this style is among the greatest. Well, what reason is that? The boy asked, glancing at the Kyuubi. Well, to put it simply, you don't really have to get down in the stance. I just did to show you what it looks like, the Kyuubi started. My technique can best be described as the brute fist, which is how the gentle fist originated in this style. The idea is that you don't have to get into the stance, but I'm getting off topic. Getting into a stance sort of shouts, I'm going to attack, but this has the major benefit of not announcing your intentions. Are you excited that you will be learning this technique? In response, the boy said, oh yes, 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 yes. The fox then said, good to see you're excited, now hold still while I put these seals on you. The Kyuubi placed a seal on Naruto's wrists, ankles, and then around his waist and abdomen. The Kyuubi then smirked at Naruto, putting his hands together in a strange symbol and saying, seal style. Weighted training seal jutsu. At that moment, the weights on his wrists and ankles each increased by 20 pounds, while the ones on his waist increased by 50 pounds, for a total of 130 pounds. How do you feel, kid? The Kyuubi asked, grinning. The blonde retorted, I feel heavy, how do you think? Hey Kyuubi, how is this going to train my body? We're just inside a clone's mindscape, the boy said after calming down. The Kyuubi became extremely frustrated. Listen, don't question me on this one, cuz it would take days to explain just the beginning principle on how the strength and endurance gained during this transfers to your original body. On top of that, you're an idiot, so it would probably take years to get you to understand, so don't ask, just do. Remember, I'm the one training you. Naruto said, sorry, Kyuubi. Sensei. The fox said, just call me Kyuubi, don't call me sensei. Hi, was Naruto's response. Good, now before we can do any form training you have to get stronger and faster, more flexible. Basically, you have to become way more in shape than any other ninja in your class, which is why we are using these weights. He looked up, now, give me 250 push-ups. Then 250 sit-ups. Then 250 squats, go low enough so your ass touches your ankles, then come up fast. Then give me 250 pull-ups, then finish it off with a 5-mile jog. Are you attempting to murder me? The pale blonde asked. The fox laughed and roared, now get started brat. No, I'm trying to make you stronger and save you in the process, I never said, but that won't be coming close to death during this training, but don't worry, I'm here, I'll keep that from happening. When Naruto woke up the following morning, he simultaneously stretched and yawned, got out of bed, and went to the bathroom, where he did his morning urination, washed his hands, and then went back out. He stopped halfway to his room's door and turned to look to his right, where his clone was still sitting on the floor. Wow, I thought my clone would have dispelled by now, he thought to himself. Hey, you can wake up now, he said as he approached the clone, but nothing happened, no answer as of yet. When he prodded the clone in the left shoulder, it started to slant sideways and topple over, but it dispelled just before it hit the ground. Immediately after almost being killed by the villagers the other night, Naruto experienced a wave of pain that was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. What the fuck Kyuubi, he cried. At that moment, The pain began to lessen. Naruto began to laugh when the Kyuubi said, "Hey, I told you that you would come close to death in my training, did I not?" In his mind. "Kyuubi, what the fuck is wrong with you? I'm an 11-year-old, oh what the hell ever, just so long as your damn chakra heals me, I'm okay with it," he replied. The fox laughed, "Well kid, it is actually a good thing. You see, I was planning on having your muscles increase in strength exponentially." Naruto began but was cut out. "Wah. It means increasing really fast, anyways. The basis behind muscle building is using muscles to exhaust them, better known as breaking them down, and then healing them, which makes them better accommodate the stress that caused it to break down in the first place. This process of healing is usually referred to as building muscle, or whatever. You get the picture." The brunette pondered, "Oh, so you're going to help me by both break my muscle down to an extreme low, and use your chakra to rebuild it, thus making it stronger faster?" The fox responded, "Wow kid, you're actually getting it. Oh, and before you asks, it turns out the method to return physical experience to the original is complicated. I thought it might be too complicated for you to know how to do by now, so I just used a jutsu to do it. Now you have only got 30 minutes, I suggest you take that time to get ready and go to the academy." Naruto leapt to his feet, dashed into the bathroom, and showered. There was less baby fat on his body now, and he noticed this when he looked in the mirror. Not ripped, but not fat either, it was actually rather hard looking. After that, he ate some ramen, brushed his teeth once more, and hurried to the academy. He arrived in time for the class. Half of the girls in the class yelled, "Naruto-kun," as soon as he entered the room. When Naruto turned to look around, he saw that half of the class's girls were standing around him. What the hell is this, autograph day? He thought as his perspiration dried up. The chants of, "I'll make you ramen," and, "Can we go on a date," were coming from the crowd. Is this how Sasuke feels? Damn, I'm not that envious of him anymore, Naruto thought, glanced around and saw that, fortunately, the seat next to Hinata was still empty. Before hiding behind Hinata, Naruto ran frantically for the chair and practically dove into it. The girls gave Hinata aggressive looks and were about to attack when Iruka entered. "Hinata-chan, hide me, they're weirding me out," they exclaimed. All of a sudden, the room fell silent with anticipation as Iruka yelled, all right, quit going all crazy over Naruto like you do Sasuke. Now get back to your seats. We're having a guest speaker today." Iruka responded, "Our guest speaker today is a great ninja, one of the greatest even, his sensei was the 3rd Hokage, he himself was the sensei of the legendary 4th Hokage. This got gasps. And he is the author of a host of books. He is one of the 3 legendary Sannin, he is Master Jiraiya." The audience cheered. Sasuke raised his hand as Jiraiya said, "Now class, what is it that makes a ninja great?" After the applause had stopped. "Yes, and who are you?" "I'm Sasuke Uchiha, and the answer to your question is ambition. Ambition is what drives ninja to be great." The Uchiha raised his hand once more, and Jiraiya grinned and said, "That may be a good motive, but what is it that helps the ninja achieve his goals? What keeps him going?" "Yes," Jiraiya replied. "Revenge," was Sasuke's word. Except for Naruto and Hinata, everyone was shocked that the Uchiha had been so completely disregarded when Jiraiya said, "No, revenge is born of hatred, and breeds only more hatred, anyone else." Many people kept trying to answer, but just when Jiraiya was about to give up and give the answer, he saw one last hand go up. It was a kid wearing a god-awful orange jumpsuit and looked like a spitting image of his last student. "The 4th Hokage." "Yes, and your name is?" "My name is Naruto Uzumaki," exclaimed the blonde. Jiraiya smiled to himself. Yup, it's him. He has Kushina's last name, looks just like the 4th, and he has the same name as the main character from my book, just like Minato asked to name his son. The blonde started. "The answer is the will to never give up. The answer is being able to know that you are completely outmatched, and you still go on. The answer is knowing that at any minute you might die. The answer is still going on with that knowledge. The answer is guts," said Naruto. With the exception of Hinata and Sasuke, the class was on the edge of their seats during his brief speech until the very end, at which point they burst out laughing. "Correct," he shouted, grinning at Jiraiya. There was silence in the classroom. "How am I supposed to believe that Baka got it, and my Sasuke-kun didn't?" Sakura became enraged and got up, slamming her hand against the table. Naruto turned to face her and said, "Listen, Sakura, just so you know, my act of being a fool was just a front to hide my pain, but you know, I don't have a crush on you anymore, so I don't care what you think anymore. So go on, love your little Sasuke-kun, and see if I care. It's not like he's ever going to give you any attention anyway. You heard me, instead of fawning over him, why don't you train and become stronger and gain some of his respect? 'Cause sadly you don't even have any of mine. And quit calling me an idiot, Naruto said in a tone that was malicious. The pinkhead was shocked. What was that? He repeated. The girl with the pink hair swallowed and took a seat. Damn, that was so true. That was Naruto. Jiraiya was creeping down a street somewhere in the village, saying, "Time to get my research in." Iruka began. "All right class, settle down, get back in your seats." "Okay Master Jiraiya." He turned and Jiraiya was no longer there. Master Jiraiya. Sigh. Oh well, I guess he didn't care to stay and listen to the drama. Iruka began. Iruka was back in class, beginning to lecture the class about chakra and how to shape it. Iruka looked up this time to see Naruto taking notes. Oh, Kami. The entire class was staring at Naruto as if he were an alien. Naruto noticed that many people were staring at him, and he looked around to see that they were surprised. What? He inquires, haven't you ever seen someone take notes before? The students simply returned their focus to Iruka and carried on with the lecture. The majority of the class moaned when Iruka introduced the lecture and said, "Okay class, we have a pop quiz on the lecture, and as a reward for anyone else who took notes, the test will be open notes." Naruto, Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, Shino, and Ino were among the prominent individuals who did take notes. Every other student had not, and they were all annoyed. Naruto breezed through the class's quiz without even consulting his notes. The class went to recess after the quiz. After they were outside, Hinata and Naruto shared a lunch while sitting beneath a tree. To his dismay, Naruto had neglected to pack a lunch this time, so he was forced to eat an apple that Hinata had given him. In fact, he liked the red fruit so much that he decided to stop by the store and buy more on his way home. A kunai sliced through the apple and pinned it to a tree just as Naruto was ready to bite into it again. What the hell? The furious Naruto said as he looked up. Naruto noticed Sasuke smiling when he glanced to the side. Sasuke began, "Hey Naruto, I think I'll take you up on your training offer after class. How about it?" The brunette began, "Well, our classes end at 3. I guess I'll meet you at training ground 12 at 6 o'clock. Sasuke responded, "No, that is quite alright, you can come to my house, I'm sure you know where the Uchiha house is." "Yes, I am aware of its location," the blonde began. With a good response, Sasuke turned to go, but a kunai whizzed past his ear and removed one hair. Sasuke looked over at Naruto. What was that for Dobi? Naruto grinned, and Sasuke laughed, nodded, took an apple out of his pocket, tossed it to Naruto, and walked away. "First of all, that was for rudely destroying my apple. Second of all," he said, throwing another apple, "don't call me Dobi anymore, or I will actually aim for your head next time." Naruto? Hinata inquired. "Yes Hinata-chan?" the blonde asked. "Why don't you just go with him right after classes?" "Well, I was hoping to get some ramen with you and then train with you some, so what do you say?" "Oh," said Hinata, flushed, "I would really like that, Naruto. K.Kun." After eating, they went to practice throwing at the logs. Before it was time for them to return to class, Naruto and Hinata were using them, and Naruto was correcting her on her stance and other things. The quiz results were predictable. Everyone who took notes received 100s, but everyone else's scores varied. The remainder of the day went pretty smoothly. When the bell rang at 3, Naruto and Hinata hurried to their preferred ramen shop. "Hey Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan, how are you two doing today?" Ayame asked as they walked in. "We're okay," was the unified response from Naruto and Hinata. The fact that they said it simultaneously made them flush. Ayame laughed when she saw this. "Well, what will you two be having?" she asked. 3 bowls of miso pork ramen please," said Naruto first, and then Hinata, whose stuttering was beginning to go away entirely, said, T.2 bowls of the S. Same. Naruto was aware of this. He began, "Hey Hinata-chan, you're stuttering less and less nowadays." "Yes, I am aware of Naruto-kun, she said, blushing. "Now that I can spend time with you without fainting and blushing so much, it's just second nature," she thought. After 30 minutes of conversation, Naruto paid for the ramen and they departed. After that, they strolled to the same practice area from the previous day. "You want to do a few warm-up exercises," said Naruto first. To which she said, "Of course." They started by jogging in place, stretching, and performing other quick warm-ups. After a tie, Jutsu spar. They used shuriken and kunai to practice Hinata's form and aim. It's about time we stop so I can head over to Sasuke's place. Could I walk you home? Naruto said as they came to a halt at 5:30. She responded, I don't know, I don't want you to go out of your way. He replied, don't worry, it's worth it, and it is on the way too. Alright, and Naruto. K.Kun, she said. They said goodbye to one another as they made their way to the Hyuga residence. Naruto turned and made his way to the Uchiha residence. He entered, made his way to the door, and knocked. Hey Naruto. You ready to train? Said Sasuke as he opened the door a moment later, his smile not particularly typical of Sasuke. As they walked around the building to the Uchiha training ground, the blonde said, yeah sure, so, what do you want to do first? Sasuke responded, well, I was thinking about maybe working on each other's tai and then on our chakra control. Sounds good to me, said Naruto. After a taijutsu only sparring match, they began practicing chakra control by applying a leaf to their forehead using only their chakra. They then proceeded to use chakra to hold a leaf on each finger. Naruto made the decision to depart at 9 o'clock. Hey Sasuke, I'm going to be leaving now. See you at school tomorrow, he said. Yeah, Sasuke said. See you later, Naruto. After leaving the Uchiha residence and making his way to his apartment, Naruto was abruptly confronted by an Enbu member who said, Uzumaki Naruto, Hokage. Sama requires your audience. After saying, thanks Enbu-san, Naruto began to walk to the Hokage tower. He ascended the stairs to the Hokage office and knocked. Enter. Naruto entered, where he was met by a beaming elderly man. What do you want, old man? Asked Naruto. This is a minor surprise for later, so deal with it. The Hokage said, now Naruto, is that any way to treat your Hokage? Anyways, this is really important so pay attention. After putting some of Kyuubi's chakra in its seal and going to sleep, Naruto entered his apartment, created a shadow clone, and said, hey furball, wake up and get out here, as the clone entered his mindscape. After transforming into a human, the Kyuubi entered the gate and turned to face Naruto, saying, hey brat, ready to start training in the form. Wait, don't I need to train some more with the weights? Was Naruto's response. No, you haven't used it in the real world because you haven't needed it, the Kyuubi retorted. With the combined effect of my chakra healing and your muscle degradation, your strength is almost Chunin level. You gained a lot of strength from last night alone. In any case, the rest of the year will likely be devoted to helping you become proficient in the brute fist. What the hell Kyuubi? That's way too long, yelled Naruto in a fit of rage. Listen, it took me 100 years to create this, and 200 years to fully master it, Kyuubi said. Additionally, it will take at least 6 months to teach you, if not more, which should be around the time you graduate. In addition to teaching you how to perform all of the fundamental jutsus required for you to pass, such as the regular clone, the henge, and others, I've already given you a lot of jutsus, including the shadow clone and a few others. I've also given you some assistance with the genjutsu portion of your arsenal. You don't have to worry about passing with flying colors because it's my least favorite. However, I must be clear about one thing. Naruto, what is that Kyuubi? You got that? Well, once you get this power, you are not, I say again, going on a vengeance rampage in this village. The demon fox said. I get it, he said. The blonde said, I never meant to in the first place, but even though they despise me, I'll use this power to defend them, even if it means risking my life for them. Alright, the Kyuubi said, let's get started. As they started their taijutsu training, Kyuubi said, okay, I'm going to start off by training you how to do this with the stance, since it is much simpler to do it with it, and we will start with the basics. Kyuubi then started training Naruto. Naruto responded, well of course we should start with the basics, any baka knows that. Do as I say and stop being such a brat. After feeling as though he was not progressing, Naruto turned to Kyuubi and said, it's been fun training, but I think I'm about to wake up and need to dispel. Okay brat, see you later, Kyuubi responded, and then there was a loud, see you, and a poof. Good, that kid shall be of good use to me in getting my revenge on Madara, Kyuubi thought to himself. After waking up, Naruto went to his clone, dispelled it, and took some time to process the training he had done with Kyuubi the night before. Wow, I've come a long way from the little kid a year ago. Look at me now, he told himself. At 12, I'm prepared to attend classes and take the final exam to become a genin. According to Kyuubi, I've essentially perfected the brute fist, and Sasuke and I have been tied for Rookie of the Year for the past 6 months. Unfortunately, we had a good relationship until it was revealed that we were tied, at which point he went back to having a stick thrust up his royal Uchiha ass. Oh well, I hope Hinata-chan is on my team because we have become very close. Kyuubi claims that I am just an ordinary genin graduate, but I believe that ordinary by Kyuubi's standards would be nearly, if not entirely, genius by human standards. As a result, I must be discreet in how I present myself now that I have these new strengths. Sasuke and I are tied for Rookie of the Year, and there's a reason for that. It seems like yesterday when I recall what Kyuubi said. Rewind. After completing their training for Brute Fist, Kyuubi and Naruto are in his mindscape. While Kyuubi is exhausted, Naruto is not. Naruto responds, "Hey Kyuubi, I can't wait to go and show everyone what I can do." Kyuubi stated, "Be careful kid, don't show too much power or they'll fear you. And when people fear you, they try to dispose of you. Besides, you have to stay alive long enough for me to make my great escape." Kyuubi, you know that is never going to happen, so just give up already, Naruto smirked in response. Naruto, seriously, use this power as an absolute last resort. And I mean the very last resort. Of course, if you're going up against a high-leveled opponent, like a Chunin, or S-rank missing nin or whatever, yeah it's in your best interest to go ahead and pull it out, but anything else, just keep your hidden powers, well, hidden, understood. Crystal clear furball, was Naruto's response. Flashback end. I know that one day Kyuubi and I will stop our little training habit. He's going to try to take over, and I can't let that happen, Naruto thought. Naruto thought, what are Anbu doing here? As he walked to the window to look out when he heard a knock on the door. It was an Anbu. He pulled the door open. Anbu said, Naruto Uzumaki. According to Naruto, yes, Anbu-san. The Hokage needs your presence, the Anbu retorted. Oh, thank you Anbu-san, the blonde said. After preparing for class, Naruto left an hour early to visit the Hokage. Enter, was heard as Naruto approached the doors and knocked. Naruto entered after opening the door. There were 3 people in the room. Kaharu, Hamaru, and the 3rd Hokage. I believe those are the names of the 2 former advisors. Oh well. How are you today? The 3rd person said, ah, Naruto-kun. Very good, Naruto remarked. Hamaru said, please, take a seat. In front of the 3, Naruto sat down. Naruto, this may seem difficult for you, but we need you to fail the graduation test, the Hokage said, clearing his throat. What? But why? Exclaimed Naruto in shock. In response, the Hokage said, oh don't worry, you'll see, and gave an explanation. After 45 minutes, Naruto entered the academy room where his class was meeting. The test for today was a straightforward, standard clone. He was capable of creating shadow clones, but he had to intentionally fail at it. It was Naruto's turn, but he gave the clone too much chakra, which made it unstable and useless. Fail, Iruka said. Come on Iruka, you could tell he has loads of chakra and that he is doing his best, Mizuki responded. Iruka responded, look Mizuki, if I pass Naruto and he is not yet ready, then he could be killed on the field. I would not be able to live with the guilt of knowing it was my fault. Mizuki simply sat there while Naruto returned to his seat in silence while feigning a defeated and dejected expression. When Hinata approached Naruto later that day, immediately after they had all been dismissed from class, she appeared somewhat depressed and angry. Naruto, I'm sorry you didn't pass, but, explain to me how you couldn't do that. She got closer and whispered. It's almost like you didn't want to pass. What's up, tell me, she stated. The reply from Naruto was, no Hinata-chan, it's nothing. At that moment, Hinata's guardian approached and mockingly spit out the words, stay away from Hinata-sama. At Naruto. Hinata gave her keeper a cold glare in response, and the man simply took hold of her hand and dragged her away. Even though he knew it wasn't her fault, Naruto couldn't help but feel sorry for Hinata when he looked up at her and saw her dejected expression as she was being dragged away. He was alone now, once more. Later that day, a man showed up beside Naruto as he sat on his reliable swing. Hey Squirt, he replied, do you want to become a genin? Mizuki said. With a, oh you betcha I want to be a genin, believe it. Response. Naruto leapt to his feet. Naruto smirked as Mizuki continued to explain his plan, and Naruto thought, good, cuz I know a way you can be one. Later that evening, Naruto had stolen the forbidden scroll and was at his hiding place when he opened the scroll to the first technique, Kage Bunshin. Shadow Clone. Nope, already know it. Next, Shuriken Shadow Clone, Self. Explanatory, Exploding Shadow Clone. Once again, self-explanatory. Oh what's this? Slowly, flying thunder god technique. Oh, this is some good stuff, he said, pulling out a pen and a piece of paper and copying every image on the scroll, word for word. I'll train for that later. Mizuki appeared at that moment. All right, things are going to get started. I can't use brute fist because he's not worth it, and I can't use too much because I'll reveal too much. I guess I'll just run or something, Naruto thought. The Mizuki scene is identical to that in manga and anime. In any case, you get the idea. When Naruto entered the classroom the following day, everyone turned to look at him. Hey Dobi, what are you doing here? Only those who passed are supposed to be here, said Sasuke. Yeah, loser, why are you here? Sakura interrupted. In response, Naruto said, oh, you didn't know, I failed the test on purpose. What the fuck are you smoking? I want some. Looks were all over this. When I was on my way here yesterday morning, the Hokage summoned me and gave me a mission to flush out a traitor they thought was in the education system, so they used me as bait, thinking he would use my failure as leverage to get me to do something. Yeah, it turned out to be Mizuki. This prompted astonished reactions from everyone. The Uchiha said, wait, so you've already done a mission? Naruto replied, yeah, and it was an A rank one at that. Everyone gasped at this. When Naruto noticed that the seat next to Hinata was occupied, he thought, damn it. Wait, so you've already done an A-ranked mission, you're such a lucky Dobi, the Uchiha went on. Replied, yeah, I am lucky, the only other choice they had was you, and they decided on me because it would be more believable for me to have failed, since I was once the dead last. This received nods of approval. Naruto turned to face the man who was making advances on Hinata. The man then caught sight of Naruto and turned to be met with Naruto's, if looks could kill, you would have been shredded to pieces expression. The man took a big gulp and moved to another chair. Naruto approached Hinata and took a seat beside her. Well, hello there Hinata. Chan, how is your morning? I'm good Naruto. K.Kun, so you did fail on purpose? She inquired. Yup. You're a pretty observant person, you know that. You almost made my mission a failure, but it is good that you noticed. Ninjas need to be very observant, he replied. I suppose so, Hinata remarked. Naruto and Hinata had grown to be very close friends. One could even say best friends. During the previous year. In their hearts, they both wanted to be on each other's side. Hinata barely stammered anymore and hadn't fainted in months thanks to Naruto's work on her confidence. Even her father noticed how much he helped her. Flashback: the Hyuga compound was open on a Saturday. Heishi commanded, Hinata, come here. Hinata approached him and said, yes, father. I have noticed that you walk with more confidence in your posture and steps, and you look me in the eye more. What has caused this change in your behavior? He inquired. Well, father, I have a new friend, and we train every day after our classes let out, she said. He is a real help, and I feel I have gotten much stronger. He caused Hiashi's right eyebrow to lift. Upon entering through a side door, Hanabi exclaimed, well, if that's the case, Hanabi. She said, yes, father. You two will have a fight right now, do you understand? Replied Heishi. Hi was uttered by both girls simultaneously. Hanabi and Hinata turned to face each other, bowed, and started. In a fierce battle of their family's taijutsu, they both assumed the gentle fist stance. When Hinata attempted to strike Hanabi, Hanabi blocked it by sending her hand wide. Then, Hanabi attempted to strike Hinata's side, but Hinata simply blocked it by backflipping, letting her foot come out wide and slamming it against Hanabi's chin. Surprised, Hanabi got back up and remarked, you've improved, sister. Maybe a little. Hinata responded, and they charged at each other. This time, the battle was short-lived. As they got closer, Hanabi threw a blow at Hinata, who ducked by sweeping Hanabi's legs out from under her. Then, Hinata delivered a gentle fist blow right under Hanabi's heart, rendering her unconscious for the next few hours. Is that enough, father? Hinata asked as she stood and turned to face her father. Good job, Hinata. Could you tell me who this friend of yours is, and if I can meet him? Asked Heishi, who appeared somewhat taken aback. He is Naruto Uzumaki, stated Hinata. Yeah, my daughter is hanging out with the 4th Hokage's son. How did I get so lucky? Heishi grinned to himself. As you can see, Heishi was one of the few villagers who did not think Naruto was the Kyuubi and was aware of Naruto's ancestry. Well, I don't know when you can meet him, Hinata went on. Could you ask him to come over tonight for dinner? What is his favorite meal? Asked the man. Hinata said, I'll ask him. Then she thought, oh dear, I don't want to eat any of the Hyuga cook's awful ramen. You know what his favorite meal is, she said. I am expecting Hinata to be here, and I will have the cooks prepare steak tonight, Heishi responded. Yes, father, Hinata replied. Who departed after that? Well, isn't this nice? I think I'll scare him some. Lord knows Minato would get a laugh out of it. Man, I miss you sometimes, Minato. Kushina, Hishi thought, grinning to himself. Hint. He and his wife were good friends with the 4th Hokage and Kushina, in this fanfic anyway. And yes, I hate fanfics with an evil Hishi. After leaving her home, Hinata went down the street to Naruto's apartment and approached his door. She rapped on it. Nothing. She rapped on it once more. Nothing. She eventually became a little impatient and used her Byakugan to peer into his apartment through his door. He was sleeping on his bed when she looked at him. That's strange, she thought. Why is he already asleep at 6 o'clock on a Saturday? She turned a corner and approached his window, which was oddly open. After jumping inside, she proceeded to his room. She taps on the door of his bedroom. Nothing happens again, but this time she uses her Byakugan to peer in again and notices a shadow clone. She slammed the door hard this time, thinking, what the hell is he doing sleeping, with a shadow clone sitting in the floor meditating? Okay, that's it, damn it. In the meantime, while training with Kyuubi in his mindscape, Naruto was wearing heavy weights. Even Rock Lee would be held down by weights. He weighed 200 pounds. 200 pounds on each arm and leg. On his stomach. He was nearly finished with his brute fist training with Kyuubi, which he was now perfecting to the point where he didn't need to assume the stance. Kyuubi abruptly came to a stop. What the hell is the matter, Kyuubi? As the fox put it, you have company. Oh shit, someone may have come to attempt to kill me again, replied Naruto. No, Kyuubi looks like he is concentrating. It is that Hyuga girl, replied Kyuubi. Naruto uttered the words, oh Hyanta. Chan? Kyuubi asked. Naruto said, oh shut it furball, so what am I learning tomorrow? Well, about that, I've really already trained you as much as I am going to, for now. From now on we will be doing tactical lessons. Kyuubi replied. What? Naruto exclaimed. Don't worry about it, brat. You're only 12 and you're probably mid to upper Chunin level. If you were a little bit older you would be Anbu level right now, so stop complaining. Also, don't use your true strength unless it is absolutely necessary. The fox demon replied. The blonde replied, yeah, I know, I gotta go. The shadow clone stopped meditating and went to sleep on the bed by himself. Wake up, idiot. He slapped his real self in the top of the head. The real Naruto jumped up and retorted, hey, I am you, so you just called yourself an idiot. Whatever, was the clone's response, and it was dispelled. After receiving the memories, Naruto felt a little sore from all the training until Kyuubi's chakra began to heal him. He then approached Hinata and opened the door. Hinata. Chan, what are you doing in my apartment while I'm asleep? I needed to get in touch with you, and when you didn't come to the door I used my eyes to see that you were asleep. I came in through your window, and before you ask why, it is because my father wants you to have dinner with us tonight. We are having steak. It is now 6:15. So take a shower or something and come to the house by 7. Okay, Naruto. K.Kun, replied Hinata. Oh great, I can't wait to meet your family, Hinata. Chan, so I guess I'll see you later. He replied. I'll ask him later why he was using shadow clones while sleeping, she thought as she nodded and walked out of the building. Later that evening, Naruto sighed as he made his way to the Hyuga residence. He had changed out of his typical orange outfit for a more appropriate one that included red, black pants, and a long, sleeved blue shirt with the same symbol on the back of his jumpsuit on his shoulders. It is the same outfit that Minato wears in Naruto Shippuden, the episode where Jiraiya has a flashback to Minato and Kushina after ending his battle in agony. A branch member escorted him into the house as he approached the entrance. He was shown to a room where Hishi sat with his 2 daughters. Hinata blushed when Hishi said, welcome Naruto Uzumaki, please, make yourself at home. Oh great, this night is going to be so fun, Naruto thought. End flashback. Yeah, that night was fun, Naruto thought. Naruto.kun, hello, was Hinata's response. I apologize, Hinata. Chan. I was a little distracted. What were you saying? Naruto turned to face her. I was saying that I hope you and I get put on the same team, she replied. He remarked, oh, me too. You have no idea. All right class, I have your team assignments. Iruka entered at that moment and proceeded to go through teams 1.6. Okay, team 7, your Chunin instructor will be Hitaki Kakashi, and the members are Sakura Haruno, Naruto Uzumaki, and Sasuke Uchiha. Naruto and Hinata were both disappointed because they would no longer be seeing each other as frequently. Well, said Naruto, that sucks. Yeah, it does, Hinata said. Okay, now will everyone please go and sit next to your team? Replied Iruka. Naruto moaned at this. Naruto remarked, I suppose I'll see you later, Hinata-chan. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Hey guys, what's up? Naruto said as he approached Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura was staring at Sasuke without realizing that he was sitting with his elbows on the table, his fingers interlaced, his face lightly touching his hands, and his eyes fixed on the wall. Naruto replied, you know, I never understood what you find so interesting about that wall. It's as if it's telling you that you don't have a duck's ass on the back of your head. Everyone in the room, with the exception of the girls who typically swooned over Sasuke, laughed at this. There was also a chuckle when Sasuke turned to Naruto and said, you know, I never understood why you're so loud. Is it because you want to be noticed by girls or guys? The guys burst out laughing when he said, you know Sasuke, if you would like, I know a really good surgeon who can safely remove that 5-foot stick that's so thoroughly shoved up your ass. Okay, sit down and shut up, and wait for your Chunin sensei, Iruka replied. Naruto became irritated and performed the same old eraser in the door trick after the team had just sat down for 3 hours and they were the last ones left. It was the same as it was in canon. Up on the roof. So, I would like you to introduce yourselves, Kakashi said. Naruto responded, isn't it rude to ask us to introduce ourselves without introducing yourself first? Oh yes. Well, my name is Kakashi Hatake, and my hobbies and goals are not of your concern, and I've never really thought about the future. Okay. Who's next? Kakashi said with a smile that was as noticeable as possible. Sakura began, I'm Sakura Haruno. My hobbies are, looks at Sasuke. My likes are, looks at Sasuke again. My dreams are, looks at Sasuke again. Great, a useless fangirl, Kakashi thinks at this point. And my dislikes are Naruto, Sakura concluded. Alright, next, Kakashi said. Crickets were heard as Sasuke began, what I have is not a goal, but an ambition. And that is to become strong and kill a certain man. Alright. Next, was Kakashi's response. Began, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training. Oh, and did I mention ramen? I like my friends. I like to learn jutsu. I like a lot of stuff. I dislike people who think they are so much better only because they were born into a clan or something, and I dislike those who ignorantly and blindly follow. My goals are to become the Hokage, and get everyone in the village to accept me. However, I know that that will be a long and arduous journey, but nothing good in life comes easy, he continued. Laughed, it seems we have a decent team, now be at the training grounds at 6 a.m. sharp, and no breakfast, or else you'll throw up. He poofed into the smoke at this point. After being left speechless, the students all thought, 6 in the morning. Sasuke-kun, wanna go on a date? Sakura asked. Nope. Gonna go train, Sasuke said. Naruto replied, yeah me too, I think I'll go to training ground 15 if either of you want to come. You're such a loser, why would either of us want to join you? Sakura shot back. Naruto replied calmly, Sakura, it was just an offer, I wasn't begging or asking, just offering, considering you're the weakest of the group. You should train with one of us. Sakura said, then turned and left. Sasuke left as well. Naruto headed to the training ground with the incredibly tall trees, number 15. This is going to be fun, Naruto thought with a sigh upon his arrival. Thank goodness Kyuubi taught me how to use these weight seals so I can pump chakra into the weights and train with them whenever I want to, he thought. Naruto's ankles and wrists were both sealed. He filled them with enough chakra to weigh about 350 pounds each. In an instant, he was barely able to walk. All right, he thought, it's time to climb that tree. Using all of his strength, he started a half-dot jog toward a tree in the field, took 4 steps up, and then fell back down. This is going to be fun, he thought. After 4 hours Naruto lumbered into his chamber. He had managed to scale the tree twice while carrying an additional 1,750 pounds. Despite feeling he was far too weak, he was astounded by his own strength. After creating a shadow clone, Naruto got into bed and dozed off before his head even touched the pillow. In his human henge form, Kyuubi said, Kid, you look like shit that got run over by a stampede of cattle, in Naruto's mind. He said, oh shut it Kyuubi and heal me. Okay, but we are only doing tactics tonight, he replied. Tactics? Naruto asked. Yup, replied Kyuubi, now here's how we're gonna do it. You're going to sit down in front of me. You're going to meditate, and I'm going to place you under a genjutsu. Naruto questioned, but why? Kyuubi inquired, what is the best teacher? Naruto said, "You." Flattered as I am, no, the best teacher is experience. I'm going to use this genjutsu to run you through many various battle tactical simulations. They will feel real, and your reactions should be taken seriously. Kyuubi replied. I get it, what I experience in the genjutsu will be like real live battle experience, Naruto replied. Basically, although you can never really fully simulate a real opponent attacking you, stated Kyuubi, opponents with savage bloodlust that is. Following Naruto's, okay, statement, Kyuubi, in his human form, took a seat in front of him. Naruto suddenly woke up in a field. The other ninja, who was Kakashi, gestured him over. Kakashi responded, Naruto, your mission is to sneak into that fortress beyond that forest and retrieve the feudal lord's daughter. You are to remain hidden, you are to not allow the feudal lord's daughter to be harmed any more than she may already be, and you are to stay as clean as you can. Sasuke, Sakura and I will be the diversionary team. Okay team, move out. While Kakashi and company took a different route to circle to the front of the fort, Naruto began his sprint through the forest. In just a few minutes, Naruto arrived at the fortress and awaited the start of the diversion. He saw all of the ninja rush to the front of the fortress when he heard a loud boom. After making sure there were no paper bombs, traps, or other objects nearby, Naruto jumped over the wall and hid in the shadows near the inside. He searched the grounds for any indications of boob traps, but he couldn't find any. He hurried to the main building, staying out of sight of the sun, of course. He saw a staircase leading up as soon as he stepped inside. The issue was that there was an open doorway between him and the stairway when he arrived at the end of the hallway that led to it. Naruto extracted a small mirror from inside his pack. Humph. Good diversion, he thought as he used it to peek around the corner and saw the room was empty. He ascended the stairs in silence, pausing as he went to inspect each floor. As he nearly reached the top floor, he just managed to retreat into the corner's shadows before a man emerged. The man began to descend the stairs, and Naruto used the same mirror to peer into the room next to him. He noticed that a young girl was chained to the wall on the ground. Two ninja, most likely Chunin level, were protecting her. Naruto hanged into the man who had just left, thinking, this is not the situation to go barging in like the idiot I know I am. This calls for more discreet manners, perfect. He said, hey guys, as he entered the room and approached the two of them. One of the men said, hey Toro, what was taking so long with that ruckus outside? Oh nothing. Just some little leaf genin trying to rescue their little princess I guess, said Naruto. The two men grinned and hurled kunais at Naruto, who used his own to knock them away. What is the meaning of this? They asked. The man you saw leave earlier was a clone hanged to look like Toro. Toro has been dead for a year, one of the two said. Naruto thought, damn, they're smart. With a sly grin, Naruto brought out two smoke bombs and dropped them. After covering himself, he seized the daughter of the feudal lord and placed her behind him. He created 5 shadow clones to form a circle around her. Then his gaze shifted to the two ninja. He said, well, it's time to enjoy ourselves. The pair lunged with their kunai as they charged at Naruto. Before spinning beneath their attack and slicing open their chests, Naruto, holding a kunai in each hand, blocked each of their blows with his own. He arose again and yanked the kunais out of the front while digging his kunai into the sides of the men's necks as they withdrew in natural retaliation. The two men fell, half decapitated and dead. After turning around and grabbing the girl, Naruto fled the building in the same manner that he had entered. The mission was accomplished. Naruto had a lot of missions all night long, some of which were quite different from that one and some of which were similar. The following morning, Naruto woke up and allowed his clone to dispel. It was cool to think that all the memories were returning to him. Now a lot more of what Iruka Sensei discussed makes sense. After showering and getting dressed, Naruto headed to the training grounds. It was now 5:30 and he was scheduled to meet with his sensei and team at 6 o'clock. Today is going to be a good day, was his only thought. Naruto made his way to the training area on foot. Sakura and Sasuke greeted him there. Naruto said, good morning, Yan. Sakura remarked, good? I'd call it anything but good. Sasuke said, HN. Naruto rumbled loudly, I agree, and added, man, I'm so hungry. Now it's just a matter of time before Sensei gets here, stated Sakura. Say, while he's on his way, do you guys want to get to know each other a little better, or spar or something? Maybe we see a. Naruto was disconnected. Listen Baka, you're only getting in the way. So shut up and stay away from Sasuke-kun and me, Sakura said. Listen Sakura, you're really testing my patience. Do you understand? You are weaker than both Sasuke and me. So don't go talking to me like I'm inferior. I did graduate from the academy tied with Sasuke for Rookie of the Year. So quit trying to blow smoke up everyone's ass and train with me or Sasuke so we can make you at least a little stronger, Naruto said. Sakura recalled how Sasuke had reprimanded her and simply stood there in shock. Backward. I can't stand that Naruto, he's always getting in the way and acting out. He doesn't have any parents to scold him for doing anything wrong. Therefore, he can just do whatever he wants. Replied Sakura, man, I wish I could do whatever I wanted. What about you, Sasuke? Sasuke stated, loneliness, it is the worst feeling in the world. To grow up all alone is worse than dying. Sakura questioned, what are you talking about, Sasuke-kun? You're annoying, he says, turning to face her. Flashback end. Sakura asks herself, how much have you changed, Naruto? As she looks at him, she continues by saying, well, Naruto, how about we do some chakra control training? We can all use help in that area. That's better, so how about it, Sasuke? Naruto grinned. Sure, whatever, was his response. After sprinting to a tree, Naruto extracted 3 leaves. After running back to his teammates, he gave them each one while keeping one for himself. Sakura questioned, what are these for? Use your chakra to stick it to your forehead, it helps with chakra control, said the man. When Sakura heard him explain, the vein she had at the word, forehead, vanished. Kyuubi called out to Naruto to speak. This sensation is similar to a tingling sensation in the back of his head. Naruto created a shadow clone who remained, trained with leaves, and assumed a meditative posture. However, instead of putting a leaf to Kyuubi's forehead like the clone did, he would be speaking to him. It was in his mindscape that Naruto woke up. What is it, furball? He asked upon seeing Kyuubi. I wanted to remind you not to use your powers, and that just because I have trained you doesn't mean anything between us has changed. I will still escape your body when the time is right, stated Kyuubi. Kyuubi, for the millionth time, I know to use the brute fist as an absolute last, and I also know that you will not be escaping me. It is my duty to keep you in check, she said. In response, Kyuubi stormed out of the cage in his human form and launched a vicious fist attack at Naruto, which the latter easily sidestepped before launching Kyuubi back into the cage with a counterattack. Kyuubi said, you little punk, how dare you? Listen, Kyuubi, I know you don't like staying in me, but get used to it. I know, I'll make it a little more comfortable for you, Naruto said. What do you mean? Kyuubi inquired. The mindscape and Kyuubi's cage abruptly transformed into an endlessly vast forest with all the typical forest inhabitants, deer, squirrels, tiny plants, flowers, and more, after Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated. Wow! Kyuubi exclaimed, just wow. Naruto said, you can thank me later. Kyuubi said, screw you kid, and then laughed and said, thanks kid, who am I kidding? Don't mention it, I am going to try to be a very accommodating host, replied Naruto. I know you're just trying to butter me up to avoid the inevitable, but it won't work, squirt. I want work. I am the Nine Tails, I will be free. You sound like someone in prison. Oh wait, you are a prisoner. Just get used to it, and be thankful that I gave you more room, Naruto replied. Whatever, you need to get back to your world now, said Kyuubi. Sure, Naruto replied. When Naruto opened his eyes, Sakura and Sasuke were kneeling in front of him, examining him with worried expressions. What? How long have I been out? Inquired Naruto. Sakura remarked, oh, about 3.5 hours. Naruto said, what? Yeah, we got bored with the leaf thing, and we went and did some Tai sparring with all of us. We used your clone, Sakura replied. With a hand gesture, Naruto dispelled his clone and gained some memories. Well, okay, he said. Good strategy, Sakura. You need to improve your strength and your speed. Sasuke, you need to just keep doing what you train hard to do, he stated. In response to their inquisitive looks, Naruto remarked, I gain their memories when I dispel them. Sakura and Sasuke both exclaimed, oh, Naruto began. So listen guys, but was interrupted by a poof. When the smoke cloud dissipated, Kakashi was standing there with his handy orange book. He said, yo. Sakura and Naruto both yelled, you're late. No, I'm not. I told you 3 to be here at 6. I never said I would arrive at 6, replied Kakashi. The words, oh, that's dirty, were spoken by Naruto. Kakashi said, oh well, what y'all gonna do? Anyways, I am going to put you guys through a test to become genin. Naruto exclaimed, what? We already passed the test. That was just a pre-test if you will, a test to see if you are worthy to have the chance to become a genin. This test will be the real test to become a genin. Now let me explain. You have until noon to get one of these 2 bells from me. Holds up bells. Here is the catch though, there are only 2 bells because the one who doesn't get one is sent back to the academy, stated Sasuke. Kakashi declared, very sharp, as expected of the Rookie of the Year. Humph, was Naruto's word, as he crossed his arms over his chest. I don't understand, Sakura uttered. Why put us on? Naruto covered Sakura's mouth with his hand. With a, what are you doing Baka, she withdrew. Don't finish that statement, trust me, I have an idea, replied Naruto. You. An idea? The world as we know it must be ending, Sakura said with a horrified expression. Oh screw it, I guess I'm still considered an idiot, even after tying with Sasuke for Rookie of the Year, Naruto said with a disappointed expression. Also, if you do not get a bell, you will be tied to the post, and we will eat lunch in front of you, stated Kakahi. That's why he told us not to eat any breakfast, everyone thought because they were so angry. Listen, replied Kakashi, you need to come at me with the intent to kill, or else you won't have a chance in hell of getting a bell for me. As he charged, Naruto remarked, good advice. Kakahi used his forearm to block Naruto's attempt to kick Kakashi in the head. Kakashi knocked Naruto to the ground after Naruto whirled in midair and slashed at him with a kunai. Kakashi said, calm down, I haven't even said start yet. Oh, Naruto said, you idiot, Sakura uttered. Begin, was Kakashi's word, and he puffed in fog of smoke. Naruto caught Sakura and Sasuke by the wrists and pulled them into the woods just as they were ready to leap off. Both of his teammates exclaimed, Naruto, what the hell? When he stopped. Naruto declared, hey everyone, this is a test, a ninja test. Sakura said, thank you, Captain obviously. You're such a loser, Naruto, Sasuke said. No, what I mean is his instructions were deceiving, that is what makes it a true test, Naruto replied. What do you mean? Sakura inquired. Naruto questioned, what is our objective? What is our true objective? Get the bells, Sasuke said. Yes and no, our true goal is teamwork, and he uses the bells in 2 ways. 1. He uses them to pit us against each other, to see if we can see past ourselves and work for the team. 2. As a demonstration of our teamwork, or lack thereof, replied Naruto. Sakura remarked, that makes sense, Sasuke said, HN. Listen Sasuke, if you screw this up and get me sent back to the academy, I'm gonna roast your duck. Butt ass, replied Naruto. After Sakura laughed, Sasuke grinned and dragged Naruto into a noogie. Sasuke remarked, oh, you don't have to worry about that. Naruto pushed Sasuke away and gave him a playful shoulder punch before saying, okay. Hey Sakura, since you're not too physically capable, I thought we could have you come up with a plan, replied Naruto. A vein appeared on Sakura's forehead, and she became a little irate. Not physically capable? Oh well, okay, she said, sitting down to reflect. She began, got it, okay, here's how we, later, Sasuke and Naruto rushed Kakashi out of the forest as he stood in a clearing by a creek. He put his book away and thought, oh, they actually figured it out, it seems. I might want to be more careful, he said. They were both shadow clones, Kakashi thought as he pulled out a kunai and slashed Naruto and Sasuke as they approached. They then poofed out of existence. 10 Narutos then emerged from the forest in a group. Oh, I see, so you're the one that uses shadow clones, Kakashi said after the charge put up more of a fight this time and he dispelled them once more. A group of 20 Narutos then emerged. This time, they formed 4 groups of 5 and ran forward, each group doing the same thing. After they had a group on each side of Kakashi, they ran at him, with Naruto in the lead getting down on his hands and knees so the next could use him as a base to leap high into the air. 4 of the clone groups came down from above, while the other 3 charged from the ground. This startled Kakashi, who had to make a substitution in order to escape. He observed the Narutos destroying a log while perched on a tree branch. He was barely able to avoid the kunai that were hurled at him from behind when he heard a sound that was all too familiar. He turned and saw Sakura and Sasuke. All of them were grinning. Kakashi asked, what are you smiling at? After that, he turned to face his waist and noticed that there were no bells there. He then looked down at the bells that were falling from his position and noticed a rock beneath his tree branch. He transformed into a shadow clone of Naruto and caught the bells. After running to his original, Naruto dispelled the bell and handed it to the real Naruto. Bells in hand, Naruto rushed to Sakura and Sasuke and rang out a bell to each of them. "Here, you guys take this. I can pass the exam again," said Naruto. "I'm a genius, I have a better chance," Sasuke said, giving his back. "I just hold the team back, y'all would be better without me," Sakura said, passing hers to Sasuke. The first team to pass, Kakashi sighed, and they did so by a significant margin. Kakashi responded, all right. Stop rubbing it in, you all pass, but I want to know how Naruto had a shadow clone placed under that tree." "Easy," stated Sakura. The first two waves of Naruto shadow clones were distractions. Naruto hanged a shadow clone to slowly creep to beneath the tree while staying in your blind spots. "You see, we then sent in a more advanced attack, one we thought you would have to avoid by doing a substitution and landing on the branch above, or the ground below. Then we would throw a mass amount of kunai, making you dodge them, not noticing that two of them were thrown at the bells, not you, after you dodged, letting them fall, and here we are now." The phrase, "excellent strategy," was used by Kakashi. "How about we all go to Ichiraku Ramen to celebrate," replied Naruto. Kakashi replied, "No, I have to go report this to the Hokage." "That reminds me, I gotta get my pay from the Hokage for that mission," replied Naruto. "Hey, would you guys meet me at Ichiraku Ramen in about an hour?" "Sure," both of his teammates replied. After that, they all parted ways. After 10 minutes, Naruto was listening to the conversation taking place inside the Hokage office while he stood at the door. Inside, "Hokage Sama, how could you let Naruto do an A-rank mission alone?" replied Iruka. "According to the Hokage, I didn't." "What?" Iruka asked. "Naturally, since everyone in the education system was a suspect, you were not informed of the details of the mission." "Well, to put it short, I had an Enbu team trail Naruto the entire time," replied the Hokage. "Yeah, I sensed them there the entire time," thought Naruto outside. "Oh, well that's a relief, so the Anbu are the ones who beat Mizuki," Iruka replied. "Nope, it was Naruto. The Anbu were there for only if things got out of hand," the Hokage replied. "And me getting a giant shuriken embedded in my spine is not out of hand. Oh well," Iruka thought as she started to perspire. "Knock knock knock. Come in," the Hokage said. Naruto entered as the door opened. "Greetings Hokage. Sama, I was just coming by to get my payment," replied Naruto. The Hokage pulled out an envelope and handed it to Naruto, saying, "There you go." "Oh, that's right, we didn't pay you yet because we had to finalize interrogations on Mizuki before we could call it a success." Naruto said, "Thanks, old man." "Say, Iruka. Sensei, how have you been?" Iruka said, "Oh fine, how about you Naruto?" Same old, we should get some ramen some time or another," replied Naruto. Iruka said, "Yeah, we should. How about tomorrow?" Naruto remarked, "Sounds great to me," Iruka remarked, "Good, and it's on me." "Even better," was Naruto's statement. Then he said his goodbyes, and headed to his favorite ramen shop. Later on, "Hey old man Tucci, how's it going?" Naruto asked as he entered the all-too-familiar ramen stand and turned to face the man preparing his favorite dish. The older man said, "Pretty good. What'll you have, Naruto?" Naruto said, "Please give me 5 bowls of miso and extra pork." "Coming right up," was Tucci's statement. Naruto sat down after glancing down at his two friends who were staring at him. He continued, "So guys, how did you like today's test?" "I believe it was Bologna," Sakura remarked. Sasuke said, "Agreed." "Geez, I'm not the sensei, but I'm stuck explaining this simple crap to them," Naruto thought. "They also call me a fool." "Yeah, I know what you mean guys, I could've taken Kakashi Sensei on myself," said Naruto. He struck his own chest. "Yeah right Naruto, not even Sasuke-kun could have. What makes you think you could've," replied Sakura. As though sarcastically thinking about something, Naruto put his index finger on his chin and said, "Wait, so if I couldn't, and Sasuke couldn't, and you definitely couldn't, then how was us learning how to work as a team so bad?" "Oh, stop it," Sakura said, striking Naruto in the head. "Naruto, I'm so jealous. Since when did you get so?" she thought. "You're right for once, smart. I feel worthless now." Sasuke said, "He's right Sakura, but Naruto, there are times when working alone would be better. For instance," he trailed off. "Oh you mean your little ambition or whatever. Yeah I'm sure having a team of Anbu to back you up wouldn't hurt," said Naruto. "Shut up," started Sasuke, "what would you know loser?" "Exactly, I don't know." That means I have an objective point of view and I could make a better decision because I wouldn't be influenced by the same emotions as you. But I typically let my emotions carry me, so I was just, oh never mind, just shut up and eat your ramen duck. And Naruto punched him on the arm. Sasuke said, whatever moron, and then thought, well, you do have a point, but I will kill Itachi with my hands, it is my duty as a Uchiha. Sasuke then proceeded to punch Naruto on the arm, if you'd quit flirting with me then I would be able to eat. Naruto said, Sasuke you only wish I would flirt with you. Sakura thought, well they seem to be bonding well, what about me, I feel left out. Hey Sakura, why haven't you eaten anything, is there something wrong, asked Naruto. Oh, no, thanks for the concern, oh yeah. She picks up her chopsticks and begins eating. I just hope I can train and become useful to my team. Is her thought. She replied, hey Sasuke, Naruto, could I train with one of you sometime? I don't need any distractions while I train, Sasuke remarked. Sakura sagged at this. Naruto replied, anytime Sakura, just let me know when you're free and I'll try to come and train with you, assuming I'm free that is. Thanks, Sakura said. Naruto declared, I have an idea. According to Sasuke, what a shocker, no really, in order to increase our teamwork and our understanding of each other's abilities, why don't we hold team training, sparring sessions at least once a week, replied Naruto. Normally I would say, fuck off you insignificant turd, but I kind of like the way you put it, and if it can benefit me on missions, then I'm in, Sasuke said. Yeah, I'm going to use the two of you to make me stronger, Sasuke thought. He was punched in the arm by Naruto. Sakura said, you can count me in, thinking, I'll get stronger. So how about we start tonight? Replied Naruto, oh, and would you guys mind if I bring Hinata-chan with me? After paying for their meals, they went outside. When Sasuke asked, that Hyuga freak? Sasuke immediately fell to the ground and then leapt back up after Naruto knocked the shit out of him. What was that for idiot? She's my best friend, don't talk about her like that, replied Naruto. Sasuke said, oh, well, get over it. Whatever, Naruto replied, thinking, yeah, when she kicks your ass, you'll think she's a freak. Naruto said, I'll see you guys at the training ground at 5. These were, yeah, and responses. When Naruto heard a familiar voice scream, he broke away from the other two and headed toward the Hyuga household. Hinata was Naruto's only thought. Naruto turned off his 50 pounds. Casually removed weights from his torso, arms, and legs before taking off at full speed. When he arrived at the Hyuga residence, he leapt over the wall and closing it. Naruto looked around until he noticed something blatantly strange. He saw Hinata clutched in one arm of what appeared to be a snake slithering across the ground. Running, Naruto caught the snake. Like figure, by tossing some shuriken into the snake's back and leaping in front of it while holding out a kunai, Naruto blocked the snake's escape. Naruto was completely baffled by what transpired next. A human was formed when the snake's tail retreated into its body, and the human then stood. It was clearly some kind of ninja, but not the kind Naruto had ever seen or heard of. Holding Hinata over his shoulder, the ninja rose to his feet. The ninja had slitted snake. Like eyes, a white snake. Like face, and long black hair. Something scratched at the back of Naruto's head. Kyuubi shouted, use the brute fist, and Naruto swiftly entered his mindscape. Naruto returned. As the ninja began to melt through the ground, it was laughing and said, I can tell you are his son. Maybe I should toy with you a little bit, and see what the Nine Tails brat is capable of. But I can't do that right now. I now have one of the great dojutsu, so I have to be going now. Naruto's response was almost instinctive. He launched himself forward as though he were moving at the speed of light, kneeing the ninja in the stomach and sending it flying through a tree while snatching Hinata from the ninja's clutches. My, it seems the little Kyuubi brat has some power. Maybe I should kill you now so you don't get in the way of my plans, the ninja said, standing up and laughing. Come and get some, you freak, Naruto said, setting down Hinata and standing there unfazed by the threat. The ninja suddenly lunged forward and engaged Naruto in hand combat. Naruto would deftly sidestep the ninja's blows while delivering a few of his own. A group of 5 Hyuga, including Heishi, ran up to help while they were fighting. The ninja who resembled a snake jumped away from Naruto. Then, saying, who are you? No regular ninja should be able to keep up with me. Naruto leapt forward and kept using the brute fist to attack the snake. Man. At that moment, a member of the Hyuga family attacked the snake from behind. The snake backflipped over the man to avoid contact. The Hyuga member's neck was snapped by the snake. Ninja once they were behind him. You little demon. Brat, you may have ruined my plans to get the Byakugan this time, but next time I will have a dojutsu. I will master all jutsu in this world, and create thousands more, the snake. Man said, laughing as he sank into the ground. Then he vanished. Naruto went to the spot where he had placed Hinata, picked her up, and then turned to face the Hyuga members, including Heishi. Do you have a medic in your house, Lord Heishi? He asked, and that's when Hinata woke up. She raised her gaze to meet Naruto's. Naruto looked back at her. He appeared to lose himself in those large, stunning lavender eyes. They had that look that says, I'm yours, as if they could see right through your soul. For however long he gazed into her eyes, Naruto felt as though he was lost in those large lavender eyes. Lost in a sea of boundless bliss and beauty. After saying, Naruto. K.Kun, thank you so much. Hinata leapt out of his arms and gave him a hug. Naruto gave her a hug in return. After a brief embrace, they heard someone clear their throat. Both of them looked up to Heishi, who replied, I hate to interrupt this wonderful moment, but my daughter, you need to get cleaned up. Naruto-san, while my daughter is preparing herself, would you care to take a little walk with me? Yes, father, Hinata said after giving Naruto a quick glance. 5 Hyuga members then approached as Naruto and Hinata were embracing, and they made their way back to the Hyuga residence. Yes, Lord. Heishi, Naruto replied. Very well, I have a place I would like to show you. Heishi uttered the words. Follow me. Yes sir, Naruto replied. Heishi took Naruto to a location he had never been to before, the rear of the Hyuga residence. It was a garden. There was a rather large garden with a creek that ran through it. Do you know what this place is? Heishi asked Naruto as he turned to face him. Naruto remarked, no, but it is beautiful, as he surveyed the scene. The tall, colorful, diverse fruit trees, the flowers, the lush, green grass. Heishi replied, that it is, this is my late wife's garden. It was her favorite place to come when she was still with us. We would come here together and just enjoy each other's company. We would bring Hinata, and later we would bring Hanabi, though she probably can't remember because she was too young. This is also one of Hinata's favorite places as well. That is quite an amazing detail, but why bring me here? Why show me this? Asked Naruto, growing a little suspicious. Heishi cracked a grin. This place always seems to calm the mood, especially if you need to talk about something serious. Naruto said, all right, what do you need to talk about? Heishi remarked, where you learned the brute fist. I dunno what you're doing, Naruto gulped. Heishi offered assistance. Don't play dumb with me, I know what I saw while you were fighting that snake. Man, replied Heishi. Naruto sighed and gestured to his stomach, saying, I learned from. But how, was Hiashi's question. I make shadow clones at night while I sleep and he trains the clone, and then its memories transfer to me when I awaken, Naruto said. Naruto, I don't know if Kyuubi told you this, but, never mind, you'll find out soon enough, just forget what I said, Heishi replied. What? Oh, don't do this to me, man. This is gonna kill me, come on, please, asked Naruto. Heishi replied, no, you have to find out for yourself. With a dejected slouch, Naruto says, oh, okay, say, Lord Heishi. Yes, Naruto, Heishi answered. Naruto questioned, don't you think we should report this to the Hokage? Do not worry about that, I will handle that for you, and if you want you can double check behind me later. Naruto said, oh, I see. That's fantastic. Say, Lord Heishi. Yes, Naruto, Heishi replied. Could I take Hinata with me to train some with my team, if that is alright with you? Replied Naruto. Well, considering much of her growth and new confidence is because of you, yeah, I'd say I approve of her accompanying you to your team training. Good, Naruto said. Heishi uttered, oh, and Naruto. Yes, Lord Heishi, Naruto answered. Heishi made a slicing motion with his arm over his manhood and said, please don't make me get the family sword after you. I would love to have grandchildren from a Namikaze one day. Naruto gasped, why? 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 Yes S.SS. S. 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 Sir. W. W. W.YW. W. W. Would Y.UB. Bring something like tea. That up, I don't even know what that really is. Heishi concluded with a hint of rage, oh really? Then why are you so fazed by the threat? Have you already been having perverted thoughts about my daughter? Naruto went pale. Suddenly, Heishi appeared before him brandishing a sword. Naruto dodged and fled when he swung at him. "I swear, I haven't thought anything," Naruto declared. While pursuing Naruto, Heishi utters the words, "Stop Naruto, I just want to take a little of the top." With perspiration streaming down his face, Naruto went pale once more and sprinted even faster while yelling, "Stay away." This scene appeared as Hinata opened the garden door at that precise moment. "Guys are such idiots," she said, slapping her palm to her forehead. At the training grounds later, Hinata and Naruto approached the training area. After waiting for a few minutes, Sakura approached. "Hey Naruto-kun, Hinata-chan," Sakura said. These were, "Hey," and "Hello" responses. Sasuke approached a moment later, wearing a small smile. In his words, "Naruto, Sakura, Hinata said, "Hinata," in a tone that said, "You know damn well who I am." Sasuke replied, "Oh yeah, Hinata." Naruto responded, "Okay, I think we should train by means of a tournament of matches. It will be Hinata versus Sasuke, and then me versus Sakura, and the winner of those will fight." It was, all right, for all. Sasuke and Hinata faced off in the first match. The referee for this match would be Naruto. "The rules are as follows," Naruto said. 1. I will call the match when I think it is sufficient. 2. We will try to avoid killing. Believe me, I mean it when I say we will try to avoid killing. I will interrupt to stop any blow that I believe will kill someone. They all nodded, and then Sasuke and Hinata strode forward across the wide open field, each lowering themselves into a stance, with Sasuke's right hand on his pouch, palm facing out, and his left leg turned to the front and his right to the back. "So, are you ready to get wiped the floor with?" Sasuke asked. "I may not be as talented as you, yet, but I won't go down without one hell of a fight," replied Hinata. Sasuke said, "Oh, we'll see about that." She nodded and said, "You ready, Hinata?" "You ready, Sasuke?" He nodded, and Naruto said, "Begin." Sasuke shot forward and sliced Hinata across the chest. She looked perplexed for a moment, before poofing into smoke. Sasuke thought, a shadow clone, but how? Naruto must have taught it to her. Just then Sasuke felt the ground underneath him erupt. He narrowly escaped a small explosion that had a radius of 5 meters, about 15 feet. Sasuke had dodged by doing a few backhand springs. When he stopped he was barely able to lean to the side to dodge several kunai thrown at him. Exploding shadow clone hidden underground. This girl is good. How much do you train her, Naruto, and how good are you now? He turned to the direction the kunai had come from but felt a kunai pressed against his back. He spun and slashed her again. She poofed again. He thought, another shadow clone? Sasuke looked around then thought, oh wait, I need to get in some cover. Sasuke jumped into a tree. He hid in the leaves expertly. He just barely dodged by jumping forward as Hinata descended upon him from above. She was now chasing him. She was attempting to hit him with some good old-fashioned, painful, gentle fist strikes. He was dodging, and he noticed her Byakugan, and he said, "Wow, this is all the Byakugan can do. I'm not impressed." Just then Sasuke started being pummeled from behind by some gentle fist strikes. He was soon left a crumpled pile on the ground. But how? He asked. Hinata stated, 2 words, shadow clones. Sasuke made himself stand up, opened his eyes, and a tomo, a small black symbol, in the Sharingan, appeared. Hinata saw that he had a new surge of chakra, and she attacked him again, but he avoided them all perfectly. This girl is serious, Sasuke thought, and if I let this drag out, she'll wipe the floor with me. He pulled out a piece of wire attached to some kunai, then threw them to wrap the approaching Hinata and pin her to a tree. "I win this time," he said. "Oh really?" said Hinata with a smile. Sasuke grinned as he felt a kunai at his back. Hinata appeared alarmed, thinking that her kunai had sunk through him, making him just an image. She turned to catch a slug in the face, which sent her back into the same tree where her shadow clone had been. And Sasuke wrapped her in wire this time, holding a kunai to her throat and saying, "This time I know this is really you. I have won. You put up a hell of a fight. By all rights I should have lost. Get used to the compliment, because that is the only one you will get from me." Hinata lowered her head and Naruto declared, "Sasuke is the victor." After Sasuke let her go, Hinata went to take a seat where Sakura had been, and a Naruto clone served as the referee. Both Sakura and Naruto nodded, and the clone said, "Start." Naruto thought, I can't use too much on her, I'll have a little fun with this, then later I'll kick Sasuke's ass. Naruto made some weak shadow clones, whom he had run at Sakura while he sneaked into the woods behind himself. Sakura had already destroyed the 20-some-odd clones, causing the one being the ref to say, "Damon, you're getting your ass handed to you by Sakura." To which the last clone, right before it was destroyed, said, "Hey, you're me, you idiot." Sakura instantly looked around, then ran into the woods. Naruto smirked and thought, too easy. He sent a new shadow clone to suicide run at Sakura. The clone got 10 feet away from Sakura, who was hiding behind a tree, and exploded. He stayed that far away so as not to hurt her, just to flush her out. Sakura jumped out of her hiding spot, and landed, right below Naruto. He, without any sound, slipped from his perch in a tree and fell right on top of Sakura. He pinned her to the ground, one hand in each of his, and his knees keeping hers pinned. He moved their hands to where he made a sign to make a shadow clone. The clone pulled out a kunai and held it to Sakura's throat. "I win," said Naruto. "Okay, whatever," Sakura grinned, "but Naruto, get the hell off me." After shouting to Sasuke and Hinata, "Naruto has won," Naruto dispelled his clone and sprinted off, sending the memories to the clone waiting in the field. After Sakura struck Naruto on the head as they were walking through the woods into the clearing, Naruto rubbed his head and asked, "What was that for?" She continued, "At the end there we were in a very compromising position." "What are you talking about?" he asked. "That wasn't even on my mind. You're a pervert, Sakura." "Shut up and I'll be the referee for your and Sasuke's match," she said after getting a vein on her forehead and punching him in the head. Naruto said, "Hey Sasuke, I can tell you have little chakra left." After they returned to the other two. "Let's take a lunch break and return later." Sure, whatever," Sasuke said. "How about Ichiraku ramen, on me?" asked Naruto. "Oh yeah, I can go for that," Hinata said. "Sure," said Sakura and Sasuke. A short while later. "Oh Naruto, Hinata, oh yeah Sasuke and Sakura," Tuchi said as the group of shinobi entered the ramen stand. "What are you guys going to eat?" Naruto declared, "I'll have 3 bowls of miso pork ramen." The statement, "I'll have the same just with 2 bowls," was made by Hinata. Thank, insert whatever deity here, for ramen. As a broke college student I know how great ramen is. Sakura and Sasuke both ordered 1 bowl of beef ramen. As they ate their food and talked about the 2 matches, the group mostly talked about how awesome Hinata had been in the battle, but Hinata was being incredibly modest. Hinata responded, "No, I wasn't really that great." "Oh, we beg to differ." We all agreed, and Hinata won by a vote of 3-1. Naruto remarked, "You kicked ass." "Yes. You did, in fact. You were severely kicking my ass," said Sasuke, grinning. "If I hadn't unlocked a sliver of my sharing and I'd have lost." "Wait, what the hell? I'm not supposed to get close to anyone." "No friends. I am an Avenger. I guess I can make a couple on my way to killing that bastard," Sasuke thought. "Oh, I guess I did okay." Hinata sighed. Both girls burst out laughing when Naruto got up and produced a frog wallet. "What?" Tuchi, Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata all started laughing when Naruto said, "It's my little friend." Naruto blushed, took out cash, and paid for the meal, asking if the other 2 were coming or not. They all returned to the training ground after leaving the ramen shop. When they arrived, Sakura stood a short distance from Naruto and Sasuke, and Hinata took a back seat. Naruto nodded, and Sasuke did the same. The words, "begin," were hers. Naruto poofed and was replaced by a log after Sasuke's won. Tomo Sharingan sprang forward and slashed him with a kunai. Sasuke ducked to the left as 3 kunai whizzed out of the trees to his front. Right, and he jumped into the tree line to make sure Naruto wasn't in a tree above him. At that moment, Naruto came running out of the trees with a spider on his head and yelling, "Ah, get it off me." At this point, Sasuke muttered to himself, "Baka, got you now." He hurled multiple shuriken at Naruto, who poofed away as they struck. A shadow clone, what a surprise, Sasuke thought to himself. Naruto uttered the words, "You're right, what a surprise," behind Sasuke. Though he had to leap from the branch he was sitting on, Sasuke thought, when did he? He turned in midair and threw a kunai back at Naruto. It was also a spoof. What the hell? Sasuke asked himself. Sasuke landed while flying backwards while maintaining eye contact with the tree line, but Naruto grabbed him from behind in a full Nelson. Suddenly, he recalled, "What the hell? How did you do that? When did you get there?" There was a spider on the Naruto clone that had emerged from the woods earlier. It had to be a clone's hinge. "So you were the spider?" "Yup," Naruto replied, You know what's good about being taller than you, Dobi? Replied Sasuke. What was Naruto's query? Sasuke leaned over and quickly spun to the right, throwing Naruto over his shoulder and back before he hit the ground. Sasuke's knee landed on Naruto's face. Again, Naruto poofed. Damn it. Sasuke replied. How many more clones do you intend to use? Come out and fight me. Naruto emerged into the open space. Alright, whatever you wish. For a long minute, Naruto and Sasuke looked at one another. Then, while staring at each other, they both started running in the same direction and in parallel lines. After sliding to a halt, they each hurled a kunai at the other. After colliding in midair, the two kunai hit the ground. The ninjas simply charged at one another and started using only taijutsu in combat. Just before they arrived at each other, Kyuubi said, "Don't use." Naruto interrupted, saying, "I know not to use that Bruges fist, Kyuubi." Damn. The two ninjas were equal despite their ducks, dodges, swings, kicks, punches, knees, and elbows. After practicing only taijutsu for roughly 5 minutes in a row, they suddenly separated. Sasuke replied, "You are worthy of being tied with me for Rookie of the Year." Naruto responds, "Yeah, I guess so," with the thought, "Oh, you don't even know half of my true strength." Behind him, Naruto turned and ran into the forest, and Sasuke did the same. Both of them leapt into the trees and began to jump from one limb to another. After Sasuke leapt from one limb to another, Naruto suddenly created a clone that leapt back at him. Just before it exploded, Sasuke leapt over it as he was about to slash at it. Then he turned around and landed back on the limb. That was a close one, he reflected. He pivoted once more and proceeded to pursue Naruto. After jumping on 10 more limbs, a tiny beetle exploded as he landed on the 11th, forcing Sasuke to jump to his right to avoid suffering severe injuries. He leapt directly into the open from the tree line. Oh shish. He thought, I'm advancing his scheme. Glancing around, Sasuke saw that he was exactly where Hinata and Sakura had been. They had apparently struck up a conversation and were laughing and enjoying themselves. The phrase, "You two having fun," irritated Sasuke. After turning to face him and nodding, they both carried on with their activities. After sprinting to the middle of the field and assuming a fighting stance, Sasuke screamed, "Come on Naruto, I don't have all day." Naruto left the forest and made his way to the spot where he would face Sasuke. Alright, if that is what you wish, again, last time it went nowhere. Sasuke said, "Yeah, I'm going to kick your ass this time." They charged at one another once more and started using taijutsu to fight, after catching Sasuke's left hand swing and flipping him to the ground. Naruto kicked Sasuke's legs out from under him and forced Naruto into an armbar. Raising his legs, Naruto encircled Sasuke's throat with them. They resembled a human knot now. Sasuke said, "You're going to give up now," as they attempted to get the other one to give up. "Not a chance," was Naruto's statement. Sasuke declared, "This is going nowhere." Naruto answered, "Whatever you say, Sasuke." At that moment, Sasuke was grabbed by the back. Hinata held a kunai to Sasuke's throat as Sakura took his arms and held them behind his back. "What the hell is going on?" replied Sasuke, "Why are you interfering?" "We win," is how the two girls poofed and transformed into two Narutos. From the forest, Sakura and Hinata emerged, and Sakura declared Naruto the winner, saying, "The winner is Naruto.kun." After removing their human knot, Naruto and Sasuke bowed to one another and then slapped hands. "I think we can call that a draw for the record," Naruto stated. "Nah man, you exploited me being a little impatient," Sasuke replied, "You get the win." "Thanks, man," Naruto said. The words, "You did great Naruto," came from Sasuke. "Yeah you too," Naruto said. Sakura remarked, "You did fantastic Naruto." Hinata said, "Yeah, you did amazing. I didn't think I did that amazing. Something fishy is going on here," Naruto thought. After a minute of contemplation, Naruto heard Kyuubi erupt in laughter. "Kyuubi, what's so funny?" Naruto asked Kyuubi. "You don't even realize it yet, priceless," Kyuubi mentally told Naruto. As Naruto said, "Realize what, Kyuubi? You need to break your genjutsu," Kyuubi said. Naruto said, "Oh, I see. How can I do that again?" Kyuubi remarked, "Use a small amount of my power and it will instantly surge your chakra network, causing the chakra flow to your brain to be temporarily stalled, stopping the genjutsu." "Alright," Naruto said, concentrating on Kyuubi's chakra and using a small amount of it. Suddenly, Naruto woke up in the human knot once more after breaking the genjutsu. Furthermore, Sasuke had not yet been captured by his clones. Sasuke jumped back after releasing his armbar on Naruto and punching him in the face. Throwing kunais at the clones, he turned around. Sasuke remarked, "You're too predictable, Dobi." "Oh really?" was Naruto's response. Sasuke replied, "Yeah, I'd say you are." When Sasuke stepped on a bug he saw looking down, it puffed. "See, you're predictable." "Humph," was Naruto's word. At that moment, all of the rocks surrounding Sasuke turned into Naruto's, who seized and restrained him. Sasuke's was restrained by 2 Narutos on each limb, and 1 Naruto was restrained by his forehead on his head. After casually approaching and putting a kunai to Sasuke's neck, the real Naruto caused Sakura and Hinata to leap from their treetop perch and, as Sakura put it, "Naruto, you won, Baka." After dispelling all of his clones, Naruto allowed Sasuke to stand up. Speaking, Naruto said, "That was a great sparring match, man, good job." He then extended his hand. "Thanks, but I'll win next time." "But when did you place all those clones around us as stones?" Sasuke said, taking his hand. "When you were focusing on keeping me in that genjutsu, my 2 clones made other clones that hanged into rocks," stated Naruto. "That's pretty clever," Sasuke said. "That's how." Sakura and Hinata came over and said, "That was virtually a tie. I'm sure Sasuke could have found a way out of that, but I was just getting bored of the fight. You guys could go on for hours sparring in the ninja ways because you're both so good. I just didn't want to waste the rest of the day. It's getting late," said Sakura. Hinata replied, "Yeah, I'll agree to that." Kakashi made his customary entrance and said, "Yo," at that precise moment. Sakura questioned, "Kakashi Sensei, what are you doing here?" "Just telling you guys to be at the training grounds at 10 tomorrow for our first mission," he continued. Then he went out the same way he had come. After giving each other a nod, they all began to leave for the main area of the village. When they reached a crossroads, they said their goodbyes, with Sasuke and Sakura leaving together, and Hinata and Naruto leaving separately. Naruto responded, "So Hinata, how was today? Did you like the sparring matches?" "Yeah, but I wish I could have beaten Sasuke," she replied. "Yeah, well you came closer than I did to actually beating him, replied Naruto. "Yeah, I suppose so," Hinata replied. "Listen, don't worry Hinata, you're strong enough, and you'll improve with time, trust me," he stated. Hinata remarked, "Thanks Naruto-kun." After turning a corner, they arrived at the Hyuga Manor, house, estate, or whatever you want to call it. Naruto smiled and said, "See you later, Hinata. Chan, it was nice hanging out with you," as they turned to face one another. "It was fun. See you later Naruto-kun," she replied. She entered her home and proceeded to her chamber. She went to sleep after completing her daily tasks. After running home, Naruto got into his clothes and jumped into bed. He created a shadow clone before he went to sleep and said, "You know what to do." The clone just sat down on the floor after nodding. Kyuubi was waiting patiently for the clone in his mindscape. "Kyuubi, what are we doing tonight?" Naruto inquired. Kyuubi declares, "Tonight you are going to die." Naruto asks, "What are we doing tonight?" Kyuubi declares, "You're going to die tonight." Ch. 9. A hell of a night, oh hell. I don't stand a chance against him, Naruto thought after swallowing, "But hey, if I die, I'm going down swinging." "I thought that if I died you died," he added. "It is true, but I'm not going to kill you per se, I'm just going to take over your body," Kyuubi says with a laugh before striking a vicious fist stance. Naruto grinned to himself as soon as Kyuubi assumed his stance, then he dropped into his own position. After waiting, Kyuubi hurried Naruto, yelling, "I'm going to kill you, brat." When Kyuubi attempted to hit Naruto in the face, Naruto performed a backflip and kicked Kyuubi hard in the chin. As Kyuubi was rapidly pursuing Naruto, who was using backhand springs to escape, this caused him to stall for only a moment. Naruto soon arrived at the training area's wall, and started running up it backwards while making his most common hand gesture. Kyuubi stood there and gave him an awkward look before suddenly feeling 10 violent fists strike him in the spine. Thanks to Naruto's shadow clone, which materialized behind Kyuubi. Kyuubi turns around and gives the clone a single, vicious blow to the chest. He turned back toward Naruto. It took about half a second to complete the motion. "Damn, that was fast," decides Naruto. "That was a little impressive, having your clone spawn behind me," Kyuubi says, turning to face Naruto. With a, "Well, you know, gotta use what I can," response, the blonde returned to his stance. Kyuubi sprang forward with incredible speed and struck Naruto's neck with a savage fist. Naruto collapsed and began coughing up blood as a result. Simply laughing, Kyuubi remarks, "Kid, I thought you would have improved more than this." The Naruto on the ground poofed out of existence at that very moment. A shadow clone? Kyuubi thought. He turned around at that moment, only to be struck squarely in the temple by Naruto's extremely strong brute strike. Kyuubi slammed into the ground below after falling off the wall, then leapt back up. He yelled, "How the fuck did you do that, kid?" Naruto uttered the words, "Not telling you fur, ball," lowering himself to his brute fist position. It's time to stop going easy, Kyuubi thought. Then Kyuubi leapt forward and launched a barrage of punches and kicks that, despite Naruto's initial block, started to land with minimal opposition. Naruto ended up on the ground in a mess after everything was said and done. Kyuubi chuckled and continued, "You should give up and let me have your body. Don't worry, I promise not to hurt your friends." "Not really, I'm gonna kill them the slowest of all. Oh, and the Hyuga girl. I'm gonna have a little fun with her." Almost paralyzed, Naruto suddenly experienced an unfathomable level of rage. He abruptly lost his train of thought, leaping to his feet and yelling, "Like hell you will." But at that very moment, an extremely strange thing occurred. Naruto's expression grew stoic and relaxed. The child seemed to have lost all feeling. "There we go, now things will be interesting," Cubit thought. Then Naruto hurried Kyuubi. Kyuubi leapt into the air and tried a whirlwind kick when Naruto was within 5 feet of him, but it was unsuccessful as Naruto slid beneath him before emerging from behind and striking Kyuubi's neck with a swift but forceful blow. Following this, Naruto struck Kyuubi in the lower back. But with these two blows, Naruto combined his brute and gentle fists, and in addition to using the brute fist to cause significant structural damage, he also sent out chakra to disrupt Kyuubi's chakra surrounding his spinal cord. As a result, Kyuubi's human form changed back to that of a tiny fox, and then to a red chakra puddle on the ground. The real Kyuubi opened his eyes in the cage behind Naruto and uttered the words, "You insufficient little whelp, how dare you?" "Fuck you, Kyuubi, you deserved what you got," Naruto interrupted him. Kyuubi interrupted him with a roar of laughter. "What's so funny?" the blonde asks. "Well, it is the fact that I accomplished what I needed," the fox replied. "And what might that be?" the blonde inquired. "Well, the past couple of months I noticed that you haven't been seeing my subtle hints to implement the Hyuga's tactic of sending chakra into the area of the strike. Well, I needed you to see it on your own, so I decided giving you some motivation would have helped you do it. Tell me, do you remember how you did it?" replied the Kyuubi. "Wait, you're telling me that was a test, that wasn't all of your power," replied the brunette. "Oh goodness no, that was maybe 1/10,000th of my strength, maybe even less. Well, it is because the strength of my little clone is directly proportional to the amount of chakra I can give it, and I can only so much chakra to you through the seal before the seal shuts me out. So, yeah, that is how strong the clone was. Anyways, answer my question, do you remember how you did it, or how you came to think of it?" replied Kyuubi. "Well yeah, as I was fighting you, I was thinking that you were gonna probably kill me, and I knew just the brute fist wouldn't be enough. Then I remembered that your clone seems to be made completely of chakra that is reshaped into the form I was fighting. Then I remembered Hinata telling me that the gentle fist works by sending chakra into an opponent's chakra system to disrupt it. So I then thought that I could do that to you, but only on a more massive scale by sending a load of chakra into your system. It was really a gamble," Naruto replied. "Pretty good observation and thought process. However, how did you know to strike the back of my neck and my lower back?" replied Kyuubi. "I figured that because the body's nervous system uses the spinal cord as a causeway for sending signals, it would be a very sensitive area. The first times I hit you in the back, it was just me testing the amount of chakra required to actually make a difference. It doesn't surprise me it takes a lot. In fact, I am exhausted. Sakura told me a lot about the nervous system. I swear, when that girl quit being such a fan. Girl, she became quite a nerd. Anyways, yeah, that is just about it," replied the brunette. "Okay, but I have to tell you something disappointing," replied Kyuubi. "What is it, Kyuubi?" the blonde inquired. "Well, you have become strong, really strong for a genin," Kyuubi replied. "And? That's bad how?" the blonde remarked. "Well think about it, if you are currently 10 times stronger than any other genin, you may attract unwanted attention to yourself. Do you follow me?" Kyuubi replied. "Not really," was Naruto's response. "If you have a really strong opponent, one which you feel threatened by, Then won't you try to snuff your opponent out before they get any stronger? Replied Kyuubi. Oh, I get it now, so it's almost like I've gotten too strong, the blonde replied. No, not too strong overall, but too strong for your age. I have devised a solution to this problem, however, replied Kyuubi. Naruto asked, what is it? A seal, Kyuubi said. Naruto said, a seal, and then looked perplexed. How will that help us? He asked. Well, we can seal away a certain amount of your power so that you aren't so much stronger than your genin friends, said Kyuubi. That can't work. If I go back down to their level, then I'll be in danger from stronger opponents, like Chunin, who might want me dead, Naruto said. You misunderstand. I don't mean to permanently seal away your abilities, just to place a seal so that you have to forcibly remove the seal to gain access to the powers. In other words, it is like a locked door, which on the other side has a portion of your powers. Only, this door needs to be made of 3-foot thick titanium and be locked by 3 different locks that alternate codes, stated Kyuubi. The blonde looked at the description of the symbolic door in confusion. Kyuubi let out a sigh. The seal must be really strong so that it is hard for you to get through. But why? Naruto said. The point is to keep you from using some of your abilities subconsciously. By making it to where you must put forth a lot of effort to get your abilities, not only will you hide your abilities, but you will also not tap into them all the time without thinking about it. Kyuubi continued. Oh, okay, I get it. Wait, you speak as if you've taught me all that you can so far, replied Naruto. Well, almost, we're not that far off. We just have to train you until you can easily infuse chakra into your brute hits. Also, you will need to do the seal, Kyuubi replied. What? The bond cried. I am not that good with seals, replied Kyuubi. However, you are from a clan that is naturally masters at seals. And let's just say your father was a master of seals, replied Kyuubi. You know who my family was, the blonde said. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wait. Kyuubi thought, oh shit, I slipped. No, I heard rumors that he was a master at seals, and Uzumakis were known far and wide for their seals, replied Kyuubi. I have my mother's name. Wait, you heard rumors, but... Naruto pondered for a moment before asking. Yeah, listen kid, it is not my place to tell you your lineage, you will learn it in time. Kyuubi was interrupted. Oh okay, whatever, it's not like I care, you can't miss something you never had. Anyways, do you know of any good scrolls for seals? Inquired the brunette. Just look into your memory of all the things I taught you. I put some very basic sealing in there, see what you can learn of the basics, then go to the library and get some scrolls and such on upper level seals, replied Kyuubi. That will be a problem, the library doesn't let me in, replied Naruto. Well, go to the Hokage and tell the old man of this bullshit, replied Kyuubi. Naruto said, oh, all right, after 3 months. Naruto turned to face the mirror. He glanced at the seal above it, then at the one on his stomach. The new seal was a circle with 3 tridents sticking out from the middle, each spaced equally apart. There was a distinct symbol above each point where the trident touched the circle. The elements are represented by 5, heaven and earth by 2, and light and dark by 2. Naruto recalled the day he applied the seal. Rewind before he went to sleep. Naruto created a shadow clone and presented the plans to Kyuubi from his memory. Very nice kid. I can make out a complex storage seal in the center, and 9 different locks, Kyuubi said after grinning and examining the seal. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass to make, but worth it. I think I'll make myself 50% of my current strength, replied Naruto. Well, then you'll be about as strong as that Uchiha, and 5 times stronger than the average genin, the Kyuubi replied. As the clone started to apply the seal to the original's body, Naruto remarked, yeah, I figured as much. Well, here we go. Hey kid, how did you half your power without sealing away half your chakra, and sealing away only 10% of it? Kyuubi asked him after he finished. Well, I took out some of the acute details of the brute fist, and some of my strength and speed. Along with the 10% decrease, it is about a decrease to about 52% of my strength. Then took a little more strength and now it is at about 50%, give or take a 0.5%, said the brunette. Oh okay, that's good. Now we can breathe easy, as we won't attract any unwanted attention, and if you find an opponent that is too strong, you can simply unlock the seal, Kyuubi replied. Simply, you think it would be simple to unlock this seal? It would take me over an hour to do so I would only be able to do it with prior notice of an enemy, or after we retreat, or using shadow clones to fight while I unseal it. Naruto yelled. Oh, well, I guess that is good. Now you really can't dip into your abilities when you don't really need to, Kyuubi replied. You can say that again, Naruto said. The end of the flashback. Naruto let out a sigh. He was dressed in black trousers and a blue shirt with the same symbol on the shoulders as his old jumpsuit's back, and it was the same color. In order to assign his team to another mission, he left to meet them at the Hokage Tower. He thought, I can't bear to have to catch that fucking cat again, and fervently hoped it wasn't another D-ranked mission. Well, he thought, we've truly come together as a team, particularly since we've been holding half-day training sessions every Saturday and spending the other half of the day hanging out. Although I can understand, Kakashi Sensei does train Sasuke a bit more than Sakura and I do, and Sakura has truly developed into a strong kunoichi. Sasuke has also become a little more gregarious and open. In any case, it's time to head to the tower. After 5 minutes, Naruto stood in front of the Hokage Tower, waiting for his group. When his group arrived, he greeted Sakura, Chan, Sakashi, Sensei, and Sasuke with a fist bump. They approached the Hokage's office, knocked, and complied with the order to enter. The Hokage, Iruka, and a few other people were seated in the office. After 2 minutes, I think it's ridiculous. Old man, we deserve a higher ranked mission. We have the highest success rank than any other team, and yet we have no C-rank missions like some other teams, replied Naruto. That is very true, but there aren't any C-rank missions available that fit your team's skill set, the Hokage replied. He looked down as though to say, the seal on my stomach, old man, I know what's in there. Oh, don't give me that crap, I know there is at least one. I also know the real reason you won't give us any missions. He nodded, but I still believe that your team is not yet ready. Besides, we have a host of D-rank missions that need to be taken care of, like catching that cat again. If I may, Hokage Sama, I agree with Naruto. I can vouch for my team's skills, and I know they are ready for a C-ranked mission, Kakashi said, raising his hand to take the floor. After considering it for about 3 minutes, the Hokage gave up and said, oh, okay, Naruto, you won this time. Naruto exclaimed, whippy, while bouncing up and down. After giving Kakashi a scroll, the Hokage said, your mission is to escort a bridge builder back to his home in the Land of Waves. Aw man, this mission is going to stink. Why do we have to escort some stupid bridge builder back to his country? This mission sounds cool, but I have to stay in character, Naruto thought before responding, Naruto. It's because he feels threatened by bandits and whatnot, the Hokage said. And, bandits are worthy of my awesomeness. Why? Naruto said, puffing his chest and then beating it once. The Hokage said, because you're not as awesome as you think you are, to which Naruto let out a very deflated breath. Sakura and Sasuke both chuckled, but Kakashi smiled. Okay, enough teasing, it's time for you to meet your client, Tazuna, you may enter now, the Hokage said, clearing his throat. An older-looking man entered through the open door. With a half-drunk appearance, he turned to face the Hokage and said, I asked for good ninja, and this is the team I got. What in the world is this? I'll have you know that Sasuke and I were the two tied for first place, boys to graduate this year, and Sakura was one of the top girls in our class to graduate this year, Naruto said before the Hokage could finish speaking. That's just it. You graduated this year, Tazuna remarked. In response, Tazuna's eyes widened and he said, okay, I guess I'll accept them. The Hokage said, I assure you Tazuna-san that this team is one, if not the best genin squad I have. It is headed by the famous Kakashi, of the Sharingan. Naruto remarked, no one asked for your acceptance. Shut up, pipsqueak, Tazuna said. Naruto became visibly irate in response. Sakura laughed. Sasuke smiled a little, and Kakashi paid no attention to them because he was too preoccupied with the book he was reading. Kakashi, you and your team are dismissed, the Hokage declared. All right, Tazuna, Sasuke, Sakura, and Pipsqueak, get your things ready and report to the main gate in an hour, Kakashi said after nodding and closing his book. Why you? Yelled Naruto, who then dashed towards Kakashi, who, smiled, before vanishing. Sakura, the Hokage, Tazuna, and even Sasuke were now laughing uncontrollably. After 45 minutes, Naruto ran into Hinata as he was making his way to the main gate. Inquiring, hey Hinata, how you doing? I'm good, how about you? She said. He said, I'm good. I'm just heading over to the main gate, about to start on my first real mission, after having a flashback in which the word, pipsqueak, played in his mind. She said, that sounds like fun. What is it? We're escorting a bridge builder back to his homeland in Wave. Boring, said the man. She half said, half-asked, nonsense, you might encounter some really strong bandits maybe. Yeah, I guess, I just feel like bandits will only be a waste of my time, he said. Yeah, well think about it. The Hokage can't really send a more skilled team for bandits, can he? This means you being in one of the best genin squads makes it to where you will get some of the missions that are just too dangerous for most genin, but not dangerous enough for a team of Chunin or Junin, she replied. I never thought of it that way. Wow, you really are smart, Hinata, he replied. Thanks, she said. He said as he fled, don't mention it. Oh crap, I gotta go. See ya later, Hinata-chan. She said, yeah, see you, Naruto.kun, at the main gate later. Before the team's always tardy sensei showed up, Naruto said, okay guys, let's see. Sasuke, do you have plenty of wire? Sakura, do you have medical supplies? Do I have plenty of seals? I assume we all have plenty of kunais and shurikens. Tazuna was a little impressed by the team's thoroughness. After 10 minutes, Kakashi showed up and apologized, saying, I was busy. Kakashi simply sighed in response to the statement, wow sensei, you're getting lazy on your excuses. He said, all right, it's time to move out, and they all started to leave, with Naruto being the exception. Tazuna said, hey Pippi the Pipsqueak, are you okay? After everyone had stopped and turned to face each other. I'm fine a-hole, I just have an idea, Kakashi-sensei, how about we, later. While strolling along the dirt road, Naruto and his companions came across a few puddles of water. Two ninjas with chains and metal claws attacked the group a few seconds later. The younger ninja is stunned when they wrap their chain around Kakashi and then turn him into mincemeat. One of the two ninjas stabbed Naruto in the throat while the other stabbed Sasuke in the back of the head as they jumped between the momentarily stunned genin. When they turned around, one stabbed Sakura in the stomach, while the other stabbed Tazuna in the throat. Before they could truly react, the entire group was killed in a matter of seconds. All of the bodies poofed into smoke at that point. One of them screamed, what? Before someone grabbed one of his arms, broke it over his knee, and then wrapped that arm around his neck. He then felt the familiar pressure of a kunai against the back of his neck. He noticed Naruto when he turned around. His eyes widened before he began to fall, blacking out the last image of his teammates suffering from the Onxie-haired boy's actions. Kakashi approached Naruto and said, your plan to have a group of doppelganger Kage Bunshin hang to look like us walk ahead of us was pretty great. I wish I would have thought of it myself. It proved really useful. Now, let's see if we can get any info out of these guys. The genin replied, thanks, I was just trying to be useful. After giving a nod, Kakashi looked at the two ninjas who were fastened to the tree. With a knife in hand, he approached the ninja and said, let me see, who sent you? According to the person on the left, Gato did. Kakashi questioned, did anyone else do this Gato hire? The person on the right said, no, we won't tell you anything. Kakashi slashed the throat of the person on the right after glancing at the one on the left, who was clearly the more terrified of the two. The ninja's body and legs twitched and convulsed until he died, and the sound of gurgling could be heard as he choked on his own blood. Gato hired two other, but I don't know them, I swear. In fact, I think we're stronger than they are, the ninja on the left continued. With a smile on his face, Kakashi said, thanks, before slitting the ninja's throat as well. He told you what you needed, screamed Sakura. In response to Kakashi turning to face her, Naruto said, and, do you expect us to let him live? We have no way of transporting him back to the village for further questioning, and thinking that leaving him here tied up and them not trying to kill us later is just naive. She shivered and remarked, but we shouldn't have to be so cold-hearted. Kakashi continued, over time you will learn to turn your heart off when you need to, but it never makes killing easier, but it is something that must be done for the safety of our village. Sakura gave a nod. Tazuna gulps and nods when Kakashi turns to face her and says, we need to have a little talk. Kakashi responds, you lied to us. You knew this mission would run the risk of running into ninja, but you withheld it, why is that? It's simple, I can't afford a higher ranked mission, my land is strapped for money ever since Gato came in and took over, he is a tyrant and is sucking up all the resources and money of the land of waves. Tazuna replied. Sakura said, wait, is this Gato the one that owns the... Yes, but that is just a front for all his illegal activities, replied Tazuna. Well, I'm writing the Hokage, Tazuna pleaded, wait, please reconsider. After giving it some thought, Kakashi informed his team. I will not make this decision on my own, we will take a vote. Sakura nodded and said, I agree. Naruto said, I won't leave a nation of people to fend for themselves under oppression. If there are stronger ninja I can test myself against, then I'll do it. Murmured, okay. But I'm sending word to the Hokage for a Chunin team to meet us at the boat we have arranged. With a nod, Tazuna said, okay. Kakashi called forth a messenger bird, wrote something on it, and released it into the air. Okay. Let's go, Kakashi said. When Sasuke said, oppression? That's a pretty big word for you, Naruto. The group began to leave. Naruto responded by hitting Sasuke on the back of the head and saying, shove it, duck. But everyone then burst out laughing. But nobody, not even Kakashi, saw that an almost undetectable projectile hit the messenger bird as it rose higher. The note and the team's hopes for reinforcements would be crushed when the messenger bird would lay in the road for a few hours until a farmer and his cattle passed over it later that day. Tazuna and the team were now traveling to Wave in a small boat. Sakura and Sasuke were being asked by Naruto, have you guys checked your supplies? All right. Minato. Sensei, he is a natural born leader, just like his father, Kakashi remarked with a smile. The ferryman said, all right, this is as far as I take you. Thank you for coming this far, Tazuna said. With a nod, the man pushed away and walked away. After leaving, the group began to walk down a road. Kakashi said, hey Tazuna, is there a hotel in town? Yeah, but it is in shambles. It's a place that Gado's thugs use as a hangout. I wouldn't sleep there. You guys should stay with me and my family, replied Tazuna. Yeah sure, Kakashi replied. Naruto heard it as he was following the group on foot. From a bush 10 yards ahead and to the right of the road, there was a slight exhale of breath. So one of their next assassins is here already. Time to put on a show, he thought. Naruto shouted, all right, as he dashed forward and then pretended to pay close attention. There, he yelled as he hurled a kunai at a bush that was directly across from his actual objective. Kid, don't scare us like that, Tazuna said. After saying, sorry about that, and returning to the group, Naruto turned to face Kakashi and nodded his head. Then a second kunai shot out of the same bush where he had thrown the first one, crossing the road and entering the opposite bush. What the hell? Sakura exclaimed. Then a shadow clone of Naruto emerged from the bush. Oh. Kakashi went to see where Naruto's kunai had disappeared to. There was a white snow rabbit underneath it, and it had passed through and hit a tree on the other side. The rabbit then ran out onto the road and down it. Sakura began shouting and talking endlessly about how Naruto shouldn't harm the cute rabbit. But Kakashi, Naruto, and Sasuke were all considering a white rabbit, at this time of year, substitution, in a similar way. At that moment, there was the sound of a large object cutting through the atmosphere. With wide eyes, Kakashi shouted, everyone down now. While Naruto tackled Sakura and Sasuke ducked, Kakashi tackled Tazuna to the ground. A man suddenly materialized on the handle of a giant sword that had passed over them and embedded itself in a tree. The words, well, if it isn't Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist, were spoken by Kakashi as he stood up and moved slightly forward. Zabuza remarked, and you are Sharingan Kakashi, the copy ninja. Well, I didn't expect someone as high caliber as you to stoop so low as to be hired by scum like Gado, replied Kakashi. I don't have to answer to you, replied Zabuza, but I just need the money for some personal reasons. Sakura said, I thought he wasn't going to say anything. I said that much, because you are all going to die, replied Zabuza. Abruptly, a dense fog formed, and Zabuza vanished. He began enumerating some of the body's lethal parts. All of the group members suddenly experienced a strong desire to kill. Sasuke was the worst since it was reminding him of the night of the Uchiha massacre, when Itachi had beaten him. Tazuna and the other 3 genin were also about to shit their pants. Kakashi replied, don't worry everyone, I don't let my comrades die, I will protect you with my life. As he emerged between the genin and Zabuza, he asked, is that so? Kakashi moved lightning fast and stabbed Zabuza in the stomach as he was swinging his sword. Naruto remarked, behind you, as the Zabuza in front of him turned to water. Kakashi was then sliced in 2. Then Kakashi turned to the water, and Zabuza said, perplexed, water clone. End of the road, was Kakashi's statement after a kunai was placed against his neck. Kakashi was about to cut his throat when Zabuza materialized behind him. Zabuza then swung, and although Kakashi ducked beneath it, Zabuza kicked him into the nearby water. Then, as Kakashi emerged, Zabuza uttered the words, water prison jutsu. At that moment, a ball of water encased Kakashi, from which Kakashi would be unable to free himself, and Zabuza had to keep his hand in it to keep it in place. He raised one hand and said, water clone jutsu. A water clone emerged from the water. This water is as strong as steel. Good luck getting out. Meanwhile, I think it's time to kill your little twerps and relieve you of babysitting Kakashi. Then he kicked Naruto in the face, sending him flying away. So brats, what do you think is gonna happen now? You think you are ninja. You aren't ninja. When you are so used to hovering between life and death, when you get so dangerous you are listed in the bingo book, then you can call yourselves ninja. Sasuke lunged but was simply flung aside. Kakashi responded, listen to me everyone, run, you will not stand a chance against him. He can't leave this prison jutsu, and his clone shouldn't make it too far away, run. Sasuke had the same thought as Naruto. Didn't you tell us in training not to ever leave a comrade, that only those worse than trash leave a comrade, besides, we'd die if we ran? The two exchanged glances and nodded. About 30 of Naruto's clones ran and piled up on top of Zabuza. Naruto devised a more effective plan during that period. When Zabuza shoved the clones away from him, they all slid back. After getting to his feet, Naruto threw a big shuriken at Sasuke. Sasuke grinned after realizing how heavy it was. After turning around, he leapt to his feet and hurled the shuriken. It pursued the real Zabuza after going by the water clone. He just caught it and wondered why it felt a little heavy. Then he saw the second one coming and leapt over it at the last second. The person behind him poofed, and Naruto threw a kunai at him in its place. In order to release the prison jutsu, Zabuza spun the shuriken and threw it at what he believed to be Naruto. When that one also poofed, he thought, what? Then, as the freed Kakashi approached him, he swung the shuriken at him until it poofed and changed into the real Naruto. After flipping Kakashi over, Zabuza kicked Naruto back to the ground. Zabuza remarked, you got lucky you little shits. Don't kid yourself, they got the better of you and you know it, stated Kakashi. It matters not, it's down to you and me again Kakashi, replied Zabuza. When Kakashi said, yeah, but this time, I'm pissed. As they ran through hand signals, the two leapt apart. The two jutsus cancelled each other out after they each threw identical water dragons at one another. Kakashi then sent a jutsu at Zabuza before he could finish speaking, copying what he was about to say. The enormous vortex came directly at Zabuza, leaving him against a tree, completely bewildered and shaken. Zabuza asked, can you see the future? As he prepared to deliver the final blow, Kakashi remarked, yes, and this is the day you die. Then, suddenly, Zabuza's neck is struck by two senbon. Then, about 30 yards away, the ninjas spotted a man standing on a tree branch. You were right, today was his last day alive. I must thank you though, I have been tracking him for days now. The boy vanished in a gust of wind and then resurfaced beside Zabuza, whose pulse Kakashi was checking. He is dead, Kakashi declared. Hey, who do you think you are? Naruto exclaimed as he rushed to halt in front of the boy, thinking, that's strange, Senin. Time to put on the dummy act. Naruto, exclaimed Kakashi. What? I mean we were pushed to our limits with Zabuza, and that means something since you're here, but he just shows up and bam just like that. I know, but this is the ninja world. You have to understand there are children younger than you, and stronger than me, Kakashi said, reaching down and holding Naruto's two shoulders in his hands. He then glanced at Sasuke, obviously referring to Itachi. Sasuke swallowed. With a, don't you get it, expression on his face, Naruto turned away from the boy and said, I know sensei, but, I mean, how could he just show up and kill Zabuza with senbon just before you were about to kill him? As the boy vanished with Zabuza, Kakashi's eyes widened as he realized his mistake a minute too late. In fact, I apologize for making money off of your labor, but I have to leave now, I have to get rid of this body. Damn it, was Kakashi's response. Sakura and Sasuke both asked, what is it? Never mind it, was Naruto's response. Following this, Kakashi stated, we need to get to Tazuna's house and rest and heal. Then we will oversee him completing the bridge and finish our mission. Right, the team said. Tazuna said, sorry, I'm such a bother. Naruto stated, it's quite all right. As they began to leave, Kakashi passed out. The team shouted for their sensei, but he was completely unconscious. Kakashi. Sensei, shouted after the group. Unfortunately, it was in vain because Kakashi died and fell to the ground. Since they were now without Jonin, Naruto was immediately on high alert for any additional enemies that might attack. Sakura was also on high alert, as was Sasuke. They all nodded when Naruto turned to face them, and he proceeded to create 4 shadow clones. Sasuke moved to the left of Tazuna, Sakura to the right, and Naruto in front of Tazuna as they picked up Kakashi and she moved to stand in front of the clones holding him. All right brats, let's get to my house on the double, replied Tazuna. With a collective nod, they departed. The team was completely stunned as they ran through the heart of the small village. People were starving and so malnourished that you could see their ribs. Two boys, no older than Naruto, were fighting over a piece of bread down an alley between two huts. Children, probably orphans, were sitting next to huts, and there was not a single glimmer of joy in anyone's eyes. When they went by the market, they saw that there was not enough meat or produce. The village was dying. A dying land. It's all due to one man, Gato. It leaks. That poisonous being was more concerned with his $100,000 shoes than with anyone else's health. The garbage. The scum. The curse of these individuals' lives. As the team sped through the town, each member silently vowed to make sure Gato's head was returned to Konoha. When the team arrived at Tazuna's house, they followed her inside. What the hell is going on, father? Tsunami exclaimed. This ninja collapsed after a battle. We need to put him in one of the spare bedrooms, stated Tazuna. The Genins shook their heads. Okay then I guess he just needs to rest, and Tsunami nodded before telling them to lay him on the couch while I prepare his room. Does he have any wounds? She then vanished upstairs. Sakura remarked, I wonder how long Sensei will be out of it. I'm not sure, Naruto said. Yeah, Sasuke replied. The Genin turned to face their sensei as a moan came from the couch. Naruto chuckled as Kakashi's eyes widened and he attempted to sit up. Hey sensei, that lady called, you know, the one from a month ago, said something about being late, whatever that means, Naruto said. He lay back down and said, that's me. Oh, hey guys, the one-eyed ninja said. Sakura sulked and pondered. TMI while Kakashi was blushing, Naruto and Sasuke were laughing uncontrollably. Tsunami returned downstairs to declare the room prepared. After creating 4 clones, Naruto led Kakashi to his chamber. Thank you, but could I take a plate to eat in the room I'll be sleeping in, and can I take the plate for Kakashi? Sensei, was Naruto's response when he returned downstairs and was informed that dinner was ready. As she prepared and presented the blonde with 2 plates of food, Tsunami said, you certainly may, here enjoy. The blonde said, thank you, and vanished up the stairs. Kakashi was already asleep when Naruto brought the food to him, so Naruto simply ate it himself. I'm going to go talk to Kyuubi for a long time now. Naruto would have to meditate with Kakashi in the room with him since he would be sleeping in the same room as his team. Oh well, he reflected. After settling into the lotus position and settling into his sleeping bag, Naruto started to meditate. He entered his mental landscape. Looking at the fox, the blonde said, hey furball, what are you up to? Don't call me that you little brat. I am the 9-tailed demon fox. The least you could do is call me by my real name you insolent whelp, yelled Kyuubi. Geez, what's stuck up your ass today? Inquired Naruto. Anyways, Hugh, it's time I put a special alteration to one of the seals that is keeping my true strength at bay. The fox yelled, do what? Well tell me, how long does it take to break the first seal to unlock 10% more of my brute force? Replied Naruto. As though calculating, Kyuubi turned his head and asked, about 10 seconds brat, why? I'm going to be fight Zabuza Momochi, demon of the mist, master of the silent kill. 1 second might be too much time to release some skill, stated Naruto, not to mention whatever abilities his little friend might have. According to Kyuubi, true, but how will you do this? I am going to alter the structure of these seals and create various relay seals. These seals will be on my arm, but invisible. If I need to alter them further, I can make them visible by thinking about them being visible, but the big bonus is I can release the seal without using hand signs or anything. Anyways, I gotta go. See ya Q. Wait, what is your real name? Replied Naruto. Kurama, Kyuubi said. As he exited his mindscape, Naruto said, okay, I'll see you later, Kurama. He pulled up his shirt to reveal his seals and shifted from his lotus position to a standard crisscross sitting position. Then he started working. Next day, time skip. Naruto, I always tried to catch up to you. You were always the one I wanted to impress. You were the person that drove me to train harder, and now, when you need me, said the teenager. Who is that? My vision is too blurry to tell who it is, he pondered. The next words he couldn't make out before hearing a loud explosion were, when you need me, I will help you. Because you helped me in my time of need, I will help you because. Naruto sat up, letting out a thick, icy perspiration. Everyone was staring at him, he realized as he glanced around. You okay there Naruto? You were making some pretty weird noises in your sleep, Sakura responded. He thought, What the hell was that dream about? After the blonde said, yeah, I'm fine, just a nightmare. Anyways, it's time I talked with you guys about something. Go get the bridge builder and bring him in here too, replied Kakashi. Kakashi said, to put it bluntly, believe that Zabuza is still alive, 5 minutes after Tazuna entered the room. What, was the cry of Sakura, Tazuna, and Sasuke. But that hunter nin, Sakura uttered. Her statement was cut off when Naruto said, the ninja is the master of deception. That is correct, Kakashi responded. Think about. Why did the hunter.nin not help us until the very last minute? Why did the hunter.nin use senbon, which are usually used for medical reasons and not to kill, and why did the hunter.nin not destroy the body right then? Think about it. That hunter.nin was really trying to save Zabuza. In any case, the way he really was almost dead, so he should be out of it about as long as I will be. In the meantime, we need to get you guys stronger. Sakura said, okay. Whatever, the still, drowsy blonde said, I already knew this. Sasuke said, HN. At the open field, I mean, the Batcave, later. As he ascended a tree using crutches, he said, I'm going to teach you guys a technique to aid in your everyday ninja lives and for your chakra control, just watch this. What's so special about this sensei? He asked the blonde as he turned back to face Naruto, who was standing erect with his arms crossed. It goes without saying that Kakashi's eyes were quite large, and that Sasuke and Sakura's eyes were protruding from their skulls. Lol, Green Day reference lol. Well, I guess you can skip this part of the training then, replied Kakashi, but the others should continue with this. Mark the tree with a kunai to track how high you go. Naruto, come with me. Dobi, how strong are you really? Sasuke thought, and until Sakura ran up the tree, she felt worthless. Sakura exclaimed, wow, I'm good at this, and she said, come no Sasuke.kun. However, Sasuke failed to grasp it. Kakashi responded, I'm a clone he left, to Sasuke's questioning stare. Well, it looks like her control is superior to yours, Sasuke. But you should continue to run up and down the tree to build up your chakra reserves. Okay Sakura, Kakashi said. In the meantime, with the real Kakashi and Naruto. Alright, stop the act, was Kakashi's first words after making sure the two were well out of hearing range after they had just disappeared into another clearing. What are you saying, sensei? The blonde asked. How strong are you, really, what is your untapped strength? Inquired Kakashi. Naruto remarked, I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh please, you can already walk up trees, you can make hundreds of shadow clones, you can do seal work. Yeah, I watched you messing with those seals yesterday. Also, what were you fiddling with? Were you messing with the seals that keep Kyuubi locked away? Replied Kakashi. How did you? Naruto began. Kakashi's, you just told me, paused, now speak. Listen, Naruto sighed, do I really need to tell you? Kakashi gave nod. Okay, I'll only tell you as much as I can at the moment. You see, a couple years ago, it was my birthday, which is also the day the village celebrates when Kyuubi was defeated by the 4th Hokage. I just wanted to go out to the market to get some food. The villagers saw me and attacked. They were drunk and I ran. I knew I could have fought back a little bit, but then I would only prove their motives true. Anyways, they nearly killed me, left me for dead in a ditch, and at that moment my prisoner pulled me into my mindscape to have a conversation. He has been training me ever since, replied Naruto. Interesting, Kakashi said, so about what level are you? Naruto said, I can't say, cause I don't really know. In Kakashi's words, and the seals. He pulled up his sleeve to reveal 5 seals on each forearm, saying, with all the seals as they are now, I am at or slightly above Sasuke's level. I'm not sure about how high I'd be with my full potential. Funny think about that, initially, Kyuubi, I mean Kurama, made me seal a good half, actually more, of my potential away in the form of these seals. He lifted his shirt to reveal the additional seals on top of the 8 trigrams, saying, but last night I altered it, and added these. Well, that answers some of my questions. Really, Minato. Sensei, I wish you could have been here to see this, your son is amazing. The blonde asked, what am I going to do for training sense? You're going to make 40 clones. 20 will work on water walking, and 15 will work on taijutsu and speed, while the last 5 and yourself will work with me on something, replied Kakashi. Naruto asked, what is that? Kakashi threw a piece of paper to him. Put some chakra into that. After a week, Team 7 was getting ready to head to the bridge. When everyone was ready to depart, one blonde was still asleep, but that was the majority of Team 7. Sakura inquired, should we wake him up? When Kakashi said, no, let him sleep, I almost killed him yesterday, Sakura blanched. As she put it, what the hell sensei? It's just training, I'm gonna train Sasuke the same way soon, replied Kakashi. Hell yeah, Sasuke thought. I feel really left out, Sakura thought, lowering her shoulders. When Kakashi saw how disappointed she looked, he thought, maybe now she'll start being more serious, she's improved, but she needs just a little bit more. Anyways, do you two have your gear ready? He said. Yes, was said by Sakura and Sasuke jointly. They went straight to the bridge and left out. Tsunami yelled at them to hold on. Here, don't forget your lunches, she said as she hurried over and gave them some bags. They all said, thanks, before taking one and making their way to the bridge. Later, Naruto began to awaken. He had been enjoying a pleasant dream, but the bright sunlight had to ruin it. Hold on, it was bright. Oh shish. Gee, he thought as he leapt to his feet. He had indeed overslept, as he saw when he looked out into the sunlight. His team had already left to the bridge when he dashed out of the room to find them. Damn it, he realized. They left about 2 hours ago, you were still asleep, they didn't want to wake you, stated Tsunami. Naruto screamed, damn it, they're going to perform guard duty without me. In an instant, he was running out the door. On his way to the bridge builder's home, he made sure to leave a shadow clone hanged like a rock. Later, on his way to the bridge, he was leaping from branch to branch. He saw that there were dead animals and trees of all kinds. They appeared to have been slain by someone honing their swordplay, which he could see was obviously deficient. He received the memories from his clone at that precise moment. Fortunately, one of the thugs had stepped on it. He turned around and bounded off in the direction of the house he had left 5 minutes earlier, saying, damn, I thought they might try something like this. When he got there, he witnessed the 2 thugs dragging Tsunami away before Inari held them up. He sprang into action. In fact, he created 3 clones. One performed a replacement with Tsunami, while the other 2 were hanged into shuriken. The 2 thugs saw a Naruto clone when they turned around. What the, was their response. Naruto said, hi, from behind them. They swung their swords as they spun around. This is easy, he thought quickly, they are slow, I won't have to do what I planned. He quickly took advantage of his small size by slipping beneath their blades, which soared over his head and made the thugs overextend and lose their balance. Drawing 2 kunai, Naruto plunged them into the necks of the thugs. Their eyes widened as their dwindling souls could clearly see the shock and pain they were experiencing through the windows. They collapsed and convulsed slightly on the ground, choking on their own blood for a few seconds. Inari's eyes widened. According to Inari, what, it was over so fast. Yup, most fights are decided in the first few seconds, replied Naruto. But how? Inari expressed. It's just like this place. The first move that Gato did was to kill your father, this pushed your people into weakness. In a sense, his first move almost won the fight, stated Naruto. Inari asked, almost, what do you mean? Naruto said, we're here now, but I have to go to the bridge. Inari said, wait, and Naruto hesitated. Why would you do all this for me? I've been awful to you, replied Inari. Because my life's goal is to be Hokage. I will lead the village full of my precious friends. I would never stand by as a nation is made to bow to a greedy selfish bastard. Also, think about this for yourself. The life that this nation is living, is not life at all. It's nothing. If you call this life, then I call you ignorant. Don't you remember the happiness before the time Gato came? Don't you remember what your father protected and died for, replied Naruto. Inari said, yes, he died. Gato is too strong. Gato is only as strong as you let him be. Imagine if more people had opposed Gato with your father. That is why you should fight to get that happier time back. If you stand up and fight, the worst you can do is go down fighting as a hero. At least make it hard for Gato to rule you, he stated. As Naruto left, Inari was rendered speechless. A short while later, at the bridge, Sakura was completely and totally terrified. Her sensei was being prevented from assisting Sasuke Zabuza while Sasuke was engaged in combat with the hunter.nin in an odd dome-shaped object. Not to mention that she was Tezuna's sole surviving guard. What if there was another attack? At that moment, she thought, I can't take this any longer. She threw a kunai into the ice mirror dome for Sasuke to use, but the hunter.nin caught it by extending out of one of the mirrors. At that moment, the ninja was knocked down when a shuriken struck him in the mask from somewhere. I emerged as a cloud of smoke, and Naruto introduced himself loudly. Zabuza threw shuriken at him as he was ready to create a shadow clone. He took out a kunai and knocked them all away, but one of them had a shadow shuriken behind it, which the Hunter.Nin knocked away with a senbon. The distracted Hunter.Nin merely sidestepped Sasuke's attempt to throw a kunai at him, claiming he hadn't forgotten about him. So, what's the info on this guy's abilities? Naruto asked, sneaking into the dome of ice mirrors at the same moment. Once more drawing the Hunter.Nin's attention, Sasuke retorted, "What the? You should have stayed out there and attacked from the outside too, he's super fast inside here." "Idiot, that's a shadow clone outside. Why did you think I would use such a big noisy introduction? It was to distract them, and you just ruined it," replied Naruto. Still standing outside the dome, the Hunter.Nin remarked, "You did well to divert me like that, but it won't happen again." Sakura uttered the word, "Huh," upon noticing another Naruto inside the dome, thinking, "Oh, so that means." The Hunter.Nin destroyed the clone outside the dome of ice mirrors by throwing a senbon into a crucial location. It was a distraction, everyone believed. Kakashi thought, "Good, I thought he had slipped backwards in abilities there for a minute." Zabuza said, "So, why don't we get started?" Kakashi remarked, "I thought you'd never ask." Just like in the main plot, they begin fighting. "Should we start?" the Hunter.Nin asked. "Sure," Naruto replied. "So just how fast is this guy?" he asked, turning to face Sasuke. When Sasuke said, "You'll see," the Hunter.Nin then began to launch a barrage of attacks that appeared to originate simultaneously from all sides. He felt a surge of power as he thought, "Holy shit, this guy is really fucking fast. I gotta release a couple of my relay seals," he thought, referring to two of his seals. The seal had previously limited his muscles, but now they were only about half as much. He had also sealed off his memory of the brute fist, along with some of his other mental faculties. He had a much better chance now. To jump around, he created a number of shadow clones. In this manner, he could better gauge his opponent's skills while, unless it was absolutely required, concealing his actual skills. A very quick blur was destroying the shadow clones. "I'll play your game a little more. Release. I'll see if I can help Sasuke learn a lesson or two. He's not as fast as I first thought. If I had one more seal release, I could see him perfectly," he said. "Can you follow him, Sasuke?" "Kinda. Quick, make more clones," was what Sasuke ordered. As instructed, Naruto watched the clones in Hunter.Nin while keeping a clone by his side to watch Sasuke. After Naruto released the third seal, the Hunter.Nin appeared to be traveling at a normal pace, whereas Sasuke and his clones were moving much more slowly. When the Hunter.Nin threw a flurry of senbon at them after all the clones had been destroyed, Naruto saw something about the seemingly slow projectiles. He allowed them to strike their target. He nodded at Sasuke and created more clones, thinking, "Okay, I need to let him grow a little more. If he can get to where he can keep up with this guy, our team will benefit greatly in the long run. But I need to make sure this doesn't get too out of hand." He kept one clone to watch Sasuke, or rather, Sasuke's eyes, just like before. He's starting to get his Sharingan, he thought, knowing what was probably going on. The clone he kept to watch Sasuke had communicated that he saw red in Sasuke's eyes after this flurry of clones was destroyed. "Alright, so that's about it for these little games." "Alright Sasuke, I'll take it from here," he replied. "Like hell you will, I can keep up with him now," he replied. He abruptly appeared beside him and kicked him all the way back to Sakura, saying, "Sorry, Sasuke." He shouted, "Help protect Tazuna." Saying, "Damn you, you bastard," was Sasuke's reply. "Now, do you want to start the real fight?" Hunter.Nin asked him. The Hunter.Nin said, "That would be best." The Hunter.Nin then attempted to throw the senbon by moving from mirror to mirror, but Naruto was able to keep up with him and forced him to move to the next mirror before he could release the senbon. "Well, shall we?" The Hunter.Nin thought, "This is not good, he's keeping me on the defensive. How can you keep up with me all of a sudden, when before you couldn't keep up at all?" According to Naruto, one word: deception, with Kakashi. "That blonde is going to die, you know. He has no chance against Haku. He and his bloodline limit are the ultimate weapon that I have molded. He's stronger than me," Zabuza remarked. "Yes, that might be the case, but my student is also very exceptional and full of surprises," Kakashi remarked. "I wouldn't be shocked if he already had a strategy to win." "Humph, I bet the little twerp doesn't really know anything about elemental affiliation, he replied. Kakashi stated, actually, rewind. He said, put your chakra into that. After catching it and examining it, Naruto exclaimed, what the hell is this? Just do it, it'll show your elemental affinity, said the man. What transpired after Naruto invested his chakra was somewhat bizarre. Kakashi remarked, well, that's interesting. The flashback comes to an end. That's not possible, Zabuza screamed. That's not possible, Zabuza screamed. Kakashi clarified, it's not impossible, just highly unlikely. Haku, you had better exercise caution, Zabuza thought. Rewind. Kakashi remarked, well, that's interesting. What is it, sensei? The blonde inquired. I'm not even going to tell you yet what that last, elemental, affinity is, Kakashi concluded in his mind, after saying, well, it seems you have a very strong primary affinity for wind, but your strong secondary affinities are all the other ones. The flashback is over. Haku and Naruto in the meantime. Deception. Yes, the very most fundamental tool of a ninja. You have played it well. Shall we start? Ice style. Piercing blades of death, replied Haku. Naruto sensed a change in the air pressure around him, which told him to move aside. He thought, oh shish. And leapt back. Right where he was, numerous spears of ice suddenly appeared out of thin air. I've used that move to kill low-level Jonin, so how in the hell did he avoid it? How strong is this child? Haku thought. When Naruto exhaled deeply, hundreds of blades of air shot out in the direction of the Hunter Nin, who leapt to another mirror to dodge it. I wonder, how much your ice can hold up? Wind style. Cutting blades jutsu. Hunter Nin saw a huge fireball approaching him when he arrived. What? He pondered. He moved over to the mirror on his left. Haku said, you have both fire and wind. Yup, the blonde said. And they go together so well. Wind style, great gust of fury. A strong wind gust hit the fireball, intensifying its intensity to the point where the ice mirror began to melt. Damn it, the Hunter Nin thought, even though I'm not in that mirror, it will weaken my chances of winning. I need to start going for the kill now. The Hunter Nin exited the ice mirror and yelled, water style, great wave blast. A wave of water erupted and struck the fireball, but due to the extreme heat, it was first turning into steam. However, once it left the fireball's heat, the lower temperature inside the ice dome caused it to turn more into mist than steam, which meant it would lay low and not lift up out of the way. Exactly what the Hunter Nin wanted. Naruto said, damn it, but then he thought, wait, I can just use another wind jutsu and... He had to roll to his left to avoid the senbon that was all over the ground where he was. Damn, he's trying to kill. He had to jump again, saying, me now. Shit, he's not giving me any time to make any hand signs to do my great gust jutsu, let me think. He jumped out of kunai this time, and the blonde noted, he's getting really serious now. The super heated fireball and my water worked perfectly to blind him, Haku thought as he stood in a mirror a short distance away. I won't let him get the chance to make seals to make a wind jutsu to get rid of this mist. There, he said, tossing the shuriken this time, even if it means killing you, Naruto, I will remain useful to Zabuza. This time, the Hunter Nin heard the shuriken he threw dig into flesh at neck level. He thought, oh shit. You put up a great fight, you had great promise, but you were cut down in the wind style. Great gust jutsu, replied Naruto. Hey, you didn't even notice me make a shadow clone in that mist. I didn't even need to use a hand sign. Haku lifted up his sleeve and undid a strap, saying, I need to get serious this time. I will show you what true speed is, he said, before the straps fell to the ground with a loud thud. After touching his wrists to release the seals there and bending down to touch his ankle seals to undo that weight, the blonde thought, really, I have my own. He then undid the seals on his waist and chest. Bring it on no face, shouted Naruto, and he made the hand seals and used a lot more chakra. Wind style. Slicing wind blades jutsu. Caused the wind blades to swipe out at all the mirrors, forcing Haku to jump backwards and out of the mirror dome. Each mirror was then sliced in half and then shattered. Damn it, the Hunter Nin thought, no matter, and he pulled out a bunch of senbon before jumping to the left as a fireball came from Sasuke's direction. Now, can you keep up with me without my weights? He asked, as he began to move at unimaginable speeds in Sasuke's direction. When Naruto saw Haku approaching Sasuke, he thought, oh shit. He took off after Haku, but he knew he wouldn't arrive in time, thinking, unless, fourth relay seal. Break, in the blink of an eye. Naruto was standing in front of Sasuke, clearly trembling, and he asked, "Dobi, what's wrong?" Naruto stepped back and fell, revealing a senbon buried deep in his heart. Sasuke heard it before he saw it. Sakura and Sasuke were both shouted at by Naruto. Keep in mind that Sasuke was kicked over in the direction of Sakura. Haku said, "Such a shame," and he continued to maintain his guard. He valued your life more than his. While holding Naruto, Sasuke knelt down and asked, "Why did you do that, Dobi?" "I don't know why, because, poop." When Naruto appeared in front of him, slicing with a kunai, Haku thought, not surprising, and then leapt out of his way. He had enough time to get here, make a shadow clone, and hide, all without me noticing him. What the hell is this kid? Haku thought out loud. Naruto murmured. A nightmare, behind him. With wide eyes, Haku leapt forward, performing a front handspring in the hopes that his feet would land on Naruto's chin. As Naruto slammed his fist into Haku's face, sending him rolling yards away, he said, "Too slow," and Haku thought, he hits harder than Zabuza. Sama. I say fuck too much, Naruto thought. OWWWWW my fucking fist. What the fuck is the fucking mask made out of? Fuck. No, you don't, Kyuubi said. Shut the fuck up, Naruto said. I retract my earlier statement, Kyuubi swore. Oh fuck you, the blonde said to the fox. The fox sweat dropped, exactly. Haku got to his feet, and Naruto lunged forward to strike Haku in the forehead with a kunai. But he stopped when the mask came off and he could actually see that it was Haku. Why don't you kill me, Naruto? I am a tool that has lost its function, a hammer with a broken handle, and I am no longer useful to Zabuza. Sama. It would be a coup de grace if you killed me, Haku said. Naruto remarked, but you're my friend. Rewind. Damn that Kakashi, gives me these scrolls but just fucking leaves and says, use shadow clones. God, this fucking tired me out, Naruto said as he collapsed on the ground, panting. He then passed out. After waking up to find someone's fingers on his neck, he leapt to his feet, grabbed the person, and put a kunai to their throat. What were you doing? He asked. You were really bruised up. I just wanted to see if you were still alive, so I was checking your pulse, she replied. The blonde reluctantly let go of the young beauty. The girl asked, why are you out here, exhausting yourself? I'm on a mission, but more importantly, why is a pretty girl like you out here, replied the brunette. Oh, the life of a ninja must be so hard, and I'm just getting herbs to heal my master, he's gotten terribly sick, said the young woman. I manage, it's actually quite exhilarating when you think about it, the brunette replied. The girl was asked, why did you decide to become a ninja? Considering all of his friends, but particularly Hinata, he remarked, so that I can gain the respect of the village, to become Hokage, and protect all the ones that are precious to me. The girl remarked, I see, I have a similar goal in life. Really? The Bond asked. Yes, I do want to assist my master in reaching his objectives, whatever they are. He kept me from feeling lonely, the girl said. Really, that's exactly what my friends did for me, replied the brunette. If it weren't for them, I don't know where I would be. Indeed, I wonder, would you like to be my friend, stated Haku. Sure, you bet. I promise that when I'm Hokage you can come and live in the Leaf Village. Of course you'd be able to. You're just a civilian anyways. The brunette chuckled. Despite her uneasiness, the girl began to laugh and said, well, I better get back to my master, by the way. I'm a boy. What? He thought, she was almost as cute as Hina, Haim. The end of the flashback. Yes, Naruto, we are friends. But my life is meaningless now, so please, let one of my friends kill me, Haku uttered. The blonde said, but, why, that's so messed up. Kakashi was about to unleash his Chidori when they heard Gato tapping loudly on the ground, and he saw that half a dozen dog summons were holding Zabuza down on the other side of the bridge. All of them, including Naruto and Haku, turned to see Gato standing behind an army of thugs. Well, it seems like you really were too costly. I hired these goons, and this other stronger ninja for half the cost of you, replied Gato. Oh shit, was what Kakashi and Naruto said. So how's the leaf? Asked the man to Gato's right, wearing a black coat with red clouds, before turning to face Sasuke and asking, and you, brother? Oh shish. Naruto thought, we're dead now. Naruto grabbed Sasuke's arm just as he was about to break it toward Itachi. Naruto warned, don't be hasty, stupid, he'll eat you alive. I have to kill him, I have to, said Sasuke as he violently withdrew his hand. You will, but not right now. Naruto remarked, you need more time, you're not strong enough yet. Whatever, Sasuke said as they gathered to shield Tazuna. Haku then showed up beside Zabuza. Well Kakashi, I guess this means we're not enemies anymore. As you can see I am no longer employed by Gato, Zabuza said. I agree, Kakashi said. So, it seems like Haku and I are almost out of chakra. We're up against a new S-ranked criminal, and Naruto and Sasuke appear a little worn out. We're screwed. Zabuza remarked, I like the way you put it, after removing enough soldier pills. Kakashi gave one to each of Zabuza, Haku, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura before taking one for himself. To answer your question, the leaf is just fine, Kakashi said to Itachi. Why don't you run along with Itachi? I'm sure your brother is doing well. I'm afraid I can't do that Kakashi-san. I must fulfill this mission for the money, Itachi replied. Listen guys, this is gonna sound crazy but do not, and I mean do not look Itachi in the eyes, it'll be all over if you do, said Kakashi. The genin gave a nod. Should we start? Itachi asked. After a thug coughed, Zabuza, Kakashi, and Itachi vanished. A dense mist rolled across the area, and the genin, now joined by Haku, relaxed knowing that the mist was not meant to kill them. The sounds of a fierce battle could be heard, and then Kakashi appeared, skidding ahead of them on the ground to a stop. Kakashi. Sensei. Sakura screamed as she attempted to rush towards him. As he prevented her from approaching his sister, Naruto yelled, No, that's not Kakashi. Sense, he said. What? She said as she turned to watch Kakashi transform into Itachi and get to his feet. This is just an earth clone, but it should be more than enough to handle you, Itachi replied. With a yell of, I'm gonna kill you, Sasuke charged at Itachi. Pathetic, you are being a disgrace to the Uchiha name, Itachi said, dropping Sasuke's unconscious body to the ground as he swung, but Itachi easily caught his hand, held him up by his collar, and viciously slugged him in the face before kneeing him in the stomach and then elbowing him in the back of the neck. He was about to punch him again when his fist was grabbed by a hand and he saw that he was now staring into the face of a blonde child. Naruto-kun, you really shouldn't look me in the eyes, he said as he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and said, Tsukuyomi. Naruto appeared in a new realm of time and existence, where he was tied to a cross and the skies were red. Itachi then appeared with a katana and started torturing him, sliding the blade into his stomach, twisting it, and then heating it. After what seemed like hours, Itachi said, You're holding up well, better than most, and then he turned into a bunch of crows that all shoved themselves down his throat before he awoke. Why did he let me go? Why did he not kill me? Was Naruto's only thought as he stood there with Itachi's fist in his hands. Then, thinking, 5th and 6th relay seals, release, Naruto felt a rush of strength as he gripped Itachi's fist tightly, pulled him in, and punched him as hard as he could, causing him to fly away and roll on the ground. The mist slightly parted, revealing Itachi standing and wiping the blood from his mouth. It seems you are the stronger of your group, huh Naruto-kun? Naruto uttered the words, maybe, maybe not, multi. Shadow clone jutsu. He shouted, putting his hands together in the familiar sign, and 500 Narutos materialized. Itachi remarked, those won't work on me, Naruto. All the clones rushed him at that point. One clone grabbed Itachi's hand as he cut through them as if they were nothing. What? Itachi asked. Boom, the clone said as it blew up. Itachi was flung into the air, and Naruto was able to jump high because he wasn't using his weights or seals, and he struck the base of Itachi's spine with a solid brute fist strike. Naruto pulled out a kunai and was about to cut Itachi's throat when the missing nin grabbed him by the back of the neck, pulled him in while raising his fist, and punched him in the face before grabbing him by the shoulders and bringing his face to his knees. Naruto had one thought, ow, as he flew back to the earth and crashed into it. In his mind, Naruto said, damn, he's strong as hell. The Kyuubi in Naruto's head said, he's a Uchiha, and an elite Uchiha at that. This guy is serious brat, be careful. Thanks, Q, Naruto replied. Well Naruto-kun, how about we, he said, shifting his head to the side as Sasuke's fist whizzed past his fact. Itachi brought his elbow back roughly, catching Sasuke in midair. He squinted his eyes in a hateful glare, calling him pathetic. He turned around and grabbed Sasuke by the collar once more, saying, now I'll put you in Suku. Naruto punched Itachi in the back of the head, sending Itachi to the ground and dropping Sasuke. Didn't they tell you not to turn your back to an opponent, replied Naruto. With his stomach hurting, Sasuke stood beside Naruto and said, Dobi, you want to team up? Nah. Shit genius, was Naruto's statement. Sasuke gave an eye roll. Formation A. Naruto said. I see, so you did a substitution with Sasuke, and since you're so much shorter I missed you eyes and you had your fist pulled back before you made the swap. Sasuke simply nodded. He ran at Itachi and engaged him in taijutsu, but it was only for 5 seconds, which was sufficient because Itachi was about to put Sasuke into Tsukuyomi when he felt a sharp pain in his stomach and looked down to see Naruto with his fist through his stomach. Itachi said, "You two are actually keeping up." Kakashi had just missed Itachi with a Chidori strike, but it was only a diversion for Zabuza to attempt to chop off Itachi's head. Water style. Water hurricane. Kakashi said as Zabuza vanished into the mist once more. A huge wave of water and wind came towards Itachi, and he jumped back to put some distance, but he made a mistake and backed right into the edge of Zabuza's sword range as the demon of the mist was bringing down his blade. Itachi bent forward onto his hands and did a handspring backwards to kick Zabuza in the chin, sending him flying in the opposite direction. Shit, Itachi thought as he barely had time to avoid a downward slash from Zabuza. He did hand signs quickly, and he dodged, right into an explosive knot. His eyes widened as it detonated, and he was flung back to where his students were. Formation Delta .3 Omega. The students nodded, understanding that the jargon of their team formations would only be known by their actual sensei. Sasuke placed some explosive notes on the ground around them while Naruto made some hand signals, and a giant dome of earth encircled them before vanishing back underground. Naruto created enough clones so that when they hanged, they would all look the same as him: Haku, Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna. Kakashi returned to the battle to try to exploit Itachi's turn back, but when he buried a kunai in the back of Itachi's head, Itachi turned into a log. "Behind you," Itachi said, and Kakashi turned into the katana Itachi was holding. "Such a pity," Itachi said, but then Kakashi burst into smoke. "Kage Bunshin?" Itachi said. Itachi dodged backwards as Zabuza appeared mid-downstroke next to him. Itachi heard birds chirping and turned to see Kakashi getting ready to ram the Chidori into his chest and back when he got close. Itachi opened his Mangekyo eyes wide, and a black shell appeared between him and Kakashi, pushing Kakashi back. Now standing directly between the two Jonin, Itachi was panting and Kakashi and Zabuza were both looking bloody and bruised, but he was still far ahead. It was then that he received his memories back from the clone and said, "I guess my true mission is done. Farewell, for now." With that, he collapsed and became another dead man. So it wasn't really him all along, just a dead body with his abilities and under his control? Kakashi asked as Zabuza and Kakashi approached. Zabuza remarked, "I guess, I don't really know for sure." The two arrived at the Genin and Haku's underground hiding place. "Is Itachi gone or something?" he inquired as one of the explosive notes unhedged, revealing it to be a Naruto clone. "Thank goodness," Kakashi replied. The memories were sent back to the real Naruto underground when the clone nodded and dispelled itself. The pair of Jonin returned to Naruto and the others. Kakashi remarked, "Well, I suppose that is enough for today." "Did you forget about me?" replied Gato. "That sissy Uchiha may have left, but you're all dog-tired and my little army here is just itching to let out some frustrations, but they are costly too, so if you wouldn't mind could you take out about half of them with you?" "Okay thanks," replied Gato. Kakashi remarked, "Well, I'm out of soldier pills." While Haku pulled out Senbon, Sasuke pulled out a kunai, Sakura pulled out a kunai but remained by Tazuna, and Zabuza prepared his giant blade. Naruto declared, "I got plenty left," as he created over 200 clones. Zabuza left first, running into the crowd and gutting Gato, sending him flying over the bridge side into the water below. He then ran back to his team, killing a few men in the process. "Sorry, I just couldn't stand him, I had to kill him quickly," says Zabuza. "It's pretty fine," Kakashi said. Sakura said, "So I guess we're due," but was cut off. "Hey, the boss was killed. Now, who will pay us? Let's go raid that small village over there, I know." When he finished speaking, he looked down to see a kunai emerge from his chest, and when he looked forward, he saw Naruto's still outstretched hands. "That was fast," the thug said, collapsing to the ground, and Naruto pulled out 2 more kunai before a bolt landed between the 2 groups, causing everyone to turn and see all of the town's residents, led by Inari. Inari responded, "You can try, but we're not gonna let you do anything, you slimeballs." The thugs all turned tail and fled, squabbling with one another to reach the boat. "We're done with them now," Kakashi declared. "Finally, time to go back into hiding," replied Zabuza. "Kakashi, I have a favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Kakashi inquired. "I want you to take Haku back to Konoha with you," Zabuza replied. "What?" Haku shouted. There, you can receive better instruction and feel safer. I would accompany you, but given that I am a missing nin and all, I doubt Konoha would allow me entry, Zabuza said. Actually, we may be able to work out something with the Hokage, especially if you have any information on the Mizukage, replied Kakashi. Hey, we can talk about this later, I'm hungry, let's go back to Tazuna's house and have supper, said Naruto. Everyone was too pleased to give a head nod. Now that the bridge was finished, the group was ready to depart, and Kakashi and the group had persuaded Zabuza to accompany them back to Konoha. Naruto said, now you can cry. With tears in his eyes, Inari said, no, you can if you want to. Are you okay with us coming back to see you? Naruto said, his eyes welling with tears. As their group departed, Sakura rolled her eyes, took Naruto by the ear, and dragged him away. Tsunami asked, so, what are you going to call the bridge? It is our bridge to better times, I think we should call it the Great Naruto Bridge, replied Tazuna. I think it sounds amazing, Tsunami remarked. The group was making their way to Konoha by foot. As Haku flushed, Sakura asked, Haku-chan, how do you take care of your hair so well? Naruto remarked, you know Haku is actually a boy. What? Really? Sakura remarked as Haku's blush intensified. Zabuza said, what are you talking about, brat? Haku is a girl. Then, as Haku's face continued to flush, Naruto described the encounter. Zabuza's enormous sword was just barely avoided by Naruto. She's like a daughter to me, and you were thinking dirty thoughts, weren't you? Naruto declared, no, I swear it, I have a girlfriend. Your girlfriend is her, Zabuza yelled as he began to pursue Naruto. No, as he ran, Naruto said, that's not what I meant. Okami, help me. The other members of the group laughed at his expense. 9 figures, 7 of them holograms, stood in a pitch-black cave. So, how was the Jinchuriki? The tall blue man asked the waking Itachi. Kisame inquired. He is maturing more quickly than most. Quicker than my brother, even. Should we take him now, given his potential threat? Itachi inquired. No, he is still no bother, said a figure with purple, ringed eyes as it turned to face Itachi. This was done only to observe his progress. We are still in the first stage of our global dominance strategy. Remember, though, that the Jinchurikis can be pretty powerful. Yes, leader. Sama, the group said. The journey back to Konoha had been quite enjoyable, with Naruto and the children engaging in lively conversation while Kakashi read his book and Zabuza sharpened his sword. After glaring at Naruto for the first half hour, Zabuza shook his head and struck up a discussion with the lone other Jonin, allowing them to learn about each other's experiences over the years. The group paused about halfway to Konoha to rest and eat lunch, and Zabuza sat down beside Naruto. So where'd you learn to fight like that? I know it wasn't from Kakashi, Zabuza said, continuing to stare straight ahead. Don't call him a brat, the Kyuubi said. The blonde said, I just trained with weighted seals and watched the Chunin and Jonin spar at times. I don't know, it just kinda came naturally, while scratching the back of his neck. Nah shit fur. Ball, Naruto thought, is the biggest lie ever. Zabuza said, whatever you say, kid. Sakura turned to Naruto and said, wait a minute, didn't you say earlier that you have a girlfriend? It was as if a light bulb suddenly went on in her head. Well, me and Hinata-chan are really close, but we haven't really made anything official yet, Naruto said, swallowing his food and perspiring. I was just trying to get Zabuza to stop chasing me, Naruto added. Sakura nodded and returned her attention to her meal, suggesting that it had worked for her. That was a close one, the blonde thought. Naruto turned to face Haku after sensing someone seated beside him and said, hey, how are you, Haku? I'm well, thank you Naruto-kun. Say can I ask you a favor, she said. To which Naruto replied, yeah sure, what do you need? Some assistance getting to know the village would be greatly appreciated. Would you kindly give me a brief tour of the village if your Hokage is okay with us joining? The ice user inquired. You bet, I'll even introduce you to Hinata-chan, he replied. Looking sad, she thought, Hinata-chan, damn it. I still won't give up, she said, adding, I can't wait to meet her. Yes, I'm sure you'll get along well with her. Like you, Haku-chan, she's very gentle and kind, the blonde remarked. It will be a lot of fun, she said with a smile. Later that day. All right everyone, normally I would just go and give the mission report myself, but seeing as we have 2 new additions to our group we need to take everyone so their input can be heard, Kakashi said as the group of ninja entered the gates and he went over to sign them in with the guards. The blonde said, Gramps better let them stay, I'll be pissed at him if he doesn't. The group nodded. Maybe he will, Naruto, said Kakashi with a smile. The group had just arrived at the office of the Hokage. I see you came back from your mission to the wave, Kakashi-san. The third Hokage inquired, what brings these other two ninja? There was a pause after the group of ninja finished narrating the events in the wave. Are you aware of the potential political repercussions of adopting a missing nin like the Demon of the Mist? The Hokage said. Quiet. What if by giving these two asylum we start a war with the Mist? What would you have me do? Replied the Hokage. Silence. Haku, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto all lowered their heads to the ground. Fortunately for you, each downed head erupted. Because of political turmoil, the previous Mizukage resigned. It seems that a lot of people supported your cause, Zabuza-san. The Hokage said, did you know that they took away your missing nin status and removed you from the bingo book? Haku's and Zabuza's eyes grew wide. Therefore, the choice rests with you. The Hokage asked, would you rather stay here in the leaf or return to the Mist Village? Zabuza said, we'll stay here, and Haku nodded. All right, until Zabuza satisfies the requirements set by the village for the admission of new Jonin level shinobi. I will allow him to join temporarily as a special Jonin. The Hokage said, Haku, I'll put you on a genin team that recently had a member who was diagnosed with a condition that prevented her from continuing to live as a shinobi. With a joint bow, Zabuza and Haku said, thank you Hokage, Sama. That is all, you are all dismissed, he said, waving his hand. Kakashi said, if I may speak with you, Hokage, Sama. He said, you may, Kakashi-san, please stay. The rest are dismissed, and the group dispersed. Now, Kakashi, what do you need? The Hokage inquired. It has to do with my team. First of all, it seems that Sasuke has partially or fully activated his Sharingan, Kakashi remarked. Well, that's good. The Hokage said, I want you to teach him how to use the Sharingan. Also, it seems Naruto is quite the ninja, Kakashi said, nodding. He's been practicing deception and doing it flawlessly. Whatever do you mean? The Hokage inquired. Kakashi remarked, he appears to have received some training from his prisoner. As the Hokage put it, I know, with wide eyes, Kakashi exclaimed. What? I see a lot of things, Kakashi, such as how you hinged to purchase the books about Icha Paradise. Have you seen the last one, by the way? It's truly a masterpiece, the Hokage remarked. Yeah, I'm half-way through it now, replied Kakashi. Anyways, do you have any idea how strong Naruto might be? The Hokage pulled out a pipe and lit it, saying, that I am not sure of. Kakashi-san. Do you think Minato-san would be proud of his son? The Hokage inquired. Do you think he would approve of the way his son has been treated? His son would make him extremely proud, to believe that, at his age, he could currently be stronger than Minato. But I can't say he'd approve of how the village has treated the kid, said Kakashi, lowering his head in shame. The civilian council had demanded the killing of the Kyuubi. They had fought hard to allow Naruto to survive, saying, Naruto has had such a hard life. The civilian council had effectively tied the Hokage's hands and prevented any clan or ninja from adopting Naruto. Otherwise, Kakashi would have adopted Naruto himself. The civilians' rule was a concession for the Hokage's decree that prohibited anyone from discussing the Kyuubi. The Hokage said, I understand how you feel, Kakashi. If it weren't for that damn council, those bastards have no right in interfering with the business of shinobi, replied Kakashi. That is absolutely true, the Hokage remarked, but Naruto wasn't a shinobi at the time, he was still a baby. All I could do was to implement that law and prevent them from having him put to death. I understand, but occasionally that council causes more harm than good. Why are they unable to recognize that Naruto is the prison that keeps the inmate incarcerated and not the Kyuubi himself? Kakashi declared. The fox would kill us all if it weren't for Naruto. Kakashi, it's fear. One of man's biggest weaknesses is fear. Humans are afraid of things they do not understand, and this fear breeds hatred. Because they don't comprehend him or his circumstances, they are afraid for their lives. They simply see a fox embedded in him and believe that killing him will kill the fox, which is completely false. The Hokage declared, it will set the fox free, only to return in a century. Quiet. The Sarutobi inquired, how strong do you think he is, Kakashi? I honestly have no idea, but he's definitely stronger than Sasuke is, replied Kakashi. For the Hokage, I see, while strolling through the village, Naruto, Sakura, Haku, and Sasuke were a good distance away when both of them sneezed. As the others laughed, Naruto yelled, I didn't do it. Now, where are we heading? We visited the ninja supply store and the ramen stand. Where else would you guys like to take me? Haku inquired. Well, I was thinking of taking you to see Hinata. Chan, that is, if she's home, Naruto replied. Sakura teasingly said, ah, Naruto misses his little girlfriend so much. Hey, I told you that we are just friends. Well, best friends to be more accurate, replied the blonde. Sakura said, sir, whatever you say. I can't wait, I hope she's as nice as you say she is, Haku replied. She's so nice you'd think she couldn't harm a butterfly, replied Sasuke. You'd think? Haku said, according to Sasuke, she can kick ass. Naruto remarked, yeah, he discovered that the hard way. Yeah, I did, Sasuke remarked, recalling the time she almost defeated him in their small tournament. He won despite her giving him a severe beating. They kept talking about trivial matters until they arrived at the Hyuga residence. Naruto approached the door and gave it a knock. When the door opened a few moments later, a man who was not much older than Naruto glared at him and said, what do you want, failure? To see Hinata. Chan, we want to introduce her to a new friend of ours, stated Naruto. Ah, I see, a failure should always hang out with failures, except maybe the Uchiha, said the child from Hyuga. Did you know that, despite being viewed as a failure during his early childhood, the first Hokage went on to become arguably the greatest ninja in history, only surpassed by Uchiha Madara and perhaps the fourth Hokage? Naruto added, Jiraiya of the Sannin is one of the strongest ninja in the world right now, and he was a failure as a kid. The Hyuga uttered, HMPH, whatever, an older voice said, Neji, what are you doing? As Heishi emerged in the doorway behind Neji. Neji remarked, just answering the door Heishi, Sama. Okay. Well, would you please go tell Hinata that she has company? After giving the group of younger genin one final glare, Neji nodded and turned to go. I apologize for my nephew's extremely impolite actions, Heishi said. None taken, Naruto declared, adding, I know that not all of the Hyuga are that arrogant. Heishi frowned at this since he was aware that the majority of Hyugas, including himself, were extremely conceited, and that this was one of their worst traits. Hinata emerged in the doorway a minute or two later and said, Hey Naruto-kun. Hey everyone, may I leave with them, father? Heishi merely nodded, and as Hinata turned to go, Naruto said, Hey Heishi. Sama, may I ask you a question? That you may, the Hyuga leader said. He turned to the group and said, in private. They all nodded and proceeded to walk down the street, each wondering what Naruto needed to discuss with Heishi. Heishi inquired, what is it that you need, Naruto-san? I was straying. Naruto said, you see, a few months ago, you had used the family sword to chase me around your garden. Yes, Heishi replied. Before that you said, you'd like to have kids from a Namikaze one day. What did you mean? I'm an Uzumaki, not a Namikaze, replied the brunette. I made a mistake back then, didn't I? Heishi thought. You just remind me a lot of Minato from our boyhood days. I had a great friendship with him. So were his romantic partner and my wife. Who knows? Perhaps you are a Namikaze, Naruto. The clans of Namikaze and Uzumaki have a secret heir. Yes, as if that would ever occur. It sounds like a fairy tale, Naruto remarked. Yes, it does, Heishi said with a smile. Heishi was actually grinning at how foolish Naruto was, even though Naruto believed he was grinning at the absurdity of the fairy tale. I believe your group of friends are growing impatient, replied Heishi. Naruto bowed and said, all right, I'll see you later, Heishi, Sama. Well, he's at least trying to be formal. I'm sure it's for Hinata's benefit. Yes, I could really enjoy having grandchildren with Namikaze blood in them. It would strengthen our ties to the village and strengthen my clan. Once they learn about his heritage, they'll probably love him. However, the elders will be a problem, which I need to deal with, Heishi said. Well, Hinata, we wanted to introduce you to a new friend and comrade of ours, Naruto said as he returned to his group of friends. Hinata. This is Haku. Chan, and this is Haku. Chan, Naruto claimed. After shaking hands, the two girls said, it's a pleasure to meet you. Sakura said, so, what do you guys want to do now? Naruto quickly covered it up, but it was too late. I don't know, he said, placing both hands at the back of his neck, exposing his forearms, which displayed 6 of his 10 relay seals. Sasuke questioned, Naruto, what were those seals? What are you talking about, Sasuke? I don't have any ink on me, replied Naruto. Sakura suddenly pulled up one of Naruto's sleeves, exposing the 3 seals on each arm as he faced Sasuke. You mean these? Sakura inquired. The relay seals are smaller and easier to use, but they take a greater toll on my body, which is why I slept through the first of the 2 weeks we stayed in Wave, through the blonde. Damn it. The one good part about these seals is that normally they're invisible, but once I use them, they become visible until enough of my chakra has entered them to lock them again. I'm just glad not all 10 got opened. I only had enough time to open 6 out of my 10. Wow, I wonder how much stronger I would have been. These are just some chakra-suppressing seals, Naruto said. The group nodded when Kakashi Sensei mentioned, remember, I have a whole shit load of chakra. Well, chakra control is severely harmed by that. I mean, managing the flow of a raging river is more difficult than managing the flow of a water sink, isn't it? In order to better control my chakra, I use these seals to suppress some of it, Naruto remarked. Oh okay, so it just makes it to where you can control your chakra better, nothing too fancy, Sakura replied. Naruto responded, yeah, that's pretty much it, after thinking, that's exactly what I just said. Now, I'm exhausted, Sasuke said, so I'm going home and sleeping. He then mentally added, how strong are you really, Naruto? Hinata-chan, do you want to go train some with me at Training Ground 7, replied Naruto. Yes, Naruto-kun, Hinata replied. Sakura said, I have to go tell Ino about our mission. Rolling his eyes, Naruto said, gossip. Girl. Sakura remarked, hey, I was going to train with her too. The words, Shuri, caused Haku and Hinata to giggle. Whatever, Sakura said as she left. Haku responded, so do you think I could join you too in your training? Naruto said, sure, after Hinata and he exchanged glances and nodded. Haku said, thank you, and nodded. Following their departure, the three headed to Training Ground 7, where Naruto declared, I got an idea. He created multiple clones, one for each of Hinata, Haku, and himself. How about we all do a little taijutsu training? Both girls gave a nod. After an hour of taijutsu sparring, Naruto released his clones and received the memories of each one. Hinata, you're very fast and agile, as are you Haku, Naruto said, adding a little more chakra to the clones to make them more resistant to attacks. He and the clone he was fighting released the first seal main seal, not the first relay seal, accessing small amounts of their brute fist. Naruto then increased his weight in the resistance band while the clone didn't, putting him at a disadvantage. All you need to do is make both of your strikes a little more forceful and harder. He said, I need to be a little more agile, and then he reasoned, I need to train for a while at my maximum capacity so that I am still accustomed to my body at its strongest. Well, it's getting late, I'd better go find Zabuza. Sama, Haku said after the girls nodded. Training with you was enjoyable. We ought to do it more frequently, she said, blushing. Do it? Not like that Haku, she thought to herself. With a nod, Hinata and Naruto bid her farewell. Hinata remarked, she's really nice. I know, Naruto replied, so would you like to go get some food? My reward. Anywhere you want to go is my treat. Her response was, anywhere. Gamma is about to get real thin, he thought, swallowing and nodding. She replied, I'm in the mood for some more of that heavenly ramen from Ichiraku. You're amazing Hinata-chan, he said, looking at her as if he were going to kiss her. Wow, used I would have fainted at that compliment, she said, flushed. They headed to the ramen stand together. Hinata-chan, Naruto-kun, nice to see you too, Tucci remarked. Naruto remarked, it's good to see you too. Hinata inquired, Tucci-san, how have you been? Teku he said, what'll it be, you two lovebirds? I've been doing fine. Following a very deep flush, Naruto stammered, W. We're not dating yet, W. We're just best friends. After realizing what he had said, Hinata passed out, her head hitting the counter. What the hell, she hasn't fainted like that in forever, replied Naruto. Hi Naruto, Tucci said. Yes, he said, old man. Tucci teased Naruto by saying, you mentioned that you and her aren't dating yet. After putting his hands to his mouth, Naruto said, I didn't, and then turned to face Tucci with a beseeching expression that said, please don't taunt me, I'm already confused enough. Tucci merely nodded, and the two preteens ordered their ramen after waking Hinata, who had fainted and had forgotten what Naruto had said. They got up, Naruto placed the substantial sum of money on the counter, and they departed after finishing their meal, which for him was 15 bowls. Hinata was escorted back to her house by Naruto. When Hinata reached the door, she turned around and gave Naruto a hug. Initially caught off guard, he gave her a hug in return. Then she added in her mind, "I wish I could tell you that I love you, but it's just not the right time. Will it ever be the right time? You're my best friend Naruto-kun," she said. Hina. You're also my best friend. He said, "I don't know where I'd be without you," and then he mentally added, "You're my world, my sweet. I love you, if only I could tell you. However, as an orphan, I am not deserving of a girl's love and affection as kind, compassionate, and strong as you are." "Ah, what sorrowful sight of loser's love," the boy said as the door opened and Neji appeared. Neji, Hishi, who appeared behind him, reprimanded him. "What is this guy's problem?" Naruto glared at Neji and drew Hinata nearer to him. "What will I do with him? Brother, I'm so sorry," said Hishi, shaking his head as Neji simply went, HMPH, and vanished. "I believe it is time for you to go to bed, Hinata. Thank you for walking my daughter home," Hishi said, clearing his throat as he turned to face the two genin who were still holding each other like they were in a corny romance film. "Yes, father," Hinata said as she bowed and hurried through the door. She then turned around and waved to Naruto, who returned the gesture. "Lord Hishi, you are most welcome," said Naruto, bowing. "Minato, you would be so proud," Hishi said, a tiny smile spreading across his normally icy face as the blonde turned and walked away. After creating a shadow clone at his apartment, Naruto went to bed and fell asleep right away. The lights were on, and Naruto could see his attacker clearly, and he sat up quickly, ready to fight, after being startled awake at around 1 in the morning by the destruction of his clone. Incredulously, Naruto muttered, "But, you're supposed to be dead." The fourth Hokage himself was standing in his small apartment. Naruto stumbled, "But, you're supposed to be dead," instead. The fourth Hokage himself was standing there in his tiny apartment. Quiet. As the blonde cowered behind his blanket, he said, "Can you speak?" "You're so much," said the handsome man with the blonde hair, pausing. "What?" the blonde genin inquired. "That is for another time, Naruto, so how old are you now?" the man said, shaking his head. "I'm TW. W. 12, Naruto declared. The Hokage exclaimed, "My dear, you've grown so quickly, I can't believe it." Then Naruto became irate and said, "What's so hard to believe?" Standing on his bed, Naruto leapt to his feet and accused the fourth, saying, "You sealed the 9 tails inside me." "Correct. But, why me?" Naruto asked. The fourth Hokage remarked, "That is also for another time." "So why are you here?" the blonde child inquired. The fourth said, "To discuss some things with you." "Well," Naruto said. "Go ahead and do it." The blonde Hokage inquired, "How have the villagers treated you?" Naruto's head lowered, tears began streaming down his cheeks, which were spotted with whiskers. When he looked up, his mask vanished and his liquid soul spilled out of his eyes, dripping off the bottom of his chin and leaving salty little fingerprints on his arms from years of suffering. "The villagers, they've hated me ever since I was a child. They've tried to kill me so many times I've lost count. They begged for M.my execution. If it weren't for Hokage Gigi, I wouldn't be here. I don't even know why I strive to page P. Protect them so much. W. Why should I want to become an Hokage to these evil bastards?" Minato's fist became more and more clenched with each word, until his knuckles resembled the white of his coat. Naruto thought he could actually hear the fourth's teeth clenching in his jaw. The final line, "What's wrong, Hokage Sama?" was spat out by Naruto with venom, expressing his ire at the fourth for giving him the 9 tails. "Oh Naruto, I intended for you to be seen as a hero by this village. It was my dying wish," replied the fourth. "Yeah, the villagers really fucked that up, didn't they?" replied Naruto. The fourth said, "Hey, watch your mouth." The blonde put his chin in his hand and looked to the side, saying, "Whatever, sheesh, you'd think you were my dad or something. You know, I actually idolize you. I want to be just like you. No, I want to be better than you. You are the milestone that I need, to one day surpass. In order to do that you're gonna need to be one of the greatest Hokages ever," the fourth replied. "I know," Naruto replied, "but now that I think about it, why should I protect them?" Minato hung his head and said, "Why should I help them? They've beaten me. They've tortured me. They've made my life a living hell. And ever since I was a baby crying out loud," exclaimed Naruto, his face streaming with tears of hurt and rage. Why should I strive for their attention, for their acknowledgement? Why do they deserve They don't, replied Naruto. In fact, they deserve the opposite, he stated. The blonde genin declared, they deserve to die the most terrible and agonizing death by my hands. I should let the Kyuubi out, I should. Just to show them what a true demon is, replied Naruto. Then you'd be proving them right, Minato said, her head snapping up. So, it's not like they're ever going to accept me anyways. Huh. Why are you crying? Replied Naruto. That is also for later Naruto. But answer me this. What about those people who are already accepting of you? What about those that are your precious people? Replied the fourth. The images of Tuchi, Ayame, Iruka, the third Hokage, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, Zabuza and Haku, Heishi, and, most significantly, Hinata flashed through Naruto's mind, causing his eyes to widen. So, what is your verdict now? The Hokage inquired. I see now, I should focus less on worrying about the village as a whole and only worry about protecting those that are dear to me. I believed this all along really. I just lost myself there for a moment in the sorrow and hatred. Naruto shakes his head, thank you Hokage. Sama for helping me out. The Hokage said, you're welcome, S. Shinobi of the Leaf. Naruto, I'm sure you'll define. Oh, and by the way, be wary of Jiraiya. Sensei, he's a great ninja but a lousy role model, the Hokage said. The genin said, what? Are you leaving so soon? But we just had a chance to talk. Yes, I am about to leave you. I need to go now. Naruto, I need you to do one thing for me, the Hokage replied. Naruto asked, what's that? Wake up, the fourth said as he crossed the room in a flash of yellow and confronted Naruto. Upright, Naruto said. He was perspiring profusely. It felt so real. What was that dream? Glancing over, Naruto saw that his clone was still in the lotus position, presumably still under Kyuubi's tutelage. I wander, he said after displacing the clone and retrieving the fox's memories. Hey fox, that was a nice training session. The fox in Naruto's head said that it was Naruto that it was. A flash bomb entered through the window at that precise moment. There had hardly been time for Naruto to shield his eyes. Naruto sensed the presence of an exceptionally high chakra as the flashbang went off. Unwilling to take a chance, Naruto swiftly unlocked 8 of his relay seals while the flashbang was still in effect. To confirm his suspicions, a figure leapt through the window. This was a powerful figure. His chakra was on par with Kakashi Sensei's. He thought, oh shish. What do I do? Who are you and why are you here? The ninja pulled out a very intimidating looking katana and said, oh, we have a brave little fella. You are quite the fire cracker, aren't you? It doesn't matter whether I tell you my name or not, because you will soon be dead. In fact, you can just call me Red Death. To battle him, Naruto created a few clones. The Red Death? Naruto thought, oh shish. He's a Jonin. Level, a ranked missing nin from Iwa, while he was preoccupied. As he removed the weight seals, the blonde thought, the 9th and 10th relay seals are open, and the weight seals must be deactivated. Naruto felt incredibly strong. Well, since I'm probably gonna die, can I ask you why you're here, how you got here, and how in the world your chakra isn't alerting the Hokage and Anbu and Jonin that you're here, replied the brunette. The ninja clarified, easy, I was hired for a rather hefty sum by some weird as Snake Man to come and kill you. As for how I got in, the Snake Man told me how to get around the defenses, and I have a multi-layer genjutsu around this room, making it look the same to the outside viewer. Oh well, he thought, shit. Red Death, the time for talk is over, now die, he said. Many would have considered the ninja's speed to be impressive, but Naruto was able to keep up with them with relative ease. After parrying the katana with his kunai, Naruto threw the weapon. It went off course and lodged itself in the wall behind his opponent. Red Death exclaimed, where the hell are you aiming, kid? As Red Death began to use hand signals, water style, water sword just you, caused a powerful stream of water to emerge from the ninja's mouth, slicing Naruto in two. The ninja grinned earlier. Poof. What the hell? Widened the ninja's eyes. Naruto uttered the words, wind style. Slicing wind, as wind blades sliced through the atmosphere, causing Red Death to leap back. He was hanged when he awed the kunai. The ninja thought, this kid is pretty good for his age, but when he substituted a clone, the flashbang was still in effect. It's too bad, you show some promise for someone quite so young. It's too bad I have to kill you, he said. Naruto brought his sword down as the ninja materialized in front of him. Naruto caught the blade by forcing chakra into his hands because he was currently without a kunai. Then, using his strength and agility from brute fist, he flipped the nin over and pulled his arm and katana with him, putting his own katana at the nin's neck. He bowed forward a little after Naruto kicked his knees, then swiftly turned the blade and stabbed the ninja. The blade Naruto was carrying in his stomach and back held the ninja in place. "How the hell?" the ninja began. "I cannot die yet, I have too many goals and too many people to protect," the brunette replied. "Wind style, wind cannon jutsu," was the statement Naruto made after placing his hand on the ninja's back and putting a lot of chakra into the attack. As implied by its name, the wind blasted out of Naruto's hand and created a 6-inch diameter hole that ran the length of the ninja's chest. As he picked up the katana's sheath and sheathed it, Naruto said, "Pathetic. You're supposed to be an A-ranked missing jonin. I barely even broke a sweat," but he added, "I think I'll take this fine sword as a spoil of war." Naruto kicked the ninja off the katana and placed his foot on his back. After giving it some thought, the blonde pulled the sword out and detached the nin's head from his body, thinking, "You can never be too sure." Naruto stepped outside, ignited his chakra, and launched a flare into the air. His genjutsu was released since Red Death was, well, dead, and because he flared so much chakra, Anbu and even the Hokage soon followed. The Hokage said, "Naruto-san, what is the matter?" Inside, "Red Death killed him, I'm the best," was Naruto's cry as he severed the relay seals and fell to the ground. Awakening in his mindscape was Naruto. The blonde said, "Hey fur ball, how you doing?" "I'm fine, well, as fine as a fox can be when he's sealed inside you," the fox replied. The blonde said, "Whatever, did you see all that?" "Yeah I did kid. That was some pretty good moves, I liked how you finished him off." "Thanks," replied Naruto. "That guy was supposed to be an A-ranked missing jonin from Iwa, but he was pretty easy to kill. Not only are you of jonin level yourself, but he underestimated you, which is a fatal mistake obviously. Let that be a lesson to you to never underestimate your opponents," stated Kyuubi. The blonde remarked, I know. The words, "I think it's time you wake up," came from Kyuubi. "Yeah." A blindingly bright light greeted Naruto as he opened his eyes. In a hurry, he grabbed the pillow behind his head and draped it over his eyes. He heard laughter. He peered out from beneath the pillow to see Hinata sitting next to him in a chair, her fist clenched in her pants and her head lowered. The others who were snickering were the third Hokage, Sakura, Iruka, Haku, Zabuza, Kakashi, and Sasuke. The Hokage remarked, "Well, it appears you're awake at last." As she ran and gave him a tearful hug, Hinata exclaimed, "Thank goodness." Naruto appeared somewhat perplexed, asking, "What did I do?" The Hokage responded by saying, "You battled a ninja that was, or by all accounts should have been, out of your league. It's really a miracle that you came out of it alive. That was a relatively famous ninja from Iwa that you just killed." To break a sweat, Naruto added in his mind, "I know, it was pretty difficult." "I'm sure it was, so how in the world did you do it, Naruto?" replied Kakashi. Naruto was about to tell them about his valiant battle for his life when he noticed Hinata's easy breathing. On his chest, she had dozed off. He remarked, "What am I thinking? She can't possibly love me like that. Ah, she's so cute like that. Indeed, she is practically a princess, even though we are best friends. Why would she love a demon container orphan like me?" At that moment, Hinata woke up and looked into his eyes with a beseeching expression. "I'm so glad you're alive," she said, rising from his chest to give him a cheek kiss before fainting back into the chair she had been in before. Kakashi awakened Hinata by pulling out a tiny packet of smelling salts. Smiling, Kakashi said, "We wouldn't want you to miss the story." S. Ori, is what Hinata says. Sasuke said, "Okay Naruto, so how did you beat the guy again?" "Well, it all started when he recounted his altercation to them, making it seem more difficult than it actually was." Hinata exclaimed, "Wow, that's amazing Naruto." Sakura, the Hokage, and Sasuke nodded in agreement with Kakashi's statement that it is impressive. In fact, there was a rather large bounty on his head. "I will see to it that the funds are placed in your account Naruto," replied the third. Before everyone had to depart, the group talked for 10 more minutes. Naruto said, "Wait, Hokage. Gigi, I need to talk to you." The Hokage nodded to Kakashi and said, "Okay, Naruto." The Cyclops ninja then left, and the professor returned to the room. "What do you need, Naruto-kun?" the Hokage inquired. The blonde said, to tell you why that ninja was in my room in the first place. Oh yes, I was going to wait until the morning to ask you if you knew why he was there, replied the Hokage. He was hired by a, he said, raising his hands in quotation marks, Snake Man, the blonde said after nodding. Naruto, you are to speak of this to no one, and I mean no one. Not until I give you the go. Ahead on that person, okay? Sarutobi said, his face darkening and becoming very serious. Crystal clear, but why? The blonde questioned. He was employed by Orochimaru of the Sannin, a former pupil of mine. Naruto said, I see. This is really upsetting. Lately, he has been more active. The Hokage said, I'll have to let Jiraiya know about this. After the blonde nodded, Naruto's head snapped up and he said, Gramps, I had a dream. The name Jiraiya then made him think of something. Oh, the Hokage inquired, Naruto-kun, what happened in this dream? Naruto remarked, the fourth Hokage appeared to me. Really? And what did he say or do? The Hokage inquired. He asked me about my life's ambitions and other things. The blonde remarked, he said some really encouraging things to me, but what does it mean that he would show up in my dreams? Of all people, me. All I am is an orphan. Sarutobi stated, I don't know Naruto-kun. I don't know, but he mentally added, if you only knew Naruto, if you only knew. It seems I'll be able to tell you of your heritage sooner than I expected. You're becoming quite the powerhouse. I'll do it after the Chunin exams. The Hokage remarked, Naruto, I sense great things to come from you. With a joyful expression, Naruto said, thank you so much, Gigi. With a smile on his face, the 12-year-old, whom he regarded as another grandson, said, it's true, Naruto, you've progressed farther than your FA, Fourth Hokage was at your age. Whoa, that's fantastic. I'm incredible, the blonde exclaimed. All right, Naruto-kun, you need to get some rest now, you're going to be very busy over the next couple of weeks, said Sarutobi with a simple smile and nod. And why is that? The blonde inquired. The Hokage said, why the Chunin exams of course. At Training Ground 7, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were waiting for Kakashi, who was expected to arrive in approximately an hour or an hour and a half, based on his habit of being late. Naruto said, all right, how about meditating? The two gazed at him as if he had grown a second head. What? He inquired. Sakura began to laugh and said, you, and meditation. Naruto remarked, hey, I do it all the time. Kyuubi said, I wish you weren't so loud. In his mind, Naruto told the Kyuubi, shut it, furball. Naruto said, anyway, you guys do what you want, I'm meditating, as he approached a tree, created 20 clones, and they all began to meditate. Naruto started to reflect on his life, the meaning of it, his friends, his almost more than friend, the village, his dreams, his wins, and his losses while he was in his meditative state. It would be boring as hell if it weren't for the leaps, bounds, falls, troughs, and crests. Naruto thought, life is like a race full of obstacles. One must find inner peace before they can truly understand the world around them. Maybe. I don't know. All I know is that I will never betray those closest to me, nor my village. I will not become a self-fulfilling prophecy. I will prove the village wrong. After some time, Kakashi poofed into the clearing and waved, yo, to everyone. Since they were accustomed to his tardiness, Sasuke and Sakura halted their training and said, hey. As he threw a rock at Naruto, Kakashi said, come over here guys, I have something for you. Naruto reached up and pushed the rock back at Kakashi just before it struck him. So he finally used the first bit of that ability, Kakashi thought, his eyes widening. What else will you do, Naruto? What the hell, was Naruto's response as he opened his eyes. Kakashi lied when he said, I don't know, adding, Naruto still needs to mature a bit before he takes that manipulation up. Anyway, come on over here, Kakashi insisted. After nodding, Naruto got up and approached the group, asking, what is it, Kakashi? Sensei. These are for the Chunin exams, Kakashi said, taking out 3 forms. You have until 4 p.m. tomorrow to complete these forms and report to room 301. Naruto replied, all right, let's train Kakashi, sensei. No, Naruto, said Kakashi, shaking his head, you'll need the strength to rest. Oh right, said Naruto. Idiot, Kyuubi said. Shut up idiot, was Naruto's yell. The other gave him a crazy eyes look. What, I was talking to myself telling myself not to pester Kakashi. Sensei for training right before a big test that will take all of our strength. Talking to it now, I'm sure he'll turn it friendly. He'll probably turn the word impossible on its head, just like his father and mother, Kakashi thought as the other nodded. Naruto turned to Sakura and said, "So, want to go get some ramen?" Both Sasuke and Kakashi vanished. Sakura smiled and said, "Sure, we can talk about whether or not we should take the test." "What? Naturally, we will accept it," Naruto declared. "But, I don't know, I feel like I'll only hold you two back," replied Sakura. "What? Are you serious? When Kakashi Sensei is absent, you are the one who keeps the team together. If you weren't there to maintain order, can you imagine how much Sasuke and I would be at each other's throats?" "You have a good point, Naruto, you'd kill each other," replied Sakura. "Precisely," Naruto replied. "Thanks Naruto," Sakura said, giving Naruto a hug. "You're welcome, now let's go get that ramen," he said, returning the hug. "I assumed you liked Hinata, Naruto. I'll let her know that you gave Sakura a hug." Konohamaru suddenly appeared and yelled, "You're going to get your butt kicked." "Hey!" Naruto shouted as he pursued, "Damn it, it was just a friendly hug." Sakura added, pursuing, "I'm going to wring your neck with your stupid scarf." A man in black turned around as Konohamaru rounded a corner and bounced off his back. The man who looked like a cat said, "What the hell, brat, watch where the hell you're walking." The blonde next to the man in black said, "Kankuro, let it go dimwit, we don't want Gaara to get mad at us." The now known Kankuro said, "Oh, stop it, Tamari. I just want to have a little fun." "Oh, San Shinobi," Naruto thought, "time to put on my baka mask and get some information about the competition." "Hey, put me down." Konohamaru's cries drugged Naruto out of his reverie. Naruto yelled, "Hey you," gesturing to Kankuro, "put the kid down or else." "Otherwise, what, brat?" Kankuro raised his fist and said, "As if you could do anything." Everyone turned to watch Sasuke sitting in a tree, and just as he was about to bring his fist to Konohamaru's face, a rock struck it. "Get lost," he said, crushing a rock in his hand. "Who is the new kid?" Kankuro inquired. With the exception of Gaara, everyone was shocked when Naruto said, "Yeah, who is the red head?" A voice from the opposite side of the tree Sasuke was on said, "Kankuro, you're a disgrace," which startled Sasuke. Naruto sensed him, but I couldn't, Sasuke thought. Next to Tamari and Kankuro, Gaara reappeared and said, "I apologize for my brother's foolishness. He's a fool." "Sorry Gaara, I just, stop talking, or I'll murder you," Gaara said, turning to face Naruto. "What's your name?" "Uzumaki Naruto," Gaara said, glancing at Sasuke, "and yours?" "Uchiha Sasuke." After saying, "I will kill you both," Gaara turned around and walked away. Sakura remarked, "Weird," Naruto said, "So, how about we all go get some ramen?" All of them, including Sasuke, nodded and left, but Naruto lingered a moment to create a shadow clone, which nodded and flew to the rooftops. After thinking, "Now that's done," Naruto exclaimed, "Hey, await my arrival." Next day, when the three genin approached the second floor at 3:30 p.m., they noticed three things. 1. It was actually the second floor, and a genjutsu was on the sign on the door. 2. Two older children were barring people from entering. And 3. A group of people were protesting, and one child in a green outfit was knocked down. Naruto thought, "Hey, that's Hinata's cousin, the one with a superiority complex." "Any idiot can see it, it's the second floor fools," replied Sasuke. Then one of the older children attacked Sasuke. Sasuke raised a leg to defend himself, but the kid in the green outfit stepped in between them, stopping them both. "Holy shit. He's fast as all get out," said Naruto, who didn't hear what was said. "Yes. This young group has a lot of strong people in it," Kyuubi remarked. All Naruto could do was nod, saying, "Hey guys, I gotta go to the bathroom right quick." Naruto fled to the bathroom, where he used the restroom before creating two shadow clones and lifting one of them into the vents above the sink, then turning the other into a rat and letting it enter the walls. There, Naruto thought, "I can now say I'm thoroughly prepared." Kyuubi remarked, "Nice idea, Kit." Naruto thought, "Thanks," and he hurried to catch up to Sakura and Sasuke. He arrived just in time to witness the start of the fight between Lee and Sasuke, and they found themselves in a room with a large open space in the center and a stair at the side. After 2 minutes, Naruto thought, "Wow, that guy used Sasuke to wipe the floor." Yes, he's quite strong. After what he said about the kid in his team, I see why the kid might have a superiority complex. The Hyuga, I mean, said Kyuubi. I suppose, Naruto said to Kyuubi. They were seated in the test room 10 minutes later, and Naruto was standing next to Hyuga. Yes, he thought. Naruto thought, that was strange how that sound guy removed Kabuto. Speaking of Kabuto, that guy was too suspicious. How did he have all that information? It's unlikely, but he might be a spy. Kyuubi uttered. Maybe. The tests were administered by the genin in 5 more minutes. Naruto remarked, good thing I have those clones. The goal seems to be to cheat. Aha. They're testing our information. Gathering skills. Correct, Kyuubi said. When Naruto saw the rat clone run out of the wall, it startled a lot of people and made a little noise. A rat. One kunoichi shouted from the leaf. Oh. Many people in the room screamed as a little chaos broke out near the front of the room, keeping the proctor, Ibiki, and all of the sentinels busy. During this time, Naruto created and dispelled a clone to instruct the one in the air ducts to approach directly above the test room and use a spyglass to ask a person who appeared to be doing well for answers. After a few minutes and a few Ibiki curses, the room was once more filled with genin sweat and frustration. I'm so awesome, Naruto thought. Now for the 10th question. He got the memories all of a sudden and began copying them onto his paper. Lame, Kyuubi declared. Shut it, furball, Naruto thought. They chuckled with one another. After 10 minutes, Ibiki had to review the rules for the 10th question and what he had done. Naruto thought, he's trying to break us. Ha, I understand. We have to test our mental resolve first, followed by our ability to gather intelligence, and then our confidence in joining as a team. Duh, Kyuubi said. Shut the hell up, you fur ball, Naruto thought to himself. What? The fox responded. Hey, your teammate, the pink head, she's about to give up. You say something. He put his hand up in the air and slammed it down on the desk, saying, oh shish. I can't come this far because she doesn't believe in her abilities. Screw us over. Bring it on, Ibiki. I must still take this test regardless of the risks. How am I going to risk assassinating someone or breaking into a heavily guarded fortress with scant information if I can't risk this? Even if I remain a genin for all time, I will still become Hokage, and you will have to answer to me. Damn kid made a few teams stay, grinned Ibiki. Ibiki then proceeded to show them his scarred head while explaining to them how they passed, the value of bravery and intelligence gathering, and how inaccurate information could be lethal. After an explosion, the strangest woman Naruto had ever seen entered through the glass. The woman questioned, damn Ibiki, this many left. Well Anko, we have a little knucklehead, Ibiki said, gesturing toward Naruto. With a smile that made Naruto shudder, the woman said, I'll call you Rabbit. I'm grateful that you gave me more rodents to hunt, Rabbit. Meet at training ground 44, she said, turning to the other students. Anko then turned back to Naruto and threw a kunai at him, just cutting his cheek. Run, she said. Naruto swallowed and ran away. As she flicked the skewer into a tree and cleaned off another dango, Anko thought, what a wonderful day. Arg! Came from the nearby forest. With a sigh of satisfaction, Anko leaned back on a picnic table and uttered the words, what a wonderful day indeed. No matter. My test is designed to cut out at least half out, but still. That blonde best was interesting, Anko thought, surprised by the number of teams left over from Ibiki. Rewind. Now just to wait for little Rabbit to get he. Anko said as he emerged from the clearing outside the Forest of Death. A chilly voice behind her interrupted her, whispering in her ear, here. What kind of special jonin are you that I could get behind you? Asked Naruto, standing a few feet behind her, as she spun around with a kunai in her hand and threw it, hitting nothing but air. I was just letting you get your confidence up, Rabbit. Shuri. Naruto grinned and mentally added, she's saving face. All right, you got me. How on earth did you come upon me in such a manner? Inquired Anko. The fox in Naruto's head said, kid, don't tell her. Nah shit. After saying, hey, a ninja has his secrets, the other teams began to arrive. This person is at least low jonin level. I'll be sure to tell my team to stay away from this one, Naruto said, shivering as a Kusa kunoichi appeared behind Anko. This ninja was powerful, if the chakra radiating off her was any indication. Naruto had unsealed his primary seal and put on a smaller temporary seal that kept him at about 85% of his full strength, and he had not even noticed the ninja moving in until the ninja was already standing still. Alright maggots. And Rabbit. Sign this form. The end of the flashback. Anko remarked, "That's an interesting one." One more scream. I should go get more dango." Anko. "You'll probably want to come look at this," the radio said as it came to life. Break in line. So far, the test had been fairly simple. Because they didn't want to be caught in the open, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura immediately raced off the main path they were on after leaving their gate. Naruto said, "Hey guys, wait a sec, what? What is it?" Sakura inquired. "I created a few clones that changed into fleas and remained inside the scrolls of every other team because we have a heaven scroll." He stated, "If they have an earth scroll, they will dispel it, give me back the memories, and we will be able to estimate the location of a team with an earth scroll." The words, "Great thinking, Dobi," came from Sasuke. Sakura replied, "Yeah." Sasuke grinned and Sakura, HMPHED, in response to Naruto's, "Thanks Teme, Banshee," response. The clones also know to dispel when the team is stationary, so all we really need to do is continue a little ways, set up a small camp in a smart location and fortify the heck out of it, Naruto said. "Nice plan," Sasuke remarked. Hash 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 hash. With the 8th team, Kiba said, "Okay guys, what's the game plan?" Hinata, "Could you use your eyes to see where enemy teams are, and could you also see what type of scroll they have?" Kiba responded. She replied, "I know I can see the teams, but seeing their scroll depends on how they choose to hide their scroll. That woman has the most chakra I've ever seen outside of Naruto, and hers just looks evil," Hinata said, shuddering visibly as she activated her Byakugan. "There's a KUSA team. Never mind, it's an earth scroll, thank goodness." The other two nodded when Shino said, "Well, we'll be sure to avoid them." "There's one of the mist teams, they have a heaven scroll, they don't have all that much chakra either," replied Hinata. "What are they doing?" Shino inquired. "In a few trees, they're waiting. They have a trap. Like genjutsu that is activated." The 3 mist teams appear to be employing the same technique. "You can let your bugs go and drain their chakra after I can see right through it and give you the view, Shino. At least in the early phases of this jutsu, I am temporarily blinded when I transfer my vision to you, so Kiba can cover me," Hinata said. He said as they took off, "All right, but let's get closer to them." "Hey, they fell for it so easily," a mist genin thought, "the blonde one is a complete idiot." The mist ninja then produced a kunai and used it. In keeping with its flight, the kunai struck Naruto's forehead directly. His 2 teammates experienced the same thing. The genin team leader said, "Too easy," as they leapt to the ground. Another genin said, "All right, let's look through these bodies for a scroll." "Yes," said their squad leader. The genins were busy looking for Team 7's bodies earlier. Boom. The 3 clones all exploded and turned white. All of the genin were flung back and struck trees. Ninja wire was then used to secure them to their tree. At last, a girl with pink hair leapt from the tree to which the leader was chained and used genjutsu to persuade him to reveal the location of his scroll. "Naruto," she exclaimed as she retrieved a scroll from his jacket and threw it to the team. "Sealing specialist." Sakura knocked the genin unconscious as she turned back to face him. Following their capture of the storage scroll, Sasuke and Naruto went on to eliminate the other 2 genin. "I'm just at advanced sealing level 2 out of 10, but I can tell this seal is completely low quality," Naruto said after examining the seal. Sasuke asked, "Can you open it safely?" "Yes Teme, I can," replied Naruto. "Whoever made this seal did it so hastily. They didn't even put a chakra-specific gate in it." They looked at him with disbelief. "It's like a door without a lock. Where the lock would be the chakra channel gate and your specific chakra would be the key." Sasuke said, "So you can just open it." Naruto created a shadow clone, who took the scroll, went to a tree stump, and opened it. "Yep, but still, just in case they have something else sealed in there." Nothing took place. "They must have sealed the exam scroll in this storage scroll when they first saw us coming into their trap," stated Sakura. The other 2 gave a nod. Naruto said, "Hey guys, I have to go." "Huh?" Sakura inquired. "You know, to the bathroom?" Sasuke said, "Well, then go Dobi." "Not in front of me you idiot," was screamed by Sakura as Naruto turned around and was ready to enter the bushes. She then kicked him in the ass and threw him through the trees. Beside Sasuke, a shadow clone of Naruto appeared, saying, "Hey, I'm here just in case anything bad happens. I can relay the message back to the boss." Sakura and Sasuke both nodded. Wait. How did those clones hold together earlier after being stabbed in the forehead, said Sakura. Seals, the clone said. Sasuke questioned, what can those things do anyway? In Naruto's words, a whole lot, with the real Naruto in the interim. As he completed his task, Naruto remarked, "Ah, that's much better." He walked back to his team after turning around. The Kusa-nin from earlier appeared in front of him as he turned around. The eerie Kusa-nin taunted, "Hello Naruto-kun. Kukukui. Ah, are you scared?" Naruto calmed down and steeled his nerves. He braced himself for anything. In an instant, though, the nin slammed him on the top of the head. The blonde thought, "Damn, she's fast," as his face slammed to the floor. Or it would have if the Kusa nin hadn't punted Naruto away by literally kicking him like a football with her foot up. Under Naruto, the nin used a summoning jutsu to call forth a snake that completely engulfed him. Naruto yelled, "I can't die as snake food," while creating several hundred clones that caused the snake to explode. By doing this, he also made his clone aware of Sakura and Sasuke. Alongside Sakura and Sasuke, Sakura remarked, "It sure is taking Naruto a long time." Huh, said the clone, looking up. "What is it?" Sakura inquired. "Be on the lookout, boss just had his ass handed to him. Be careful because boss is temporarily indisposed of at the moment." "Hey guys, how you doing?" said Naruto as he suddenly came into view of them. Sasuke pulled out their scroll and said, "Great. Say Naruto, come here. Can you show me something on this?" Naruto approached Sasuke-kun and said, "Sure, Kukuku. Let me test you." Sasuke handed Naruto one of his storage scrolls and said, "Could you put some chakra into this storage scroll? I need to see something inside." Given that he created the scroll specifically for me to use, Sasuke reasoned that if it were indeed Naruto, he would be aware that only my chakra would function and that his would not. "Okay, give it to me," said Naruto. "Good thing that's an empty scroll," Sasuke said as he handed it over. The forest shook as Naruto pushed chakra into the scroll, causing Sasuke and Sakura to jump back. Sasuke launched a volley of shuriken into the resulting cloud of dust. "That scroll has a seal on it to where it only opens to my specific chakra. Naruto himself made it for me, so he should have known what it was and that it was booby-trapped so that if anyone else tries to force it open it explodes." "You can drop the act, imposter," Sasuke replied. Sakura just gave a nod. The nin said, "Kuku, my, you are pretty smart, aren't you, Sasuke-kun?" As the henge fell and the Kusa nin was exposed. "Let's see how you compare to Itachi though." Sasuke was infuriated by this statement. "How do you know Itachi?" he asked the Kusa nin, and it took all of his willpower to hold back. "My, so impatient," the Kusa nin uttered. All of a sudden, there was so much killer intent in the air that it seemed like a liquid killer intent was hovering there. "This is crazy." Sakura and Sasuke both froze, thinking. They witnessed their demise. They witnessed the Kusa nin extracting two kunai and sending them flying into both of their heads with a single flick of the wrist. No. I must strengthen myself in order to exact revenge on my clan, Sasuke thought. Sasuke stabbed himself in the leg after drawing a kunai. Just as two actual kunai whizzed past where their heads had been, he grabbed Sakura and vanished. "That was a close one," Sasuke reflected. "Sasuke, he interrupted her. Softly, he said, "Shush, we need to be quiet." She gave a nod. A huge snake suddenly attacked them. Sasuke killed it by hurling a shuriken at it. However, their triumph was short-lived as the Kusa nin emerged from inside the snake. "Come Sasuke-kun, let us see if you are worthy of my gift." As the Kusa nin put it, "Keep your gift to yourself." The Kusa nin questioned, "Don't you want to be as strong as Naruto-kun?" Sasuke paused. "Shut up." Then Sasuke offered free passage in return for one of their scrolls. Naruto arrived at this point and slugged Sasuke. Sakura yelled, "Naruto! What was that for? You must be a fake Sasuke, because the Sasuke I know would never back down from a challenge. How could you achieve that goal of yours if you always ran away?" replied Naruto. "You're right, Dobi. Thanks, damn you hit hard," said Sasuke, grinning and furrowing his brow. "Sakura, Sasuke and I are going to team up on this guy. You stay back and support with your genjutsu when you can and be sure to keep a lookout for any other ninja snooping around," said the brunette. Sakura gave a nod. Naruto and Sasuke were standing side by side. Asking Naruto, A or B, Sasuke said, B. The smile split Naruto's face. The Kusa Nin had remained silent, simply waiting. 3 clones were created by Naruto. While Sasuke hurled numerous shuriken at the enemy Nin, they both seized Naruto and hurled him into the air. Then the 2 shadow clones charged at the Nin and started fighting him with taijutsu. It was clear that the Nin was merely playing with him. The Kusa Nin, however, smirked and lifted a wall of mud in front of herself as a fireball roared at her. Then the Kusa Nin was struck from above by a futon jutsu. Damn, the Kusa Nin thought, I forgot about that idiot. Unaware that he had just backed into a tree, the Nin was forced to jump back. Sasuke sent a fire jutsu down the ninja wire after it had wrapped around her. Naruto then used a futon, a powerful gust of fury that significantly increased the fire jutsu's power and speed. Did we get him? Sasuke asked. No, Naruto thought, that was way too easy. Orochimaru remarked, Ku, you two are simply amazing. The Nin emerged from the tree branch they were standing on, revealing himself. The only obvious damage was that the Kusa Nin's face appeared to be falling off. No, hold on, it's falling off. When the Kusa Nin reached up and removed her face, it became clear that it was a he, rather than a she. The snake reached out to the two and said, I just have to have you both. Sasuke and, somewhat unexpectedly, Naruto both froze at the intensity of the Nin's murderous intent. Probably just to freeze them. Kid. Get the hell out of there. As the Kusa Nin's teeth dug into Naruto's neck, Naruto jolted out of his daze and shoved Sasuke aside. After letting out a painful scream, Naruto's world began to darken. Kid. Can. Hear me. What? On. It's invading. Hold it off. Naruto passed out. Naruto, yelled Sakura and Sasuke. Ku. You should worry about yourselves. Especially you dear Sasuke.kun, Orochimaru replied. Someone shouted, Orochimaru, as they landed between Sakura, Naruto, Sasuke, and Orochimaru. He licked his lips and said, Oh Anko-chan. Fancy seeing you here, how have you been? I am just trying to acquire a new booty. Anko questioned, the Uchiha or the blonde? Both, Orochimaru said. Anko remarked, tough shit then. I guess I should take my leave, but Sasuke, if you ever want the real power required to kill Itachi, you will have to quit playing ninja in this weak village. Come to me and I will make your ambition come to fruition. He looked at Anko. But be warned, if you stop the Chunin exams, the hidden leaf will feel my unbridled rage, and he fell into the tree. All of them shivered. They nodded and said, brats, do you have both scrolls? Okay. Go find some place safe and rest, then book it to the tower. I need to report this to the Hokage ASAP. Here, this is an alert seal. If anything were to happen, put chakra into this seal and it will summon me here, said Anko as he handed Sasuke a seal. After nodding, the two grabbed their teammate and left. As she took off for the Hokage tower, Anko exclaimed, Damn you Orochimaru, what the hell are you planning besides taking the Uchiha?
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.